I have to start over now.
Yep.
Thank you, Gilgamesh. All right. Good morning, everyone, from Hamburg, New York. My name's Tom Davis, alongside Ryan Dunn, and we are coming to you live for today's standard PPTQ for the second time I said it today. We already have both players set up for round one. It's going to be a matchup of Green-White Humans versus Teamer Aetherworks, and Ryan's going to walk us through that matchup real quick while we get set up for the game.
Yeah, so both of these are relatively new decks. The Teamer Aetherworks deck is an evolution on the red-green Aetherwork deck. It's basically just splashing blue for a couple cards in the sideboard and a couple cards in the main board. So the main deck has Whirler Virtuosos, which are kind of alternative way to dump the rest of the energy that you've built up, because a lot of the cards that are good against Aetherworks aren't good against Whirler Virtuoso. Sure. So it's a 2/3 for 3 that can turn 3 energies into a 1/1 Thopter.
Mm-hmm.
And what the Rug Aetherwork deck is looking to do in this matchup is do a little bit of control of the board early, and then either obtain Delirium and put an Ishkana into play, or use Aetherwork Marvel to cast an Embercooler and Ulamog, while the Green-White Humans deck is trying to beat down as fast as possible, using a bunch of small creatures and cards like Talia's Lieutenant to pump the whole team.
Okay. Well, it looks like both players are ready to go. I saw a handshake from the other side of things, so I'm going to go ahead and get round one underway and let the folks up front know they're ready to go. So, on the left, we're going to have Jamie McIntyre on Teamer Aetherworks. On the right, we're going to have Matthew Brugg on Green-White Humans. And we should be ready to go in just a moment. Who do you think has the edge in this matchup, Ryan?
I think this matchup's pretty close. I think the Green-White Humans deck has a slight edge in game one. It's really play-draw dependent, so obviously the Green-White Humans deck is looking to win the die roll here. And it looks like in Jamie McIntyre's version, he doesn't have any Kozilek's returns in the main deck, which are pretty good at sweeping away some of the early threats from the Humans deck, but they're all on the board.
Yep. It looks like both players are underway here. We're going to start off with, I can barely see what that card is.
It's a Vessel of Nascency.
Yes, thank you. Vessel of Nascency. Matthew Brugg's going to start up with a green-white land, or green-white tap land.
Yep, it's a Canopy Vista.
Yep.
Coming into play tapped, and no 1-drop for Matthew, which is pretty good for Jamie because the deck plays Thraben Inspectors and Expedition Envoys as the one.
Yeah, and the goal for Green-White Humans is to get on board as fast as possible versus a deck like this.
So there was an Expedition Envoy, but Matthew didn't have any way to cast it on turn one because of that Canopy Vista coming into play tapped.
Yep. So the Envoys reveals look like an Aether Hub, a Chandra, a land, and a
Woodweaver's Puzzle Knot.
Thank you, the Puzzle Knot.
And Jamie grabbed the Chandra there.
Okay. Seems like a solid play.
So there's that Whirler Virtuoso that I was talking about before. And currently Jamie doesn't have any additional energy, but he'll be able to convert the 3 he gets from Whirler Virtuoso into a Thopter, which can also block the Expedition Envoy.
All right. And you see on the left side we have our energy tokens here. Jamie currently sitting on 3 energy as we're waiting for Matthew to make his next play.
So Matthew's going to probably not be able to attack here unless he can play an Anthem. And even so,
I don't think I'm unlikely to attack, but it looks like he's going to have a Declaration in stone here for the Virtuoso.
So the 3 energy is going to get dumped into the Virtuoso to make a 1/1 that can block the Expedition Envoy.
Sure.
And Jamie will get a clue here. So yeah, Matthew's not going to be able to attack this turn.
Okay.
And I didn't catch if Jamie had a land, but if he has a red source, he'll be able to untap here and play a Chandra.
Sure. It looks like Matthew might be a little land stuck here. I don't see him playing a 3rd land yet.
If he has one, he's definitely gonna. I couldn't quite catch his hand. I thought he had.
I didn't see all of it. I thought I saw planes towards the end though.
So Jamie does have another red source. So we're gonna see Chandra here on a stable board, which is great.
Yep. So Chandra Torch of Defiance comes into play. It starts on 4 loyalty, right? Then it goes up to 5.
So Jamie's going to use it to add 2 red mana to his mana pool and cast a Tormenting Voice, pitching a 5th land that he doesn't need.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like he picked up a Woodweaver's Puzzle Knot and an Ishkana, which is actually great because it looks like
Matthew did draw what looks like a Canopy Vista there, but unfortunately that would come into play tapped.
And I think Jamie's one card type short of having Delirium. He has lands, sorceries, and artifacts. But if he because the Whirler Virtuoso is exiled. So if he gets one more card type, he'll be able to play the Ishkana, which is a really
that'll be backbreaking for him at this point.
The most important mid-game play.
Sure. Matthew's going to play a Duskwatch Recruiter with his 2 untapped sources.
And so Duskwatch Recruiter is an interesting engine card, but on this board state, it's unclear if the game's even going to be able to go long.
Yeah. This is not the start Matthew had intended at the start of the day.
And the Duskwatch Recruiter is going to hit the bin from a Chandra -3, dealing 4 damage to it anyway.
Yep. So Jamie just keeping a bit of control on Matthew's side of the board.
And Jamie attacked with the token, and he's counting up his graveyard, so it looks like he actually did have 4 types, and he's going to deploy the Ishkana, making 3 1/2 creatures with reach.
Yep. What was the token power and toughness? I think it's 1/1.
Yeah, the tokens are just 1/1.
Yeah, I thought so. Matthew will go to 19 here after the token attack.
And without another declaration in stone from Matthew to clear up these spider tokens, I'm not really sure if he's going to be able to come back in this game after the slow start.
I feel like
go ahead.
I feel like without a declaration, this game's almost out of hand for Matthew with the slow start.
Yeah, with
Jamie
Ishkana on the board, Smuggler's Copter's not even going to do it.
Yeah, Jamie had a very good opening between Chandra and Ishkana.
Yep, it's pretty smooth. Turn 1, Vessel. Turn 2, Cracket.
Yep.
Turn 3, Virtuoso. Turn 4, Chandra.
Yep. Pretty good sequence of events. Matthew's going to follow that up with a Thraben Inspector, which will put a clue on the board, and it looks like he has a Smuggler's Copter coming on to play.
Yeah. And as I mentioned before, with that Ishkana in play, this Copter's probably not going to be able to do much.
Yep. So Matthew's going to pass back to Jamie here, who has quite the advantageous board state in my mind.
Yeah. And the Aetherworks deck also has quite a bit of life gain, too. Not that Jamie's worried about that, as he's sitting at 20 still.
Yep.
So with no energy available to him, Jamie would probably have to start chipping in for damage, but he does have a Woodweaver's Puzzle Knot, which he can play and crack, so any Aetherworks Marvel draw is going to be able to activate right away.
Sure.
And it looks like Jamie also has an Emrakul in his hand, so if he just hits his land drops and progresses towards Emrakul, it's also going to be lights out.
Yep. And that looks like a Oath and Nissa? No, that's
It's a tune with the Aether. It's
thank you.
Fetch a basic and add 2 energy.
Yep. Looked at the art, saw what I thought was Nissa. I was dumb. So Jamie's going to play in a tomb with Aether here, finish resolving that spell.
And in Jamie's particular version of the Aetherworks deck, he has 2 Emrakuls, 2 Ulamogs, and 3 Ishkanas as the main cards to hit off of Marvel. So he has 5 still in his deck and that 1 Emrakul in his hand. So Chandra is going to plus reveal a Woodweaver's Puzzle Knot, which is probably what Jamie was going to play anyway this turn from his hand, so that's kind of a free card there.
Yep.
Going up to 5 energy.
Yep, it looks like Jamie goes up to 23 there.
Yep. So to get back in this game, Matthew's probably going to need multiple Declaration and stones just to be able to get rid of this Chandra, depending on how Jamie attacks.
Yep. And looking at Matt's deck list here, he has 3 declarations in the main deck, and that looks to be his only removal will be on Stasis Snares.
How many Stasis Snares?
He plays 3.
In the main? Yep.
He plays 3.
And that is a good answer to Emrakul, but that's not the
It's not a good
right
answer
now.
to a bunch of spiders. Declaration is definitely the better removal spell in this matchup, but he does have 6 ways to remove creatures. So Matt looks like he's still stuck on 3 lands. He's going to play a second copy of Duskwatch Recruiter. And it appears as if he also has
An Expedition
Yeah,
Envoy,
thank you. Expedition Envoy comes into play.
which do not line up against spiders very well.
That's correct. Jamie quickly taps out here for an Emrakul.
Yep, with 6 card types in the graveyard.
Yep. Delirium is active.
Jamie has enough creatures that he's going to be able to eat every single one of Matt's creatures if he so chooses.
Yep. So
and there's a Stasis Snare.
Yep. So Matthew handing over all of his cards to Jamie to take his next turn.
So there's actually 2 Stasis Snare here, which is kind of funny because Matt's going to be able to deal with this Emrakul no matter what.
Mm-hmm. So I imagine Jamie's going to use 1 on one of Matt's own permanents.
Stasis Snare actually is nice here because it can only target your opponent's things.
Mm-hmm.
So Jamie might use the Stasis Snare and waste it just to exile, for example, a spider.
It looks like the draw was the Declaration in stone.
Yeah, I think they didn't draw yet. So the Deck Stone is probably going to... I'm actually not even sure what the best play is here. I'm guessing we're going to see the copter get crewed and then a deck stone on the last creature.
That seems like the right play here.
Yeah, Jamie's going to be able to deal with... I think he has enough power to deal with everything here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Thopter...
Especially if the deck and stone afterwards hits the Smuggler's Copter.
And that draw step on the Declaration of Stone was actually the loot off the copter. That's why we saw that draw.
Okay. So for those not quite as attuned to the standard format, what decks would we be looking for today outside of this matchup?
Well, yeah, so Aetherworks and Green-White Humans are becoming pretty common decks. Obviously, the Aetherwork kind of had an explosion in popularity in the past month.
Sure.
It's something like 25% of the field.
Yep. And the Aetherworks decks are rather flexible in the colors they can play. I've seen Naya Aetherworks, I've seen Temur Aetherworks, I've seen... Actually, I saw one, I think Mardu.
Yeah, there's
actually
even
try to play the
some
Aetherworks
like
deck.
green-black variants.
Yeah.
Too.
So it goes beyond the standard green-black Delirium decks that we saw at the start of the format.
Yep. Yeah, and so... And then, but besides Green-Black Delirium, which has lost a little bit of popularity because it has a bad matchup against Aetherworks, there's also a variety of vehicles deck, kind of built around Smugglers, Copters, and small creatures like Scrapheap Scrounger.
Yep.
That's kind of a majority of what we'll see. And then there's also a couple different control variants that are either based with... They're either black-white with a splash, or they're heavy blue built around Torrential Gearhulk.
Sure. So it looks like Jamie wrapped up Matt's turn there, decided to Stasis Snare what looks like the Thraben Inspector, leaving Matt with a 3-card hand prior to his draw step that did include the Declaration in Stone, so he still has it available to deploy. But it does look like Jamie took care of all of Matt's other creatures, so Jamie's still in a very good spot here.
Right. So did that Stasis Snare hit a Thraben Inspector?
I believe it did, based on what I'm seeing.
I might have been mistaken about what Stasis Snare can and can't hit.
All right, I can bring that up. Whoops.
Yeah, so Stasis Snare is only supposed to be able to target creatures your opponent controls, which is why
Okay.
I would have expected the Deck Stone to be used instead of the Stasis Snare, so I don't know if that's worth intervening, because it's pretty much irrelevant on this board state.
Yeah,
The difference is that Jamie has a clue instead of Matthew having a clue from that Deck Stone.
So I don't know if that was caught by either player there. But.
And here's a Whirler Virtuoso with 10 energy sitting in Jamie's energy reserves there, so it's going to be able to make 3 Thopters.
It's a fair amount of energy.
To add a little more pressure to the board.
Sure.
With no Aetherwork in hand, I expect 3 Thopters to be made at the end of the turn here.
That makes sense, using the energy.
Right. Because Jamie's basically ready to close this game out as fast as he can.
Matthew actually just went down to 10 on the attack, so things looking a little bit dire for Matt Brugg here in game 1.
And even if somehow Matthew doesn't die to the creatures, he's still going to have to deal with this Chandra ult, so he's going to go ahead and proceed to game 2 here.
Yep. So Matt sees the writing on the wall, going to go ahead and concede game number 1 here. So Jamie and McIntyre are going to go up a game in round 1 with Temur Aetherworks.
So while they're shuffling up, we can take a look at the sideboards here.
Yeah, if you want to go ahead and start talking.
Sure, I'll start with the Aetherworks deck here. The board has 2 natural states, 2 ceremonious rejections, 3 Tears of Valakut, 2 negates, 2 tireless trackers, 2 Kozilek's Return, a World Breaker, and an Emrakul.
Okay.
So the most important card we're going to see come in out of the board is the Kozilek's Return.
Seems very good against a board of small power creatures.
Right, and then depending on how Matthew sideboards, Jamie will also probably want to bring in at least 2 of the negates, because as we'll talk about in a moment, the Green-White Humans deck plays 4 Gideons in the board, which are pretty decent in this matchup.
Yep, along with Sigarda Heron's Grace, which is, I would say, a dangerous threat, but that's in the main deck.
Yeah.
The Sigarda's in the main deck being a rather potent force when you have a bunch of humans on the battlefield.
Yep, so there's...
Yep, so looking at Matt's sideboard, we do have the 4 Gideons that Ryan just alluded to. He's playing 3 Servant of the Conduits, 3 copies of Selfless Spirit, 3 copies of Fragmentize, 1 copy of Tireless Tracker, and an extra Stasis Snare to round out the playset.
Yep, so I expect the Stasis Snare to come in, possibly even the Tireless Tracker. The Selfless Spirits are a consideration because they help blank Kozilek's Return, which are really common in the Aetherworks deck. And then the Servant of the Conduits can also come in to help power out Gideon's. However, they do also get swept up by Kozilek's Return.
Yep.
The one nice thing about these cards is that with 4 Talia's Lieutenants in the main deck, those cards can get out of range of Kozilek's Return.
Sure. Do you think the 4th Stasis Snare comes in here?
I do
Against
think
the-
the 4th
yeah,
Stasis Snare comes
Against
in.
the
just
against Marvel?
it answers Emrakul and Ulamog,
Okay.
and also can only target your opponent's creatures, which we didn't see happen in that game, but
Sure.
that's kind of like one of the main reasons to run Stasis Snare
For
against
sure.
Emrakul.
All right, so it looks like both players are just about done sideboarding here, and they're going to be shuffling up for game number 2.
Yeah, and it's worth mentioning real quick that Matthew has 2 Sigarda's Heron's Grace in his main deck, so sometimes those are split between the main and the board, but those are really nice against, obviously, Emrakul, because you can't, as long as you have it in play, you can't get your turn taken.
Yep.
Even if your opponent has a Kozilek's Return in the graveyard to flash back, because you have to trigger it and target all at the same time, Emrakul can't target your opponent before the Sigard is gone.
Correct. And, yep, the nice thing along with giving him hexproof is that he also gives the majority of creatures in his deck hexproof. So any targeted removal, such as the Chandra ability that we saw Jamie deploy during Game 1, won't be as effective here in Game 2.
And I mentioned before that Jamie has 3 tiers of the Valakut in his sideboard, which can sometimes come in against this deck if the Aetherworks player is worried about some high number of Sigardas and Avacens. But having access to Matthew's deck list in front of us, it doesn't look like Tears of the Valakut's going to be very good. So it'll be interesting to see if Jamie makes that same conclusion without having perfect information.
Sure. It's always nice in the booth to have perfect information.
Right. And sometimes it's hard to remember that the players don't, too.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Like, we're over here thinking, well, why didn't he think of that? Well, he only knows about half the cards, if not a little more. All right, so both players getting ready to present here. For those watching on Twitch, we appreciate you watching today. If you're just tuning in, we just started a couple minutes ago with round number 1. Alongside me is Ryan Dunn. I'm Tom Davis. We're about to start game number 2 between Jamie McIntyre and Matthew Brugg. Teamer Aetherworks versus Green White Humans.
And it looks like Jamie brought in a World Breaker out of the board.
Yep, as we see in his opening hand.
So one of the main reasons to bring in a World Breaker is it gives you another way to flashback Kozilek's Return that you can just cast. It's only 7 mana.
Yep. So Matthew's going to start with an Envoy, and Jamie's going to follow up with an Attune with Aether.
And this is much more the kind of game that Matthew wants to play, where he actually has
A turn 1
drop
play.
on the play.
Yep.
Yeah. So he's going to be able to actually deal damage to Jamie, unlike the
Sure.
last game where he stayed at 20.
Well, having the untapped basic is a lot better than having the
Yes,
tapped
exactly.
Canopy Vista in this matchup.
Speaking of Canopy Vista, there's one off the top too, which is going to be able to come into play untapped.
Yep, starting next turn. Looks like Smuggler's Copter is going to come into play here. Expedition Envoy is going to crash in for 2, and it will be 18 to 20.
So it looks like Jamie has plenty of lands here, but I don't see anything else in his hand besides a World Breaker and a Chandra.
Okay.
And a turn 4 Chandra is not going to be fast enough for this matchup. He's going to just take a ton of damage.
Yeah.
And even Chandra, playing Chandra on a board that isn't stabilized sometimes doesn't even do a whole lot, because you could minus it down to 1 to kill 1 creature, and then it just dies to anything.
Yeah. So Matthew definitely having a more aggressive start than we saw in game number 1.
This game's looking very good for Matthew compared to the last one.
Yeah. Well, a lot of game states would be a lot more beneficial for Matthew compared to last game.
So any creature here, Talia's Lieutenant would probably be the best threat to deploy here. Yeah. So
Yep. Speaking of Thalia's Lieutenant, it hits the battlefield.
So this Expedition Envoy is going to go up to 3 power, and
Yep.
Natalia's Lieutenant is going to be able to crew this copter. So it's going to crash in for
6 damage.
And get a loot.
Yep. You'll get a loot. Jamie will go down to 12, and the aggro begins. Jamie needs to come up with some removal fast here.
Well, and Ishkana was a really good draw.
Yeah, for
Even
sure.
if the Chandra doesn't stabilize the board, it can still
buys
soak
some time.
up. Yeah, it can kill a creature, soak up some damage, and then just buy you enough time for the Ishkana.
Sure.
But it is important for Jamie to actually have Delirium.
Mm-hmm.
Chandra helps towards that because it's going to immediately die. But that's still only going to be 2 types.
Chandra taking one for the team there.
Yeah.
All right, so it looks like Matthew's tapping out here. Are we going to see a Gideon? We
Yeah.
are. All right, so what do you think the best ability here is out of Gideon? I would imagine the emblem.
I think he can get away with playing... Oh, yeah, making a 2-2
You think,
this
you
turn.
think making a token better?
A lot of his...
And then he can use a token to crew Smuggler's Copter.
Yeah, actually... That's kind of a tricky one. I probably actually would have... I would have considered embleming to get the creatures out of range of Kozilek's return, but I also think Jamie could have just responded to the emblem with a Kozilek's return and swept them up anyway.
Yeah, I think both plays are fine here. I personally would have probably made the emblem to save myself from Akazi's return.
Like I said, the problem with that is that Jamie can just K return in response to the emblem.
Sure. So the crash from Matthew is going to take Jamie to 5, and Jamie saw the writing on the wall as well. So we're going to a quick game 3.
Jamie's swallow up there was just going to be Chandra killing
Something.
probably the Expedition Envoy, and then he's just dead on board.
Yep. So both players are now paired up at 1 game apiece after a very quick game 2. Jamie's going to be on the play, which is not good news for Matt, but he'll hope for about as an aggressive start as he had game 2. That's about the best thing he could have done there.
And I'm looking at Jamie's 75 right now, and one interesting thing I'm noticing is that there doesn't seem to be any Servant of the Conduits anywhere, which I don't know if that's normal now.
Okay.
But I mean that's a pretty great early play from the deck to be able to ramp into some of the bigger threats.
Sure.
Like having a turn 3 Chandra is just because of the way you want to play it on a more stable board. Having it a turn early is really, really impactful.
And especially in a matchup like this versus green-white humans, where you want to try and stay ahead as much as possible. Having something like that on the play would be really advantageous.
Even just a turn 3 Whirler Virtuoso would be nice. The Whirler Virtuoso is just a pretty funny card in this matchup because it's a 2-3, which is a pretty good body, and it makes a 1-1. So even if there's an Anthema in play, it usually can still trade with a creature. And if there's no Anthema in play, it's really hard to even punch through a 2-3 and a 1-1.
Sure. Now with Jamie on the play, what do you think are going to be his best turn 1 through 3 plays?
Well, the turn 1 play is always
a tune.
Yeah, I mean it's either a tune or vessel.
Sure.
Without any Servant of the Conduits in play, I think just turn 1 vessel, turn 2 crack vessel's good. Oh, okay. So the servants are in there.
The servants are in his main deck.
Yeah.
I think we were looking for him in the sideboard.
Yeah, they're just all the way at the top too.
Yep.
But that's so.
Again, even we have perfect information and mess up.
So turn 1 attune, turn 2 servant, and then
off to the races after that. And again, for Matt being on the draw, I still think his best play is probably going to be a Thraben Inspector or an Envoy turn 1. And then get a quick Copter, and then start ramping up to your Gideons. Gideon's probably one of the more powerful cards in this matchup, especially trying to play fast.
I wonder if we're ever going to see more, any more 1 mana, like Elvish Mystic type 1 mana dorks in Standard. That lets you do some pretty messed up things in a lot of these decks.
Yeah, I really hope it doesn't happen in the Standard.
Yeah, like an Elvish Mystic would be pretty excellent in these Aetherwork decks. There would be a lot of ways to turn 3 it.
Yeah, I would be a little concerned if they had another 1 mana Accelerant come into the format before Smuggler's Copter goes away.
Alright.
Looks like both players are considering their 7s here. Jamie looks to be good to go.
Looks like Jamie has...
Looks like Matthew is mulliganing? Or is he just looking at the 7th card?
He's on 6, right? Yeah. So turn 1
Sure.
Sanctum and a Vessel.
Yep, so a good start here for Jamie. Got one of his 2 power cards for turn 1.
And it looks like Matt does have a Servant of the Conduit in his hand, so he did bring those in. And Thraben Inspector.
Sure. Thraben Inspector comes into play, gets him a clue with a Treetop Village revealing a basic.
So Jamie had the choice of playing a Puzzle Knot here, but he's deciding to crack the Vessel instead.
Sure.
And because he doesn't have an Aetherworks Marvel, the energy isn't really that important right now.
Makes sense. So Matthew's going to crash in for 1 here with a Thraben Inspector, dropping him down to 19. And looks like the follow-up is... Can't really see what that card is.
The one that Matt just played?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a servant.
Thank you.
Ooh.
Makes sense since you just put 2 energy on the battlefield.
Right, so there's a Ishkana and a Mountain for Jamie to choose from. He already has an Ishkana in hand, but having extras is never a bad
Right?
thing.
So it looks like he does have several lands. I saw 3 there in his hand of 5.
So I expect Jamie to take this Ishkana if he I see 2 lands in Jamie's hand. I don't know if that's a 3rd land on the far left.
I thought I saw a basic forest there. Could be wrong. Looks like Jamie's going to take the Ishkana.
Yeah, even with access to 4 lands, taking a second Ishkana is not that bad.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a
I think
basic
he only
land
had
or a
2
rule
lands.
breaker.
Yeah. Jamie's still pondering over his choice here.
So right now in the yard, if he takes the Ishkana, he's going to have enchantment instant land, and he has an artifact in his hand, the Woodweaver's Puzzle Knot, which also incidentally is going to gain him 6 life, which is pretty important in this matchup.
Especially against an aggro heavy deck.
Mm-hmm. He's really sweating this decision.
Yeah,
so he's going to take the land, which is...
If he has 2 lands in his hand, that makes a little more sense.
This guarantees that he's going to be able to cast the Ishkana.
Sure. Provided he has time to do so.
And with the Puzzle Knot, I'd be shocked if he doesn't.
Looks like he just drew an Aether Hub.
Drawing the Aether Hub is unfortunate.
Yeah, considering he just took a land off the... Yeah. Looks like he's just going to play the Puzzle Knot here. Going up to 3 energy, and I'm playing a Cinderglade tapped.
So Matt's best play next turn is either going to be a Gideon or a pair of Talia's Lieutenants.
Yeah.
Looks like he just picked up another Servant of the Conduit. And we know he has
I wouldn't be surprised if Matt just plays that out this turn, because I don't see a 3rd land.
Attack for
Looks
1.
like, yep, he's going to start by attacking with the Inspector, taking Jamie to 18. Or rather, he gained life, so he's at 21.
So there's no Talia's Lieutenant this turn. Oh,
Right.
Tracker. Okay.
Plays a Tireless Tracker off the Servant of the Conduit in his 2 lands.
Yeah, it's not the best card to have when you're missing land drops.
Certainly not a bad card,
It's fine.
but I'd rather have a land.
And he does have a clue in play, so he can
Sure.
not feel too bad about cracking the clue next turn to try to find a 4th mana source.
And that will protect the tracker from a Kazi's return.
So Jamie's just going to play a land and activate this
Puzzle Knot at the end
Puzzle
turn.
Knot of turn. He's also representing Kozilek's return, which is always something that Matt has to consider.
Sure. Matthew's still stuck on lands here. Certainly not where you want to be, even though he has a decent board state right now. Looks like he's choosing to attack with the Tireless Tracker and the Inspector. No activation of the clue, so Jamie's just going to take 4 here and go to 17. So going to use a Servant once again for mana and cast a Thalia. There's a Thalia, right?
Oh, it's the promo.
Yeah.
That's actually
It's pretty good.
yeah, it's actually pretty important here because it's going to make
It slows the game down a fair
it
amount.
basically buys him an entire turn against Ishkana, which is important.
Jamie hoping for
I think
a draw
he's.
this turn.
I think Jamie might have been rubbing his hands sarcastically there because he's going to be. I can't imagine a better play than Ishkana this turn.
Yeah.
He might.
Well,
have
his
been,
land's going to come in tap now.
Nah, he's got basics.
He's got a basic? Sure.
He and the Aether Hub. He's actually a little flooded here. It's good if he's working his way towards Emrakul, which he could eventually draw.
Yeah. He'll be able to
He
deploy all his threats.
Might have been hoping to draw Kozilek's return this turn.
Looks like Ishkana's going to come in.
Tapped.
Yep, in defense mode.
Yeah. This is unfortunately the opposite of defense mode in Magic.
All right, so 3 spiders are going to come into play. Both players are sitting at 20 life now.
Yeah, that Puzzle Knot just
Yep.
buy
Gained so
you
much
entire
life.
turns.
Gained so much life. Going to
So-
go back to Matt here.
Yeah. Lieutenant is still thanks.
We're switching over after this game.
Okay.
So everything's just turning sideways.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Still no Talia's Lieutenant.
Sure.
It's unfortunate.
Looks like Jamie's going to take a fair amount of damage here, though. And a Declaration in Stone for the
Yeah,
spiders.
the spiders, yeah. So now Jamie really wishes he had another Ishkana.
Yeah. Jamie's going to go down to 11 here if I'm doing the math right.
It's worth noting, too, that the Servant of the Conduit can no longer tap for mana because Matt's out of energy.
Yep.
It's just back down to the 2 mana sources. He does have another Servant in hand, though.
So he can restart the chain a little bit.
He can play the new one and then effectively, like, kind of has pseudo haste because the other one can tap for mana.
So it looks like the loot got him a Virtuoso, a Basic Forest, an Aether Hub, and an Attune with Aether. Not exactly things you want to see on the 6th turn of a game.
I mean, that Whirl of Virtuoso is going to be great. Because this Whirl of Virtuoso is going to be able to spit out 3 Thopters right away.
Sure. Actually, yeah, that's fair. My bad. Jamie going to use 2 energy here and 2 of his mana. And he's going to cast... Is that a Harness Lightning?
Oh, right. So he's killing the Talia because even if he plays the Virtuoso and spits out Thopters...
They would come in tapped.
Yeah.
So he wants to do that first. So Ishikana is on defense right now. At some point, I imagine Matt's going to have to crack this clue.
Yeah, I bet Jamie really wanted to see a character in this game because he has that World Breaker that he's going to be able to cast next turn.
Yeah. Cosmos Return would have been a very good draw.
There's not... I bet a... Ooh, so he did hit a land drop.
Yep.
If he missed another land drop, Jamie would have very likely considered playing the World Breaker just to destroy one of the lands.
To keep him off.
To keep him even further behind.
Yep. So Matthew does find a 3rd land, which is going to give him another clue. He's going to cast a Thraben Inspector to give him a 3rd clue here.
Yeah, it's a shame that he because he missed so many land drops, he hasn't been able to cash in any of these, which would have also grown his...
Yep, so there is another Servant of the Conduit for Matthew.
Which effectively gives him 1 more mana this turn, which he wasn't able to use.
Yeah.
Another land for Jamie. Jeez.
So Jamie on 5 energy and 6 lands here. 7 lands, rather.
Yeah, so we're going to see the Virtuoso.
Yep. Virtuoso takes him up to 6 energy. We'll make that 8 energy.
Still
and he's going to pass the turn back.
Gideon and Talia's Lieutenant.
Yep.
He just wants an Anthem.
It looks like that might have been Athalia's Lieutenant off the top.
Lieutenant's definitely better than Gideon here.
Correct. Well, I know it wasn't a Gideon that he drew.
Yeah. Because one of the important things is that the Lieutenant can pump... Oh, it was an Expedition Envoy, it looks like.
Thanks for the follow there, Anova.
Oh, it was a Lieutenant. All right.
Yep. So
that's huge.
That was a huge draw for Matt. Actually, Nova's hosting us, so thanks for that. So Matthew, going through the motions of putting counters on all of his humans.
So because Matt played the
Lieutenant,
the Thraben Inspector first, if he attacks with both conduits, he's not going to be able to crack a clue to grow the Tireless Tracker. So right now, it will just die to Ishikana if he attacks with everything.
Yeah, but at the same time, Jamie will be put under a
damage.
lot of pressure here. Looks like he's choosing.
Sorry, he played the Envoy, not the Tracker. Or the
okay,
Inspector.
not the yeah. Looks like Ishikana's going to block the Tireless Tracker here that's attacking.
Yeah, so he's leaving back the two servants so Matt can crack the clue.
Yep.
And have this Tracker survive.
He's going to crack a clue here. Ishikana going to go to the graveyard. Tireless Tracker having enough
I don't know if
power
that was
now
the
to get
block
by.
Jamie wanted to make there. I feel like putting a Thopter...
I think putting a Thopter in play
100%.
and chump blocking was correct there.
Well, he could have also put a Thopter as a double block.
Okay.
So like he just trades in that case. He still even gets to keep the Thopter. I think that was just a misstep from Jamie.
Okay. Looks like Jamie got another land here.
Yeah, he is very flooded, so he's gonna have to figure out what to do with the World Breaker here.
Yep. What do you think's the best line?
Well, hitting a clue doesn't
Do a ton.
Oh, we found a K return. That's
pretty
really,
good.
Really good. Because he's going to be able to flash it back next turn.
Yep, that's really good. So that's going to wipe up a couple of the creatures on Matt's side of the board, but next turn's going to be way more important for that.
That actually might have made Jamie's block even better, because...
Accidental blocks.
He would have lost the Thopter anyway.
Well, so Jamie got rewarded.
He didn't have the K return last turn, right?
No, he didn't.
Okay.
At least as far as I saw.
If he had the K return, that
I figured he would
make more sense.
Yeah. Well, I figure he would have played the K return already if he had it.
Right. Because he could have played it.
That was one of the better draws Jamie could have had that turn.
Yeah, especially because he already is able to flash it back.
Well, and another thing, Matt on 3 lands here has no energy and no servants.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like an
Lieutenant's
envoy.
really good though.
That is Lieutenant.
Yeah.
Yep. So Lieutenant's going to tick up his board state a little more. Some Kozilek's return insurance.
At least
He's
the
gonna
front end. The
yeah.
back end's still going to get the job done.
Yep.
So
He's
James
going to crack in with the team.
line up some chump blocks here. Because he knows the K return is going to get flashback anyway.
Yep. Going to make 2 Thopters here and looks like block all the damage. Nothing having trample there helps. Matt finds a Canopy Vista.
It's
Or is that
the
a...
reveal one.
Okay, Treetop Village.
Or Fortified Village.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A modern
It's hard to
player, come on.
remember This is going to get rid of the...
Essentially Savannah.
It's gone. It's gone anyway.
Sure.
And so are all of Matthew's creatures.
Yep.
That
World
was a
Breaker.
huge turn.
World Breaker, Kozilek's return.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
And
Pretty
because
good.
Matt wasn't able to cash in these clues, even the tracker does.
Yeah. And that's where having the lack of lands really hurt Matthew in this matchup. Looks like he drew a basic planes.
He's going to be able to cash in the clues now.
Tireless Tracker comes in.
Up.
Gonna have 4 clues. Play the planes he just drew. I think Jamie's in the driver's seat now.
He still has to be a little careful because the tracker is going to crack in for a lot of... All right.
Now he's in the driver's seat.
Now, because now he has access to 2 jump blockers immediately. So.
Yep, with the Thopters, with the energy. World Breaker's going to crash in. Looks like Matthew electing to just take the damage here and go to 15.
Yeah. And to be fair, World Breaker's not the fastest clock ever. It's only 5 per turn.
Sure. Well, now Matthew can cast, I think, everything in his deck that isn't Sigarda.
Right.
Opting to crack a clue here and put a counter on the Tireless Tracker. Gonna do it again?
Yeah,
He's thinking about it. Yep, he's gonna crack another clue. Make that Tireless Tracker a... What is it, a 5-4 now?
Yeah, and I expect Jamie to cash in the energy this turn and just try to close the game out quickly. He's not really worried about having... Like, the K... If he draws another K return, it's not good for him anyway. Like,
and
he just won't want to cast it.
Tireless Tracker not having trample, he's not really worried about the additional power and toughness. He can just make a Thopter and chump block.
Alright, he chose to save it. It's better if he draws an Aetherwork.
Yeah. It's Matthew holding back the Tireless Tracker on defense here. Jamie looks like he's playing off the top of his deck at this point. Taking quite good a glimpse of that. It looked like a forest. Jamie's going to crash in with the World Breaker.
World Breaker in again.
Yep. Matthew's going to take the damage here. Looks like he's going to go to 8. Or 9. 10. I can't do math.
Yeah, I bet it's unfortunate for Jamie that all of Matt's removal exiles.
Yeah, it doesn't help his graveyard count.
He'd happily cash in some of these lands to regrow the World Breaker, but that's never going to be an option unless it trades in combat.
Yep. It's like Matt's getting all the lands now.
That Tireless Tracker could get big enough to trade with the World Breaker.
Eventually, yeah. I mean, he has 3 clues he could crack here. That would put Tireless Tracker's toughness up to, I believe, 8.
It's another land up the top, too.
He's finding his lands now. A little later than he probably wanted to.
Not that bad when you
It's not awful when you have this loop going. That's for sure.
Because once you have the extra mana to spend, you can just draw the card every turn.
Yep.
Effectively.
Effective card advantage.
Catch what that one is. So
I think that's a Smuggler's Copter?
Another card that we haven't even seen so far. So it's actually, we haven't seen an Aetherwork from Jamie, right?
The trademark card of his deck.
And we also haven't seen Matt's trademark card, which is Heron's Grace Champion. Yep. So that's it costs 2 white-green, and it's a human with flash, and when it enters the battlefield, all your humans get +1/+1 in lifelink, which basically swings any race.
Yep.
It's decent for pushing damage in this matchup, but they usually aren't racing in this matchup, so it's not quite as good as it is in some others.
For sure. Jamie draws another land. Matthew played a Smuggler's Copter the turn before. Looks like Matthew drew another Plains.
So Jamie didn't attack. So
It looks like Matt had a copy of Duskwatch Recruiter as well, which might be pretty good here. Just because if Jamie doesn't have any threats to deploy, he can flip. It looks like he's just going to keep on cracking clues and making that tireless tracker even more powerful. Right now, it can, I think, effectively block and kill the World Breaker.
yeah, Jamie actually had the option to swing the World Breaker in as a chump attack and then buy it back and cast it and kill the Smuggler's. Actually, I guess it can't kill the Smuggler's Copter because Matt can animate it in response to fizzle the ability.
Yep.
Forgot about that.
There is a Thalia Heretic Cathar.
The other art.
The not promo art. Personally, like this art a little more.
And now Jamie doesn't have the option to swing in with Thopters anymore because of that.
Is that another Virtuoso?
Last turn.
Yep. So another Virtuoso comes into play. Comes into play tapped because of the Thalia.
And so will any Thopters. He should really Jamie might want to seriously consider making some Thopters now because he won't have.
So they come in untapped.
He won't have the option to just like pop out blockers.
Exactly.
He needs to.
The Thalia is quite a dent in his blocking plan.
So there's a stasis.
That is a stasis snare on the World Breaker. Is this going to be another Smuggler's Copter here? It looks like that's what we're about to see. Matt thinking about it here. No, it's a Duskwatch Recruiter that I saw earlier.
It's pretty good too. It's going to be able to start digging for Sigardas.
Looks like right now it's just going to crew the Copter.
And this Copter gets to freely attack because the Copter can attack because the Thopters are going to enter tapped.
Yep. So any blockers that Jamie would have would not be able to be deployed this turn.
So Matt has to be really careful. He doesn't want to. He has to be really careful not to die in the crackback.
Yeah. Be careful not to overextend here, Matt. Looks like he's going to...
That's why he's so hesitant.
Yeah. Looks like you're going to come in with a very large tireless tracker and the crewed Copter. Going ahead and looting right now.
So if Jamie Alpha strikes next turn after making 3 Thopters, he's going to lose one of his creatures, but he'd be able to...
Can he deal 10 damage?
He would not. He'd be able to get in for 7.
Yep. So
Also,
Jamie's
he's
going to...
forced to block this turn anyway.
Yep. So he chump blocks to stay alive. He's going to go to 8 after damage is all dealt.
And now we're surely going to see some Thopters.
Yeah, we have to here.
Looks like he made 1. So he's going to basically make a chump blocker in advance. I think he might have drawn another irrelevant card. Is this a Woodweaver's Puzzle Knot?
Yep,
Yes,
that is
it
a Puzzle Knot.
So
Jamie has all the energy.
Sometimes Puzzle Knot buys an entire turn, but in this case it's going to basically fog 2 attacks from the Smuggler's Copter.
Yep. Which isn't bad.
It's not terrible.
It's not the best.
The problem is you're buying fractions of a turn while your opponent's making clues, drawing cards.
Yeah,
Wait,
the tireless tracker loop here is very strong.
Did Matt... I didn't catch what Matt did at the end of his turn there.
I think he cracked... no, he didn't crack a clue.
Did he activate Recruiter?
He might have, yeah.
And then catch it. Because at this point, I think what Matt wants to do is start cycling through his deck looking for Sigarda because Jamie's best draw right now is Emrakul.
So Thraben Inspector came into play to make another clue, and we did just get a glimpse of Gideon out of Matt's hand. So it looks like the Inspector is going to crew a Copter.
Yep.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Gideon post-combat here.
Yeah, probably making a 2/2.
Correct.
Right now,
additional
Matt's
blockers.
creatures are already big enough.
Yep.
Loot looks like a Thraben Inspector, I think.
Yeah. Looks like a Copter's going to go into the bin off the loot.
Huh. Copter's pretty good on this board.
Yeah, seems interesting to get rid of that, not the Inspector.
Because this Duskwatch Recruiter is not attacking.
Yeah. So it looks like the Copter, the Thalia, and the Tireless Tracker are coming in. Jamie going to do all he can to get rid of that Thalia.
Yep. He's praying that there's not a Stasis Snare in Matt's hand, too.
Yeah.
Because that blows out this attack.
Yep.
I'd be really nervous if I was Jamie because Matt's thinking about something. And I'm not sure. It could be... A Heron's Grace Champion is also devastating here.
Yeah, it would be, for sure.
Matt has it. He might even... Nah, he wouldn't ward them out in this matchup, I don't think.
I think they're actually really important against Puzzle extra turns too.
Yeah, they just represent a lot of damage.
Correct. You can pump your board during attacks. You can save yourself from a Puzzle extra turn. Any number of things that the Teamer Works deck can employ. Looks like blocks are going to go through. Thalia's going to finally hit the bin. So anything that Jamie casts now will at least not be tapped. Looks like there is a bit of a miscommunication there. Head Judge Joe Steet stepping in to fix the board state. Looks like a Virtuoso lived.
Right. I'm a little confused, dude. Did he,
I mean, we don't have a full set of what just happened.
Yeah, I don't know what the communication was there.
Yeah.
Because he also made a Thopter.
Yeah.
Before.
Interesting.
Like, he might have thought they were both going to die.
Yeah.
Yes, this is going to...
So Matt makes the Gideon. Probably going to make a creature here.
Oh, he hasn't yet. I'm assuming he's making a 2/2 because
Yeah, he's reaching for it.
Going wide is
Yeah.
great on this board.
Yep. So I think Jamie's looking for a prayer here.
He's looking for Emrakul, I think.
I mean, that is a prayer.
Yeah. And the deck runs 2 Emrakuls and 4 Marvels.
And I think he just flashed a basic mountain.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
He's going to be able to survive one more turn.
Yep, through chump blockers. He won't be able to do much more than that, though. How many Thopters can he make right now?
3. Ugh. And
It was another basic land.
if Matt puts Sigard into play, I think the game's over too. So
Yep.
I probably
So both players are off the top now.
it's like a missed recruiter trigger, which is actually might be good for Matthew.
Yeah.
He could have just activated it in his upkeep, which is so like I would probably activate it in the upkeep and just look for Sigard this turn.
Yeah. So actually, Jamie did gain 3 life there after the puzzle knot.
Right.
So, but I think it's 11-10 right now. Looks like he's popping off Gideon to make an emblem.
Yep.
No second.
Another Gideon out of Matt's hand. Maybe crack that for another emblem.
Yeah, definitely.
This is
So
almost out of reach for Jamie now, even with the chump blockers.
Even with an Emrakul.
I think it'd still be very hard.
Yeah, I don't think Emrakul does it unless he can draw into.
Like, let's look at the
dex
amount of
turns on
damage he's
Matt's
bringing
turn.
in.
Yeah, it's not lethal because we
can
have
block with
there's
Thopters.
5 blockers, which
Yeah.
is there's like 5 blockers to buy attackers.
But Matt's certainly forcing the issue here.
And he's not going to be able to. I don't think there's any creatures he can realistically eat this turn.
Sure.
Like he could put. No, yeah, you can't even kill this one Bruce Copter because he only has 4 Thopters,
Mm-hmm.
and it's a 5/5.
Smuggler's Copter is a very good card, as it turns out.
So Jamie's figuring out if he has any other options besides just making 3 Thopters.
Yeah, I think that's the play here.
You can
He
take
doesn't have cards in hand.
he can take 2 hits, so he can take the Throid Inspector and the Duskwatch Recruiter,
Yeah, and not die.
which he would have been able to do even if the Recruiter flipped.
Yep.
So
we're coming close
change
on-
a ton.
We're coming close on time in the round. We have just over 3 minutes at this point. Jamie aligning his blocks here.
I don't know if he's lining up blocks or if he's just planning them out and
Sure.
making numbers.
So he makes 1 Thopter.
So as this lies, he's taking 9.
Yep. It's a lot of damage. That would take him to 2. He would live through the turn.
He would live. He has to make Thopters now. I guess if he makes Thopters now, he can't Marvel, which is why he's only making 1.
Yep, Jamie's going to go to 4 on the crackback there.
He took. He was at 11, right?
Yeah, he took 7.
Oh right. I've
The knight hit for 4.
I was giving the creatures +3/+3.
Yeah.
For some reason. He's doing that. Oh wow.
Ooh,
He actually
okay.
hit a Marvel. I don't know if there's any. There's no K returns in the yard, right?
Correct.
Like Ulamog doesn't do it. Ishkana
Ishkana helps.
Ishkana does let him survive. But
Yep.
To what
It
end?
doesn't win it. It will keep him alive, though.
It's like there's an Emrakul in here too with the
Yep.
Emrakuls. Emrakul could be good enough if somehow Matt drew into multiple removal spells.
Yep.
And they have to be deck stones.
And not stasis snares like we saw in game 1.
Right. And I don't see any. I mean, I don't see other relevant cards, but there also aren't other relevant cards besides this too.
Fair. Not at this point. Jamie and the tank here trying to figure out how to survive.
Trying to figure out if the Emrakul's good enough.
Yeah. For those watching, we're just about to wrap up round 1 here. We want to thank you all for tuning in this morning, afternoon, night, wherever you are. Alongside Ryan Dunn, I'm Tom Davis, and looks like we have Jamie pondering his next line of play.
I think Jamie's out as he plays Emrakul, hopes Matt brought in Fragmentize and has a Fragmentize in his hand and draws a deck stone.
Yep, so there's the Emrakul.
No.
Nope,
Yeah.
doesn't have
You
it.
can still draw into this stuff because there's a bunch of clues on the board.
Looks like his hand is Envoy Canopy Vista.
So we're going to see a clue get cracked, right?
Oh, for sure.
So you can actually draw 3 cards to make the play.
There's
Sigarda.
Sigarda.
Okay, not
Duskwatch
good.
Recruiter.
Not good, not
And
good.
a basic forest.
So that's going to be game.
I'm pretty sure I agree with that.
3 clues, that's correct. Oh,
Yep.
wait, did they flip 4 cards?
I don't know. I'm sure Joe will rectify whatever mistake they might have made there, though. Envoy.
Yeah, gotcha.
Envoy had the trigger first.
Activate Recruiter.
Why not? Looks like that's a Westvale Abbey, a Gideon, and a Inspector.
Westvale Abbey would have been great for Jamie, actually. If he hit a Westvale Abbey off of the first 2 clues.
Yeah.
Ooh, so Jamie should not have actually played the land.
Yeah. I think you should have waited. Maybe he didn't know he had Westvale Abbey in the deck. But at any rate, Matthew is going to take this match 2-1. Starting today off with a well-deserved win. Jamie's going to drop to 0-1 and hope to play himself out of the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, and even if some people don't like these decks that much, this match demonstrates that there's actually a lot of decisions being made.
Yeah, for sure. So you brought up an interesting point. A lot of people really don't like Standard right now.
Mm-hmm.
What are your thoughts on the format? You've played a lot more Standard than I have. I'm mainly a Modern player, so.
Yeah, I think the thing that is, so there's a couple of different problems in Standard, but I think the thing that's really causing them is that there's a huge disparity between like the best cards and the worst cards.
Yeah.
So
I mean, on the top end, you have Smuggler's Copter.
There's a lot of decks that are playing like Emrakul and Aetherworks, and then just a bunch of garbage to fill in the rest of the deck. Like, so you're either building around an insane card, or you're playing against you're playing a deck like Delirium, where you have like Ishkana, Grimflayer, Emrakul.
For sure.
And like it's like a pile of mythics, and then just whatever else.
Yep. And a lot of people don't like getting turn 4 Emrakul in Standard.
That's true.
It's not exactly fun.
Yeah, and I don't think Aetherworks Marvel's not going to get any worse. If they
No.
print any like really expensive bombs in the next set, we're going to just see people putting that.
I mean,
into play.
Emrakul's going to be in the format for a little while.
Yep.
Marvel's going to be in the format for a good while.
Mm-hmm.
Gilgamesh, mainly a Modern player. Shiny Master. Yeah, I'm basically entirely a Modern player. So.
The next set is hinting at a Nicol Bolas Planeswalker getting printed, which is probably like the second most powerful Planeswalker ever printed. So if they print one that's even better than that, then we're going to see people putting that into play off of Marvel.
Yep. God, that would be insane.
I mean, we're lucky that Ugin isn't legal in this format, because
right?
people could be also putting that into play off of, like these like white-based creature decks.
Mm-hmm.
They're never going to be able to beat an Ugin.
Yeah.
I guess they have to hope that their like leftover Smuggler's Copter isn't good enough.
Yep.
Which I wouldn't count on.
Yeah, I tend to not play Standard, only because I really don't like the interactions, and this Standard is no different. I do think it's better than the Collected Company Standard that we just got out of. But like I mentioned earlier, a turn 4 Emrakul is no fun for anyone unless you're the one dropping the Emrakul. So, be interesting to see what the next set brings out for Standard. We're winding down Kaladesh Standard right now. Yep. I think the last major tournament is going on right now at the Players' Championship. And it'll be interesting to see what Aether Revolt brings.
Yeah, it's kind of like hard to imagine this format changing that much unless some really good answers get printed. So
for sure.
As they release the spoilers, that's what I'm going to be looking out for, is answers.
Yep. So I think we're going to take a quick break. We're going to see where everyone is to get started with round 2.
Yep.
And we'll be back in just a couple minutes to keep going with our PPTQ today. Alongside Ryan Dunn, I'm Tom Davis. We're going to get to round 2 in just a moment.
All right.
I am really bad at turning on our microphones. Blame me for that. All right, so we are back with round 2 here. Alongside Ryan, I'm Tom. We're going to get started with round 2 right away. Chris Marchand on Naya Aetherworks against David Priester on Blue White Flash. Both, two of the staple decks of this format, I'd say.
Yeah, this is a pretty typical matchup for the format.
Yep.
Blue-white Flash has been in the format since the beginning, and then obviously these Aetherwork decks are huge now, and there's a bunch of different variations.
Correct. So both players are ready to go here. We just went ahead and gave them the go-ahead, so they should be started in just a moment.
So actually, I guess we should update this deck title because this looks like it's actually 4-color Aetherworks, because we
All right,
have...
so Naya plus a bit.
Right, so the big addition of white is Nahiri, which allows you to filter through your draw steps and then just launch an Emrakul into play.
Sure.
If need be. Except Chris's deck also has Whirl of Virtuoso in it, which we saw be pretty effective in the last game. But...
Yep. All right, so I did let the front know that we're ready to go, so if they don't start in a minute, I'll pop out and just make sure that we get the game going on here. Anything interesting out of the 4-color deck, then?
We got 4 Harness Lightnings in the main, 2 Chandras still, 1 Nahiri, and then this version is running 3 Emrakuls and 3 Ishkanas and 0 Ulamogs.
Okay, so more of just the very high-end Emrakul Ishkana play. All right, both players do know that they're ready to go. Chris is going to be on the play, starting us off with an Attune with Aether.
And a couple
That's
things...
not an Attune with Aether.
That's a Vessel.
That's the Vessel, my
A couple
bad.
things to look out for in David's deck. He has a Sky Sovereign in the main and a Void Shatter in the main.
Yep.
And then it's pretty much standard blue-white.
Yep, so Dave starts off with a basic Plains. Chris follows up with an Attune with Aether. Or Servant of the Conduit, rather.
Still makes 2 energy.
Yep, still makes 2 energy, so I was half right. I'm going to drop a basic Mountain otherwise. Dave comes back with a basic Island and just ships the turn back to Chris.
I'm checking the list for Ceremonious Rejections that I don't see any in the main. So this might be either nothing represented or a negate.
Okay.
Which there's 1 in the main deck.
Yep, so it looks like Chris is just going to crash in here with the Okay, they both know math. Chris is going to crash in with the Servant of the Conduit here. David's going to go down to 18.
And this Whirl of Virtuoso is going to get in under Spellcallers.
Yep.
Virtuoso is also pretty good in this matchup too because you can. I guess it's particularly good against the main deck Self of Spirits. But this, I mean, we haven't seen like the Spirits version of Blue-White Flash in a while. The old one that was running like Rattle Chains and whatnot, which Virtuoso would be even better against. But
sure.
This one just has the Spellcallers and the Self of Spirits as flyers.
Yep, as the Flash part of the deck along with Stasis Snares and Archangel Avacyn.
There's also 2 Talias in the main deck for David, which is
Thalia being a pretty trademark card in this format right now.
I mean, I'm surprised it even took this long because Ishkana was huge in the format earlier, but now people are putting it in off of Aetherworks too.
For sure. So it looks like Chris is going to be crashing in here with both creatures. See if David has any answer to that. He does have 3 mana up.
Yeah, it's kind of. I guess expect to see. Yeah, I was going to say a Stasis Snare or a Spellquiller here.
Yep. So Stasis Snare is going to hit the Virtuoso by the look of things.
And he kind of snapped it off pretty quickly there, but Chris still has the option to make a couple Thopters before that resolves.
Because that is still on the stack.
And he is going to make 1 Thopter.
Yep. So 1 Thopter will come in untapped. Thalia is not in play just yet.
Yeah, I like making 1 Thopter here because it keeps you close to Aetherworks, and 1 Thopter by itself can hold down Self of Spirits.
Yep. So David's going to take a drop of 2 here, go down to 16. I just want to say thank you to the Twitch chat for letting me know that I didn't have sound for a little while there.
I have a Puzzle Knot from Chris.
All right. Puzzle Knot comes into play from Chris Marchand.
So he's up to 23.
Yep.
And he's
the life gain on that, again, is just absurd. Oops. Let's get the right life total here.
And Chris is going to be able to crack this Vessel end of turn. Probably hoping to find a Nishkana and hoping to have Delirium, which Vessel can do by itself. It's not even that uncommon.
Sure.
And if he misses, if he doesn't get Delirium, there's a really good chance he'll be able to just sack the Puzzle Knot to get it the turn after.
Yep. So I did see on David's side of the board he just drew an Archangel Avacyn, and I believe he has a Gideon in hand. So if he wanted to, he could deploy the Gideon. If he has it in hand, I believe he does.
I don't think I see a Spellqueller either, so I'd be really surprised to not see Gideon.
Yeah. This deck does love working on the opponent's turn, unless you don't have any flash creatures. Then it's a little hard.
Alright, so Copter. And it looks like no way to crew it.
Could just be setting up for next turn.
I think I see a negate, the one negate in David's hand. I'm not 100% sure though. Chris hasn't really presented any great targets to negate so far. Because, I mean, obviously Aetherworks Marvel is the big one that David's worried about.
Yeah. Well, you saw what Marvel did for Jamie. Like, that could have turned the game had he gotten something a little different.
Yeah. Another Whirler Virtuoso.
Yep.
And it's Emrakul and 2 lands hitting the graveyard.
So it looks like he has 3 of the 4 cards for Delirium.
Right, so that Puzzle Knot is going to be the last one.
Yep.
If there's a Ishkana coming up in the future.
Which I do see one in his hand.
One in his hand.
Yep.
So, let's see. Chris has the choice of resolving this Virtuoso under a Spell Queller again, but then he won't be able to crack the Woodweaver's Puzzle Knot and turn to get Delirium.
Yeah, I think the better call here is just to honestly crack the, I would crack the Puzzle Knot if I were in the spot.
I think we're going to see the Virtuoso.
And I think we're going to see a Spell Queller.
Well, there's no...
oh yeah, he's short on mana, my bad.
This is what I
so he'll get he'll get in under it.
And I like this play because it just, like, if you can get pressure, if you can actually like deploy pressure against the Flash deck, you make them start having to play stuff at sorcery speed,
which they really don't like to do.
Yeah. Because if David wants to attack with a copter, he also has to play something here. Which,
yep.
So he
kind of limits his options for flashing.
So David
things
can
in.
either like play a Gideon, which will just die if he crews the copter with the 1/1, or he can like pass, hold up Avacyn, or he can just play the Sky Sovereign and nuke one of these creatures, which is what he's
so it looks like he's going to tap out for the Sky Sovereign.
So it's going to just shoot the Virtuoso, and I'm probably going to see some more tokens.
Yep. Seems like the right play.
Bet Chris would have loved to untap and play an Ishkana here, but he's not going to be able to. Yep. And Sky Sovereign actually does a pretty okay job dealing with Ishkana.
Sky Sovereign, one of the trademark vehicles out of Kaladesh.
So we're going to see 2 Thopters here. Yeah, I think at this point it's probably the second best vehicle.
Yeah. Well, I think we all know
Caravan,
I think we all know what the first best vehicle is.
Obviously, Swiveller's Copter. The debate for second is between Cultivator's Caravan and Sky Sovereign.
Yep.
And I think it's pretty close.
Then Fleet Wheel Cruiser comes in after that, I think.
Yeah.
It's
kind of fallen out of favor in place of the Cultivator's Caravan.
Yeah, so it looks like
the aggro decks are 3 and 4 colors now.
Looks like I missed an initial attack here. David is actually down to 8.
Yeah, he's really under a lot of pressure.
Yep, he took a couple hits from the Thopters earlier. Not a Ford Mustang, that is correct.
There's still a blue card in David's hand that I can't quite recognize. I don't know if it's just
like just blue?
The negate. Yeah, it's just mono blue.
Okay, because I know he has a Spell Queller
sitting. He has a Spell Queller and an Avacyn and a Gideon, and he hasn't been able to deploy any of them.
Yep, because he's trying to save face.
I wouldn't be surprised to.
If he has
there's got to be a main phase play here.
It looks like it's Thalia. Thalia can crew one of the vehicles.
Yeah, I would expect to see the Sky Sovereign attack here.
Yeah.
Because the Sky Sovereign basically kills a creature on offense or defense. It's going to just... I'm actually not... I'm pretty sure it's going to kill the 2/2, yeah.
Yep, so Servant's going to go to the graveyard. Sky Sovereign's going to attack here. Chris is going to take his first lick of damage this match and go to 17, but he's still well ahead.
Unfortunately, Aetherworks isn't an aggressive deck, and it had a pretty... So you just kind of just like played a bunch of random dorks this game, and had a... He's on the beatdown for a lot of turns, but it's not hard at all for David to stabilize, because it's hard for Chris to just keep deploying pressure.
Yep, and of note, he does have the mana to have a Spell Queller now.
Right. Which is kind of like what he's been waiting for a while. The Talia is actually really good, because if David was only able to play like a 5-mana spell this turn, he's not on
It's essentially a Time Walk.
Right. Two spells a turn is a big deal here.
Yep. So he can deploy the Ishkana now if he wanted to.
I'm pretty confident that's what we're going to see here.
Yep. Even with them coming in tapped.
And I don't expect Chris to attack here.
I think you'd want to stay on defense with the Sky Sovereign being out.
It is interesting that David never... until this point, he had never held up Spellqueller,
Now he is.
and so Chris might either think that David just drew it or that he just doesn't have it at all because he never bothered to hold it up.
Sure.
Just because however, it was never the correct play to hold up. So
Anytime he had 3 mana, he elected to cast
and
something.
this might be a tough read for Chris. And an attack isn't even. It's not like this attack is disastrous. He just gives David a loot and deals 2 damage. So it's like,
Yep.
even knowing it, even if the Spellcaller was face up, he might still make this attack. Okay, so
He's going to elect
David
to take
didn't-
the 3.
And the reason he is electing to take the 3 is because he is living in fear of an Aetherwork.
Yeah.
And he's getting really badly punished, unfortunately, because Ishkana cannot get collared. So, is that last card in a gate? I'm pretty sure it's in a gate. I think it's
I
the
can't really...
Merfolk card.
Yep, that is the new art negate. That is correct.
So, David has 2 answers, and none of them hit Ishkana.
That is awkward.
Yeah. Not great for David.
Not at all. What is okay for David is that they do come in tapped. So he does have a turn where he doesn't have to deal with them.
Yeah, unfortunately, if he cracks in, he's gonna just die. He's thinking about flashing in Spellqueller here, just because he's so far behind on board.
I would not be surprised to see that as just a defensive threat.
Yeah.
Yep, and there is the spell caller from Dave. I'm going to tap out for that.
So because he was worried about Aetherwork, he missed the chance to loot and eat a Thopter.
Yeah. A lot of
Which
things,
isn't
a lot of things that you have to
incorrect,
worry
it's
about
just-
not with the sports state.
This interaction is kind of similar to how Twin used to operate, which is kind of funny. Because Chris is beating down with kind of some mediocre creatures, and then
Don't remind me.
David can't use his mana efficiently.
Don't remind me of Twin.
Yeah,
I
David-
love that deck way too much.
Yeah.
I'm triggered now. Thanks, Ryan.
It's just like a 4-mana card that wins the game, right? You have to play around
Yeah,
all the time.
basically. Funny how that works. It's almost why I played Twin.
It's funny because Chris was so far ahead.
And now he
And
suddenly
he-
sees himself very far behind.
No, I'm saying
Oh.
So Chris was so far ahead at the beginning of the game that
Mhm.
David had to be worried about playing around stuff on Chris's turn
Yep.
instead of just like worried about it's not even like he couldn't main phase things. He couldn't even play stuff in Chris's combat step here, which just kind of shows how far behind he is.
Yeah. Sorry, I thought you were saying that the
Mhm.
tide turned. And then I looked at life total. I was like, you sure about that?
So there's a Gideon and a Negate and one unknown now, right?
Yeah. Looks like he's just going to pass the turn back.
Yeah. So, oh wait, was it it's the Avacyn? Did we?
Yeah.
Does he have
He does still have the Avacyn.
Does he not have a Gideon? Did I just confuse myself?
I might have been incorrect earlier saying he had a Gideon.
Yeah, I've been thinking he has one more card than he could possibly
I
have.
think I thought the
But
Thalia
yeah, so
might have
it's-
been a Gideon.
He played a land, so it's
Yeah.
Negate and Avacyn.
Yeah.
I think I thought the Talia was a Gideon too.
Yeah. All right, so Avacyn's
is
going to come
actually-
into play.
Pretty great for David.
He'll be able to block freely and
Or
keep
actually,
his creatures from dying.
not quite, because actually there's these vehicles here, which
Mm.
so David effectively only has 3 blockers, so he's actually going.
He has to
one.
crew. He has to crew in order to do it. Yeah, that's fair. He
So-
will live though.
Yeah, he's gonna live at 1, which is
Not the
Pretty
not the
awful.
best place.
Yeah.
Not the best place to be for sure.
yeah, surviving at 1 when your opponent has a bunch of 1-power creatures is unfortunate too. He's gonna get to eat 3 things though.
Mhm.
Like the Sky Sovereign is going to eat Ishkana, and then I'm guessing
Which is good for David.
2 flyers are gonna hit the dust too.
Mm-hmm.
2 Thalkers. Like if you were
I think
being
your
down,
blocks
you
here.
would wanna,
I think your blocks here are going to be with Sky Sovereign, Avacyn, and Spellcrawler.
yeah, just, as long as the Sky Sovereign's on Ishkana, nothing else
Exactly.
matters that much. And in this case, so typically like the spiders are more valuable in this matchup because they're reach creatures with extra toughness.
Mm-hmm.
But since Dave is not being down, he might want to just get rid of some flyers here.
I would agree with that.
So he's gonna eat spiders.
Part of a balanced breakfast.
There's at least one spider still alive for that Talia to block
Mhm.
in the future if need be. But David's gonna fall to 1. And then okay, yeah. So Ishkana activation just ends the game.
Yeah, because of the way he blocked.
Well, he just didn't have.
Actually, I don't think.
he
Yeah,
didn't
I
have
don't
any
think he had an
block.
out.
I was just
That's fair.
missing the. I was missing the the Aether Hub for black mana.
Yep.
So there's nothing David was going to be able to do this turn.
See, I think David was in the same boat as I was, as he thought he had an out, and I don't think he saw the Aether Hub representing that black mana in the game. So yeah, Chris Martian going to take game 1 here with the Ishkana activation. He's going to go up 1 game against David Priester here on blue-white flash. So, you want to take a look at the sideboards real quick while we get ready for game 2?
Sure. So in the 4-color Aetherworks deck, there's 3 trackers, 3 K returns, 3 negates, 2 ceremonious reduction, 2 Gav Blasts, 1 Weaver of Lightning, and 1 Appetite for the Unnatural. So we're definitely going to see the Appetite of the Unnatural come in because it hits Sky Sovereign, Smuggler's Copter, and some of the removal spells that David plays. Weaver of Lightning is interesting, and I think...
It is a singleton, right?
I think that's probably coming in too, because it's a good... first of all, it's a red 1/4 with a reach for some reason. It's a little strange. But, so it blocks most of the creatures in David's deck and can ping Selfless Spirits. I don't know if that's... I mean, this isn't the matchup that Weaver's for. It's more for...
Like, just in general, why he might bring it in.
Yeah, like, it's for decks playing a lot more X1s than this. But it still seems acceptable.
Yep.
It's interesting that it's a red creature that blocks Smuggler's Copter, which is pretty unusual. He could consider bringing in Ceremonious Rejection, because it helps him play the instant speed game a little bit better. However, it doesn't counter like Copter or Sky Sovereign.
Sure.
And I expect the negates to come in for the reasons we talked about in the last round.
Hits Stasis Snare, hits Gideon.
Hits all of the
big threats.
The vehicles and Gideon. It's really important.
Yep, so looking over at David's sideboard, it looks like we have 3 copies of Reflector Mage that I think are going to come in against, like, the Emrakul matchups. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I would expect to see that.
Yep.
Man, I actually don't know about that either.
He might play some number of them and not 3.
Whenever I think about these matchups, I just wonder... I always think, man, that card's actually just really bad against Ishkana, but...
A lot of cards are really bad against Ishkana.
I was thinking maybe these Selfless Spirits come out because they're bad against Ishkana, but it's they have to stay in because they have to blend.
What's the best worst card against Ishkana?
Right. So Deckstone's coming in because it helps answer.
Yep, that'll take him up to a pair. Linvala the Preserver being an interesting choice to give him an Angel and 5 life.
Oh right, that's it's the 6-drop Angel, right?
Yep. 6-drop to gain you some life. It's kind of like Tyler Reinforcements on a Flying Beater. 3 copies of Fragmentize. 2 copies of Blessed Alliance, and the extra negate. What I don't think we're going to see is the extra negate. I think there's just too many creatures on Chris's side of things.
I think in the 4-color deck, David will, if he knows exactly, if he knows exactly what. So I think that game was a little bit unusual.
Okay.
It goes to show how good the Whirler Virtuoso backup plan is, because I mean, even as a main plan, it's good. Because Chris won that game just on the back of a whole bunch of creatures, but he's also running 2 Chandra Torch of Defiance, Nahiri, and obviously the Aetherworks Marvels as well, which negates hit. So negate is great against all of those cards, but then you could also just lose to Whirler Virtuoso because David had a negate in his hand that whole game. Yeah. So I think that game 1 wasn't indicative of the matchup, but it was a good example of how good Whirler Virtuoso is.
Makes sense. Whirler Virtuoso has just been coming out the last couple weeks as a very good card for the blue-based Aetherworks decks.
I think it's a really significant upgrade to the deck.
Well, I mean, we thought this was Naya Aetherworks, and then we saw this Virtuoso. I think that can almost be single-handedly the reason to play blue.
Yeah, I originally identified it as Naya Aetherworks because of the Nahiri, but there's actually just one.
And then you look at the sideboard, and you have Ceremonious Rejection and Negate, which just, lends for the blue power in this deck.
Yeah, and I don't remember if I mentioned the K returns.
I mean, they've been mentioned a couple times a day.
So they're all in the board, and they're all coming in.
Yeah. I don't think they're quite as good as what we would have seen against the green-white matchup last time, but it's still a powerful card here that can flash back.
Yeah, it's not quite as good, but it's still good enough.
It is still good enough.
Between 3 Avacins and 4 Selfless Spirits, David has a lot of game against K return.
Yep. And of note, just in case we do see it this game, he does have the Singleton copy of Westvale Abbey. David does.
And kind of back when Teamer Emerge was a deck, one of the best things about Kozilek's return in there is that you could use it at instant speed with Deep Fiend, and the Aetherworks Marvel deck can kind of do the same thing.
Yeah.
Once the care turns in the graveyard and you have a Marvel out,
Yeah.
it becomes a lot trickier to play around.
Sure.
Because you can't just like hold up the Avacyn. You would have to keep it up all the time, which is really difficult to do.
Yep.
David's deck is looking to assemble 2 layers of protection against care return, where you could have like a Selfless Spear on the board and an Avacyn in hand.
So it looks like both players have finished up shuffling for game number 2. Looks like they're done with their sideboarding. So we should be getting underway in just a moment. Dave, I assume, is going to be on the play, which is good for the Blue-White Flash deck.
Yeah,
Spell Queller's coming out quickly.
we might see a repeat of the last match where
It just flips.
the more aggressive deck was like way behind coming out of the gates, but now being on the last game, David was just a turn behind the whole game. His Spell Queller was a turn late.
He can never deploy that
he
threat.
Had negate that couldn't do anything because Chris played a creature on turn 2 instead.
Exactly.
That is an argument for Ceremonious Rejection, because Ceremonious Rejection would have been a live counterspell there. However, it doesn't counter any vehicles
Yeah,
or
you
Aetherworks
have to
Marvels.
think about how narrow that card would be in this matchup, though.
Yeah, Ceremonious Rejection is a card that kind of fell out of favor a lot in the past month.
Yeah. It was good for a while,
Yeah.
and then it wasn't.
I mean, really, it's just the Marvel decks coming back that
Yep.
made it less exciting. You just really want to be running the gate against the Planeswalkers and Marvels.
All right, so both players have their 7 cards. Going to be thinking about whether or not to keep them. I do see a Chandra out of Chris's hand early on, but no, I don't think I see any lands.
I see a Forest that's really dark in the middle of his hand.
Okay. Is that one of the full arts?
With Forest and a Tune, the hand's keepable.
Okay, that's fair.
He's just gonna grab a mountain and then
Oh, both players gonna pitch.
maybe it looked to me like Chris had 2 Forests and an Attune. But,
Okay.
yeah.
I only saw 1 forest, and even that was hard to see. I think Jimmy was just coming in to say hi to us. Priester looking towards the heavens for guidance from Twitch chat. Thinking he's pretty far behind in this matchup. Or he's just making a pun about Flyers, which in that case, 5 out of 7 were cool.
And I do think that the blue-white deck, I used to say was favored against Marvel, but
This whole
I think-
4-color evolution.
yeah, I think Whirler Virtuoso specifically might
Yep.
help swing the matchup, especially because they have to rely on the gate.
Yeah. No, that splash for the 4th color makes this deck a lot more, it can go a lot wider.
And David felt like he had to kill the first Whirler Virtuoso, and Chris still had another one.
Well, I mean, you can't blame
The
him for
last
that
game.
decision either.
Yeah, I think it's true.
Virtuoso is very strong.
The problem is it still gets to spit the Thoppers out, which is
Yep.
pretty good. So you end up dealing with a 2-3.
Yep. You have to 1 for 1, but you don't really 1 for 1.
So there's a mountain and a forest, it looks like. I didn't see any other lands.
Looks like he kept inscribed immediately. Gonna keep that on top.
And there's a Harness Landing, which is pretty nice.
Yeah. Looks like Dave has the lands he needs. I see a Port Town for sure. But he didn't scry. Dave forgetting to scry there.
I didn't see if he did either. Yeah.
Looks like Port Town just gonna come in tapped. Doesn't want to reveal that he has any other lands.
Yeah. So it's the turn 1 Vessel, turn 2 Crack. So
Yep. Seems like a pretty good 6. I see a Virtuoso in his hand.
yeah, and an Appetite, yeah, natural. So
Yeah.
Chris is probably gonna grab a 3rd land off of the Vessel and be set with 2 removal spells for a little while.
Sure. David gonna drop a basic planes here.
And I think we're gonna see a Smuggler's Copter if that's the card.
Yep. And he does have a Spell Queller in hand for the 3rd land.
Yeah, there's the Copter.
Yep. Smuggler's Copter to play from Dave. Gonna pass back to Chris. Both players still at 20. We're early on here in game 2. And Chris just gonna play a basic mountain and pass it back. He'll probably crack the Vessel
Yeah,
here
crack the
on that step. So, is he gonna play a threat and try to attack with the Copter? Or do you think he wants to leave up Spell Queller here?
He has to respect Harness Lightning here.
Sure.
So if he just plays the Spell Queller, he's gonna lose his Copter.
Yep. So there's
Provided Chris has it.
Yep. So there's the crack on the Vessel
Yeah, I think this is a lot better because it forces Chris to basically do nothing this turn.
for sure.
Yeah, well, Chris only hit a land, which is what he wanted anyway, so it's not too bad.
Yep. Chris hits that basic forest that'll go into his hand.
Yeah, and like I said, I think Chris is probably just doing nothing this turn.
Yeah. Because you have to figure, if he's holding up 3 lands, you have to be careful about Spell Queller.
If he has He also has Appetite, which is instant speed, so he has an option to just
Sure.
pass and not waste his whole turn.
Yep.
Which is a really important place to be against Flash. Because if Chris, for example, just had a bunch of roller virtuosos, he'd have to, even if he could cast one.
Yep.
So like if he could cast one and he had a bunch of virtuosos, he'd probably have to just jam them.
Yeah.
Just
And try to
not
force the
worry about
counters
it.
out.
I
It
mean,
looks like
he has an Aether Hub, it looks like, so he did have the option to
Sure.
cast it if he wanted to.
yeah, looks like Chris is just gonna play the Cinderglade game though and pass the turn back.
And as a result, David did not. Okay, so
There's a
Thalia's
Thalia.
decent play here.
All right, so we'll be able to get under the spell queller, but Thalia is a very decent threat here.
Yeah.
Yep. So there's the card you mentioned, your Smuggler's Copter here. Now that it can't get countered by spell queller.
Yep, so Chris is going to gain 3, or I actually can't remember if it's 2 or 3
It's,
life.
I,
off of
I
Appetite.
believe it's 3.
And now Chris is going to be able to either resolve a Harness Lightning or get the Virtuoso into play. I like the Virtuoso the most, even though
I like the Virtuoso play here.
Even though it enters tapped, it's good to resolve your sorcery speed spells when you have the opportunity to.
Yep.
Yeah.
And with 1 mana up for Dave, I think that's the right play.
And then he can go back to holding up his instance. In this case,
Yep.
Harness Lightning.
So we had a 1-turn window there where he didn't have to worry about spell queller, taking advantage of it, playing the Virtuoso. So there's a little bit of a debate on what mana he used there. He certainly had the energy for it. Looks like they're going to call Judge.
Yeah, he did. He did have the counter and everything. So
You certainly have the energy counter, so I don't see why there's
was the.
Oh, he didn't tap his Aether Hub from Thalia,
Oh, right.
so he couldn't have cast the
I
Virtuoso
forgot that too.
because that is a non-basic land. There we go. So it looks like we're probably going to back up this board state.
Yeah, so this isn't a trigger that David has to point out. It's just something that happens automatically, so it's not missable.
Yep. Something bad happened, basically.
Yeah, when we were talking about. I was gonna ask last turn if you would kill the Talia or the Smuggler's Copter to free up his Aether Hub, and then I just completely forgot.
So what our head judge here is doing is he's backing up the board state to the point where the last legal game action was taken, which would be when Aether Hub came into play, but it will be replaced with Thalia's effect to bring it in tapped. So he doesn't lose any cards. David essentially just gains an extra piece of information here, which with a spell queller in hand is pretty good.
So Chris actually had the option to play this Aether Hub last turn, obviously not knowing about the Talia. But
Sure.
It's a card that's kind of on everyone's radar right now, but I've actually seen players run into this issue even like months ago, just sequencing around a Talia that isn't on the board yet. It's really tough to think about.
Yep, so Chris, I will assume, is going to receive a warning for a game rule violation for that. David, even though knowing that the Virtuoso is there, elects to tap out for a Gideon.
Yeah, it's correct.
Okay. He's just going to 0 and make a Night Ally.
Though this does let Chris use his removal spell.
His Harness Lightning? Yeah.
Because he's not worried about getting quellered next turn.
Yep. So I would assume he uses that on Thalia.
Mm-hmm. And Talia's better the more people. So like the battle lands like Canopy Vista and
Sure.
Cinderglade are pretty bad against Talia because they incentivize you to play out your basics first.
Yeah.
Whereas the Shadowlands, where you reveal a basic, incentivize you to play your basics last.
Yep.
Um,
So he did see the Harness Lightning there. It did take out the Heretic Cathar.
so here's the Weaver Lightning that I was talking about too.
Looks like an Aether Hub that's going to come in untapped. Legally.
Yep. And unfortunately, so yeah, he's gonna go with the Whirler Virtuoso.
Yep.
Weaver Lightning is a lot worse after you've deployed your removal spells.
For sure.
It's just unfortunate in order to draw the cards in.
Yep. I mean, he had to use the Harness Lightning there, no question.
Yeah, it's just, and Weaver doesn't really do much here anyway.
Yeah. Of note, David does have his Westvale Abbey in play now.
Mm-hmm. I'd be really afraid to ever activate Westvale Abbey in this matchup, though.
Just with the amount of removal.
Yeah, on one, especially with like with Declaration and Stones in my own deck against Emrakul and with Ulamog in a lot of these Aetherworks decks, it's just like usually not worth converting all of your creatures into one big threat.
Sure. Alright, so David's going to 0 Gideon and make another Knight ally. Clog up the board state a little bit. Do you think we see a Thopter come into play here?
Is there one in hand?
No, with the Virtuoso.
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant Copter.
No.
Thopter.
It's a good distinction to make, though, in this format.
So Chris is a lot more proactive about making Thopters than Jamie was in the last round.
Yeah.
Which I think is usually
I think that's the correct thing to do.
Because he also wants to pressure Gideon, I think.
Yeah, and that's something that does get around any kind of flash-based countering or removal.
I guess that die indicates that Chris has 3 types in his graveyard, which is the count that I had too.
It's nice for us seeing the Delirium count without having to look at cards that are a little glared.
Does he? I can't remember what the types actually are. Obviously instant.
And you have
sorcery.
Harness Lightning, Instant, Sorcery, and Creature?
Well, do you remember? I don't remember.
No, Vessel got hit.
Right.
So Enchantment.
And I can't remember the random stuff at the Vessel Milled. It was it was all instants. It was all sorceries.
Yeah, that didn't change the count.
Yeah.
Is that Weaver Lightning coming into play? Well, trying to come into play. And got promptly Spell Quellered.
It's a really low impact card, so I don't think Chris is that. It's basically just...
I would be glad that Queller came out there and not some other time.
It's basically a wall. That's kind of all I was going to do.
Yep. Alright, so we go back to Dave's turn here. Life total still 23-20. Kind of a grindy first game, or second game here. Unlike what we saw in game 2, where the aggro deck just kind of ran over the Aetherworks deck. Matchup still wide open.
Chris is kind of hoping that David pluses so he could block with the Whirler Virtuoso and put the 4th type in the yard and play an Ishkana.
So Dave moved his Gideon over, which might indicate he's going to bring in another ally.
Yeah.
As he does.
It's like pretty... It's a lot worse against K-Return, but...
It's a lot better in general. K-Return would be a pretty big blowout here, though. I guess David's thought is that if Chris had it, he was already going to play it.
So we have a Thopter. So David's just not attacking at all because he would get in like a little bit of damage and then lose his Gideon, and he'd lose a Knight. So
I think it's probably the right play.
if everybody that played in like the Bant Company standard kind of is used to 2/3s bouncing off of each other, where your attacks are just always terrible.
See, you said the word played, and I didn't really play that standard. I more have had to survive it.
I played.
You played a lot.
I played a lot of Bant Company mirror matches.
Yeah. Format was basically play Coco or be ready to lose to it.
Basically, the first turn that somebody doesn't attack. It's like the first turn that the player on the beatdown doesn't attack, that's when you know the board's going to be stalled for like a really long time. Sometimes you just...
As a judge watching those matches, I just wanted to shake my head and just, watch the clock tick by ever so slowly. Once had a top 8 take 4 hours because of that.
It's actually... that mirror is kind of similar to the green-black Delirium mirror, too, because you basically... One player tries to beat the other one down based off of the initial draws, and then once the board stalls out, you're just looking for Avacyn.
Yep.
And in the green-black Delirium mirror, the same thing happens. You stabilize with Emrakul.
Well, look at the Marvel. Look at the
looking for Emrakul as fast
Look at the
as
Aetherwork mirrors now.
Yeah, the Aetherwork
Just
mirrors
bouncing Emrakuls back and forth.
Yeah, if they both have them in play, it can get pretty weird.
All right, so it looks like Chris is opting to be a bit more of an aggressor here. David going to offer his blocks for both creatures. Virtuoso is going to trade. One Thopter is going to live and deal 2 damage, or 1 damage rather, and there's going to be 1 Thopter left for Chris.
I think that probably the best threat in the Aetherworks mirror match, I think, is Ulamog, because it just comes down and can like kill an opposing Aetherwork Marvel and get rid of a threat.
Oh, it looks like he attacked Gideon there. My bad.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Gideon went down to 2. That makes a lot more sense. Chris going to deploy Ishkana here.
With Delirium, finally.
Yep.
And
that looks like... Yeah. It's a good spell to have there. Alright, so Ishkana, more like Ishkano. Yeah, that was a bad pun. You can boo me.
Oh, sorry.
Was that a Void Shatter?
Void Shatter. Wait. I'm like... I've seen a lot of Void Shatters, so
Yeah.
for some reason I thought this was Spell Shrivel.
Yeah, I think that's Void Shatter. He has a singleton in his main deck.
I mean, it makes a lot more sense.
Yep.
Spell Shrivel sees occasional play in decks that have a hard time getting double blue.
Yeah. And it is a way to get rid of Ishkana.
Yeah, it's pretty great.
Yeah, pretty good. Not a whole lot of ways to do that in this
It
format.
it definitely is Spell Shrivel. I just looked it up.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Yep.
Oh, it's
Missed it on the bottom of the deck
it's,
list.
There's actually two of them.
Yep, so
he
Dave-
wrote Spell Queller the first time, scribbled it out, and wrote Spell Shrivel. So
Got
there
it.
is.
So he does have the Spell Shrivels. It was played. It did counter Ishkana. And now we're back with Dave, who just made a attack of his own. Looks like he plussed Gideon to make it a creature. And attacked for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 10?
Yeah, that Spell Shrivel is huge. So I don't know if Chris was doing this intentionally, but he played around...
Actually, make that 12. He's at 11.
the ceremonious rejection,
Sure.
the one that where you have to pay 2. So it's a really common play in like Delirium, for example, to hit your 7th land and then play your Ishkana to blank that card. But Spell Shrivel still gets it.
Was that a Fragmentize there for David to get rid of the other Thopter?
Yeah.
And Chris has had enough.
So it took Chris, unfortunately, too long to hit Delirium, so he was never able to slip in the Ishkana when David was tapped out.
Yep. So Dave Priester are going to go and win game number 2 here. So we will have another full 3 games of Magic in round 2. They're going to go to the sideboards once again.
Yeah, and I think we got it right. I didn't see anything unexpected.
Yeah. We did see the Fragmentize. We didn't see the Reflector Mage, but I imagine that's in there somewhere in some respect. And let's see. Anything else that we didn't see that we might think we might... Wow, I can't talk. That we might see in game 3?
No.
I don't
It's
think
like,
so.
it's funny. Fragmentizes can be so disappointing against the Aetherworks deck, because sometimes you just like don't even get the chance to cast it before they get an activation.
Yeah.
It is pretty insane if they have to play an Aetherworks Marvel early without having the energy. Which I guess it's actually a lot more common with Virtuoso in the deck, because sometimes you actually spend your energy instead of letting it accumulate. So when
Sure.
you actually draw the Marvel, you don't have 6 still. But
And that makes Fragmentize a little better.
Fragmentize kind of can snipe it.
Yep. So Chris on the play here. David on the draw. Won't be able to have that turn 3 Spell Queller.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a feeling Chris is going to be a little more aggressive in deploying his threats.
Man, that Spell Shrivel was so good.
Yeah, it was. We didn't even know what it was for a minute. So let's think about that for a minute. Ishkana sticks. Spell Shrivel isn't there. You think game 3 still going on, or game 2 still going on?
Yeah, it's definitely still going.
Sure.
I mean, it basically the Ishkana is not gonna. It's gonna buy Chris turns.
Sure.
It's not gonna like win the game like it does against some decks.
But it buys
buying,
time.
Buying turns is important.
Yep.
Like just getting to the Marvel, or even like a hard cast Emrakul. It's
Yep.
pretty good. That was such an aggressive Fragmentize.
I mean, he won the game.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that it was because of the rule.
No, it certainly was not because of that Fragmentize. But I think either coast was clear. Yeah, I like getting a little more aggressive with the blue-white flash deck. Put Aetherworks in its place. I think that the entire tournament so far we've only seen 1 copy of Aetherworks Marvel,
Yep.
and that
And it
was
was like
basically
a
in a
top
spot
deck
where
of
it didn't
the
matter.
Yeah, Aetherworks Marvel's terrible.
Yeah.
It does nothing. Just play 4 Whirler Virtuosos.
Yep.
That's all you need.
All right, so both players quickly get their 7.
Hey, Marvel.
Yay! We did it.
And a lot of lands, it looks like. There might be a Harness Lightning in there, too.
I'd probably still keep that hand.
And then I see a Smuggler's Copter for David and can't make anything else up. It's kind of hard to maul a hand with a turn 1 Vessel.
With an Aetherworks
With
Marvel.
another land, yeah.
Yeah. Yep, so Chris is going to play the Vessel, pass right back to Dave. Both players are on 7 this game. Looks like he's going to draw just a basic Plains.
Yeah, it looks. I think the red card's a Harness Lightning, which like makes his hand.
Oh, that was not a basic Plains. That was a
No, it's a Plains.
Prairie Stream in his hand. He drew.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah,
Sorry.
he has the full art Plains. Gideon off the top there for Dave.
She's probably gonna see a Copter here.
Would not be surprised.
Does he not have blue mana? Oh,
No, he has the Prairie
the
Stream.
Prairie Stream, right?
He's just waiting for the next turn to have it untapped.
Drew it,
You can't really do much on turn 2 besides a Copter anyway.
Every time I play against this deck, they always have 3-minute Inspector on turn 1. I don't know where they are.
The
this
blue-white
time.
flash deck? Is he playing Thraben Inspector?
Yeah, he's definitely playing 3.
Yeah, he's playing 4. Okay. Looks like Virtuoso is what he gets off the vessel.
Makes 3 energy.
Yep, and he has 4 Delirium now.
Classic.
Classic turn 2 Delirium. Seems good.
Another land.
Yep. There's the Virtuoso.
Yeah, Chris really likes playing his basics early instead of his non-basics. I don't know if that's correct. Because he has that Cinder Glade
Yep.
that wouldn't come in tapped under Talia. Or
Yep.
that would come in tapped under Talia.
I probably would have played at least one of those Cinder Glades early.
Yeah,
But he had
he's
plays
a
every
hater,
turn,
but-
so I can't really blame him. He certainly wanted to be a little more aggressive. How many basic islands does this deck play? Just out of curiosity, 1? And he just...
Oh shit! I didn't. Yes, he had to play the island that turn.
Yeah.
That was my fault.
Family-friendly stream, sir.
Because he had the because he just drew the Sanctum. Gotcha.
Yeah. He had the basic island. He has 1 in his deck. Look in his list.
Mm-hmm.
So Botanical Sanctum is going to come into play tapped here.
Yeah, I thought the forest was the island, but obviously
Okay.
the forest had to be
There
turn
for
one
the
play
vessel.
Vessel in the first place.
Yeah.
Yeah, and doing nothing to
Leaves that
respect the
spell queller.
Queller.
Correct.
So Chris just attacks for 2.
Yep, makes sense. David going to go down to 18 here. Still a very healthy life total. Looks like actually a Stasis Snare is going to come into play
Yeah,
here.
and we're probably not seeing a Thopter here. So
Yep, he's just going to let it resolve.
if David taps out for like a creature here, it's going to be great for Chris.
Yeah.
I don't
see that happening, no. Okay. He taps out for Gideon.
Yeah, so Chris is going to be able to... Yeah, I actually forgot about that. So Chris is going to be able to kill the Thopter here, and then... He can either kill the Thopter, or he can get really greedy and just bank the 3 energy and play the Marvel.
I have a feeling I get rid of the Copter. But you never know.
He's not going to get rid of the Copter?
I think he would.
Well, I'm saying he is not. He's
Okay.
letting the loot happen, which means it's to take the damage.
Right, you think that's correct?
Uh...
I'm a little surprised.
I mean,
but
he gets to resolve a Marvel activation, which is like
sure, big.
huge.
All right, so looks like Chris is going down to 17 off that attack.
If he hits an Emrakul off this, he's going to be able to just like eat the Copter,
Mm-hmm.
ult Gideon if he so chooses.
Harness Lightning that hit? Didn't really
It just
do
looks like
anything?
lands and
No, there's a Harness Lightning in the board now. Is that off the crack?
no, he cast the Harness Lightning to get 3 energy.
Okay,
for the
okay,
Marvel
okay.
And just didn't use any of the energy.
Sure.
So basically,
That
2
makes
mana
sense.
gain 3.
That makes sense. So the first Aetherworks activation that we saw in this match,
Yeah, and with Delirium,
suddenly it's a lot better.
yeah, with Delirium, the Ishkanas will be good too. if he
Yep.
hits them. It looks like he missed. He might just be putting a Virtuoso into play.
Looks like
Yeah.
that is the play. Swing and a miss from Chris on the Aetherworks Marvel activation.
Yeah, he's pretty close to another one. So it's not too bad.
Big bucks, no whammies.
So if he blocks with Virtuoso, sacks the vessel, it's 2 permanents to the yard, so Chris goes up to 5 energy, and then he has an Aether Hub in his hand for
Sure.
the 6th.
Okay,
So he does get a reroll.
that makes sense.
Spellcaller is like a pretty nice pickup here too, because now David has, I was mentioning before, having 2 layers of indestructibility, so he has
Mhm.
Spellcaller and Avacyn in his hand now.
Sure.
So he might be able to set that up pretty soon.
I have a feeling he's just going to make another knight off of the Gideon. Probably crew the Copter. That looks to be a copy
This
of...
is the Spell Queller, which
Yep.
you expected to see this turn.
Selfless Spirit.
Sorry,
Actually.
that's what I meant.
Yeah.
I don't know if
That's
I was,
your extra
I
layer
don't know
of
if I was
indestructibility.
saying, if I was saying Spell Queller before, but I meant Selfless Spirit.
Yeah, you're fine.
Talking about indestructibility.
Yep, you're fine. So Selfless Spirit's going to come in, crew the copter.
Yeah.
He's going to get aggressive with Gideon here.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. He's going to swing for 8.
And we're not going to see a Thopter to jump.
I highly doubt that with a Marvel in
I
play.
expect that the Virtuoso is going to hop in front of this Gideon.
Yeah. Chris thinking about how he wants to block here. Or not. Looks like he's just going to take damage and go to 9. Taking a full 8. A little surprised he didn't jump block there.
I might be missing a way for him to get back up to 6 energy.
Well, there's Aether Hub. Put him up to 4. Maybe a Servant of the Conduit?
Yeah, I mean, there's ways he can get it off of the vessel for sure. I don't think he has one in his hand right now. So unfortunate
Definitely
that
see a basic land.
He can't hit a. No, it's really risky because if he hits like a servant, it can get Spell Quellered here.
Yeah. So they're going to crack the vessel here, go to 5 energy. Land, Harness Lightning, Emrakul.
Well, the Harness Lightning gets the job done, and he's actually not far away from hitting the Emrakul, which is kind of funny. Or just casting the Emrakul. He has actually just to take the Emrakul.
That makes sense. I mean, I think it's either that or Harness Lightning.
Yeah, I mean,
you don't need the other lands.
The Harness Lightning is also pretty good because you can get rid of a Spell Queller.
Mm-hmm.
Or, God, I keep calling it Spell Queller. You can
Selfless
get rid of a
Spirit.
Selfless Spirit and then still activate Marvel, but...
Sure.
Oh, I didn't even see the puzzle on it, so that gets him there right away.
Yeah. Looks like a World Breaker.
It's a
No.
Spell Shrivel on the
Spell,
puzzle
yeah,
on it.
sorry. It looked like a World Breaker, but he's certainly not playing green.
Was he going to be
My
able
bad.
to cast this Emrakul next turn if he has a land?
Which he does. I saw the basic forest in his hand.
Or he doesn't actually have 6 types. Sorry, they moved it. They popped it up to 6, but
Okay.
yeah, I can't quite make out here what he's missing.
So he has another David has another Selfless Spirit in hand. For more indestructibility. I believe he has a Spell Queller.
Is the Virtuoso going to be the 6th type? I don't think a creature hit the yard because Chris didn't play any except for the first Whirler Virtuoso from what I remember.
And it got exiled.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you might be right there. Looks like Gideon's going to -4 and make an emblem here.
Yeah. Also, he obviously couldn't take the. I was talking about the Harness Lightning getting him the energy he needed, but he can't take it off of the vessel.
Okay.
It's not a permanent.
Alright, so the second Selfless Spirit is going to come into play here. Still has a 3 mana up for Spell Queller. Looks like he might want to cast a threat instead, and it's going to be Thalia.
That's pretty good.
Yep, so even if he was able to cast Emrakul, it would be tapped. Still get the effect, though. Chris in kind of a tight spot here.
Yeah, it's funny. Like having that Weaver's Puzzle Knot was
Would have been big.
unfortunate because I think if he didn't have it, he was going to chump block with the Virtuoso to get back up to 6 energy. Instead, he relied on the Puzzle Knot, which gets you 6 by itself, but...
It then got countered. He also loses the life gain aspect of that.
Did he have the... Yeah, so he had that Puzzle Knot before he played the Vessel, I guess.
I believe he did. Alright, so there's the block.
Or before he cracked the Vessel, rather.
He's going to go to 2 after damage. Dave still at a comfortable 18 points of life here. Activation of Aetherworks Marvel is happening right now.
I think that was an Emrakul as the 3rd card.
I think I saw an Emrakul as well.
I wonder if Chris is kicking himself for not playing around the Shrivel.
Spell Shrivel being an impactful card both games.
Yeah. He He like almost lost the game to it twice, so it's gonna enter tapped.
Yeah, well, there's Emrakul.
It's obviously just untapping, so
Yeah.
no big deal.
Looks like another Emrakul's in his hand.
Yeah, it was the one he got off of Vessel.
Yep.
And I think I can't make out what the last card is.
I think it was a forest. Alright, so Chris probably going to deploy the Emrakul on offense here.
I'm trying to. Like, I have to think about what his outs are here. Killing Gideon is.
Wait, doesn't the next turn go to David? Doesn't the next turn go to David?
Yeah, so it's gonna be. Well, Chris.
Well, no, with Chris doing it, having the Emrakul on end step.
So Chris controls David's next turn. So Chris untaps normally, takes his turn, and then David goes to his turn, but it's controlled by Chris.
Yeah.
So
I think that makes sense. Yep.
If he attacks with the Emrakul, he kills the Gideon, which is kind of an attacking threat anyway.
Sure.
So it's either way.
I believe the board state's correct.
Yeah. So this is the controlled turn.
Yep. So we see looks like another Thalia and an Archangel Avacyn in Dave's hand.
That Avacyn's a huge problem because Chris is at 2, so
yeah,
he can't force it to flip. So we're probably gonna see a Thalia hit the board here.
Force one of them away.
Just basically a throw it in the graveyard.
Yep.
And before that, I think Chris has to loot with the copier to try to find something that actually bails him out of this.
Sure.
That's not going to do it.
Nope, that land is not going to help.
Going to hit the bin.
Yep. Copter's going to be blocked by Emrakul.
And this is lethal.
This is still lethal. That's correct. Yep.
Yep.
All right, so Chris did the best he could, but it looks like David just a little too strong for him here in Game 3. Going to take the match 2-1 and move himself up to 2-0.
Yes.
Chris moving to 1-1 with Aetherworks.
I think the takeaway from this game for Aetherworks player is that you're not playing around Ceremonious Rejection, you're playing around Spell Shrivel sometimes.
Yep.
I don't
Which
know,
hit both games.
It'll be interesting to take a look at how common Spell Shrivel is now over Ceremonious Rejection.
Seems very powerful here.
It's, again, especially against Aetherwork Marvel. Like, Ceremonious Rejection wouldn't have even been able to counter a Woodweaver's Puzzle Knot in the first place. Just funny.
Alright. So we're getting ready to wrap up round 2. I'm going to go check and see if they're going to have a backup match.
It was another long round. I think we might
yeah, we'll see.
be done again. We'll see.
Yep. But we will be right back with either another match or we'll be back with round number 3. I'm Tom Davis. Ryan Dunn's next to me. We're going to get started round 3 in just a little bit. Thanks for watching, everyone. All right, folks, we are back here from Western New York Gaming, standard PPTQ for Nashville. Alongside me is Ryan Dunn. I'm Tom Davis, and we're getting ready to start round number 3 here. Both players are already seated. They're just shuffling up and resolving their mulligans. So let's go right over to that matchup. On the left, we have Ethan Whipple sitting at 2-0 playing Black Red Zombies. On the right, we have Gavin Wen also at 2-0 playing, again, Blue White Flash.
Yep.
Ryan, thoughts on the matchup? We did see that Ethan wanted to call the deck Black Red Discard, so it looks like more of a Madness zombie theme.
Yeah, so you're basically discarding prized amalgams and scrap heap scroungers using cards like Cryptbreaker, Haunted Dead, Insolent Neonate, and then they can reanimate themselves. And there's also Voldarin Pariah, which you can discard to Madness out.
Sure.
And flip using the different cards that I just talked about.
Plus, he has a fair amount of removal in Fiery Temper, Lightning Axe, and Unlicensed Disintegration.
Yeah, so it's a pretty grindy, aggressive deck that could be really, really hard to interact with. And Voldarin Pariah can act as sort of like a board wipe in a lot of matchups, especially against... Oh, wait, so it looks like there's a Concealed Courtyard in this deck.
Yep, right there. 4 copies
yeah,
of
so
it.
this is not a blue-white flash deck exactly. Okay, so this is...
In the sense that it's playing Spellcaller and Stasis Snare.
Yeah, so this deck has a lot of similarities to blue-white flash, but some differences are that it's running black for Scrap Heap Scrounger.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of like a Esper aggro deck.
Yeah. It's like Esper Flash, kind of?
Yeah.
I can call it Esper Flash.
You can call it Esper Flash,
That's
Esper
fine.
aggro. Yeah, actually, I think I've seen this. Yeah, it's basically just splashing for Scrap Heap Scrounger in the main.
Okay.
I don't see any other black spells. And there's also a...
Main deck Reflector
so
Mages.
it's basically
Flash with Splash
very,
and
very
black.
similar, yeah.
Alright, so it looks like both players are just waiting for our go-ahead. I'll go and let the front know that we're ready to go.
So there's 2 Talias in the main, 2 Gideons in the main. There's no Avacens, which is an important distinction.
Yeah. There are 2 in the sideboard, though.
And there's a lot of more aggressive cards like Toolcraft Exemplar and Thraben Inspector. So it'd actually be interesting to see who's on the beatdown in this matchup, because
both players can be pretty aggro.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Gavin, the Esper aggro player, is going to be on the beatdown in these early games, because the Black-Red Zombies deck can kind of take a few turns to set up an engine.
Sure. So both players are underway. Ethan was on the play with the Black-Red deck, starting with a couple tap lands. Turn 2 brought out his untap source and played is that a Haunted Dead?
Yeah, so he was on the play, but he played 2 tap lands, which kind of like set him a turn behind.
Yep. Gavin played the conventional Smuggler's Copter on turn 2. Seen that a lot today.
Yeah, it looks like Ethan has the combo of Fiery Temper and Lightning Axe, which lets him pay red for 2 removal spells.
Seems pretty good.
Yeah, it's a good tempo play.
Sure. But it looks like he doesn't have the 3rd land.
And I didn't catch the rest of his hand. I'm not sure if he has anything great to discard here.
I didn't really catch him up.
He might actually...
Much of it either.
So he's going to discard something this turn to...
Was that double Scrap Heap Scrounger?
Yeah, so he played a Scrap Heap Scrounger, created the Copter, played another Scrounger.
Yep.
And he actually also missed his 3rd land drop. Yep. Okay, so there's a Haunted Dead in the bin, which is pretty good.
So what is in play right now?
2/2 zombie from Cryptbreaker.
Okay. I mistook that for the Haunted Dead on the battlefield. Alright, so Ethan's going to get attacked down here for 3. Going to go to 17. Looks like both players still only on 2 lands. Ethan is going to attack for 2, taking Gavin down to 18. He's going to play a Smuggler's Copter of his own.
Yeah, and this Copter can block.
Yep, because it can be crewed by the Cryptbreaker. Smuggler's Copter basically defining his standard format. Gavin, still on 2 lands, is going to be able to play a Thraben Inspector to get himself a clue. That will then crew the Smuggler's Copter, and he's going to swing in here for 4.
Looking for a land, which he found. Which is pretty nice.
Yep.
I think he's got like a... Yeah, he's pitching the Spell Queller probably because he doesn't have any blue mana.
Sure. And that's one of the plights of playing the Esper style of this deck, is you have fewer dedicated blue sources.
Looks like there's a Toolcraft Exemplar, which is actually going to attack with First Strike.
Yeah. because of the 3 artifacts in play with the
Which
clue.
can be pretty relevant because it means like 2/2 zombies can't block it.
Yep. So Ethan going to drop to 11 here.
Yeah, and note that he didn't. Ethan did not block with the smuggler's copter.
Yep. So he's going to go to 11. Interesting, he didn't choose to block.
Yeah, I mentioned before that he has the option of making that big tempo play with Fiery War Axe and Fiery Temper.
Mm-hmm.
The Lightning Axe and Fiery Temper, yeah. Which can help him catch back up in our race.
We are in round 3. The overlay didn't quite get updated for that, so my apologies.
So there's a
Ethan.
prized amalgam hitting the bin. So if that Haunted Dead gets reanimated, the prized amalgam's going to come back with it.
Yep. Ethan being aggressive as he should be, attacking here, down to 13 for Gavin. Another Scrap Heap Scrounger coming in from the graveyard for Gavin here.
Yeah, I don't think Ethan has the option to just take 10 damage here.
Sure.
I guess 9.
Yep. So Gavin did find a 3rd land, but it was not a blue source. It was just a basic plains.
So you see Ethan stop Gavin before combat,
Mhm.
and we're going to see 2 removal spells here, almost assuredly.
Yep. So there looks to be the Lightning Axe, and there's the Fiery Temper. So bye-bye artifacts.
And with no other creatures in the yard, that Scrap Heap Scrounger can't come back quite yet.
Correct.
Alright, so there's a pass at the turn.
There was an attack for 3. Ethan is going to go to 8.
Okay, he wasn't passing. He
That's
just
correct.
started his second main
There's
phase,
yep.
which makes sense because I was trying to find an instant in his hand.
Yeah, right.
So an unlicensed disintegration can kill this Talia, but that wouldn't let Ethan attack for enough damage to have lethal the following turn.
Correct.
I don't think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
He'd
Oh,
be-
it
I
actually
think
would, because
How?
it's 6 damage plus 3 from disintegration. So 6, 7, 8, 9. I would just put Gavin down to 4.
Mm-hmm. Looks like
He's
that
gonna
might
leave,
be the
he's gonna
play
leave
here.
back the zombie to block.
Sure. So it looks like the copter was crewed by the Crypt Breaker.
And then Ethan's other option is pitching these 2 cards to bring back Haunted Dead and Prized Amalgam. But yeah, I like this a lot better.
Yeah. And that's going
So-
to take Gavin down to 7 after the unlicensed disintegration.
It's worth this doesn't give Ethan lethal next turn, but he has a copter in play against no flyers.
Sure.
Oh, and actually a stasis there off the top for Gavin's going to take this copter out this turn.
Yep, pretty good draw for Gavin here. One of the best things you can do without blue mana. It does look like Gavin is stuck with 2 copies of Reflector Mage in his hand with no blue sources to do anything with.
Yes, that is unfortunate. Even if it just comes down and kills a zombie, it's
Yeah.
still not bad.
Yep.
And it's worth mentioning that I mentioned before how this zombies deck is really hard to interact with. Just having the option to bring back that Haunted Dead, which
Haunted Dead's a very powerful card
gives
in this
Ethan
matchup.
another flyer and a 3/3 zombie.
Yep.
So if the game goes long, it's going to be pretty hard for Gavin to just like completely stop taking damage.
Yep. So Ethan just coming in with the zombie here for 2. See what Gavin wants to do with that. He does have the Stasis Snare available to play. And he also has a Thraben Inspector to block with here if he wants. Looks like he's going to do neither of those and just take the 2 damage to 5, though. And on end step, it looks like he's going to cast Stasis Snare to get rid of the Crypt Breaker. I think it was smart for Ethan not to crew here and respect the Stasis Snare.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't think of... Like, I'm thinking off the top of my head, too, what Gavin could be representing with that mana.
Yep. So,
Just passing and doing nothing out of that deck. So
Yep.
that was a good read.
yep. Ethan is going to drop to 5 here. Looks like another
Yeah, he
Haunted
gets to
Dead
just
is the
bring back
play.
Haunted
Yep.
Dead and have a ton of power on board. That was
Correct.
a good play by Ethan.
Yep, good read. For those watching at home right now, I do appreciate you taking some time out of your day or night to watch this PPTQ. We're here at Western New York Gaming in round 3 of 5. Ethan Whipple and Gavin Wen currently in game 1. Black-red zombies versus an blue-white flash deck with a little bit of black in there for Scrap Heap Scrounger.
Did Gavin draw another Stasis Snare, or did you just have one?
I think he just had one.
So end step, Prized Amalgam enters the battlefield.
Off the trigger. So this is a black-red deck in the sense that I don't think he has a way of
Yeah,
just
you
casting
don't
it.
cast Prized Amalgam in the deck.
Yeah.
You just reanimate.
Looking
it.
at the land base, it
There's
is all
so
black-red
many ways to
sources.
discard it.
Correct.
Some versions of the deck do run lands that can cast Prized Amalgam.
Just in case. Prized Amalgam seen playing a number of formats right now. How's Nick doing? I didn't get a chance to look at standings after round 2. Sorry, Saturn. I'll make sure that we get a set of standings ready since we're going into round 4 after this. So I'll make sure that we actually get, have a copy of them to talk about between rounds.
This is an interesting turn. Ethan respected the stasis snare the first time, and now if he just alpha strikes, he like an alpha strike has him taking 4 on the crackback, which isn't lethal. Oh, sorry, he's at 2 now. He took 3 off the Scrounger, so
that's correct.
So if he just alpha striked, he would take a lethal on the crackback.
Yeah,
so he has to be a little careful here.
Yep.
He can still present lethal, but a chump from the 3-bit inspector would stop it. And if he attacks with that prized amalgam, he's also dead to stasis snare. So, unfortunately,
can't make full value out of his.
Yeah, unfortunately, Gavin can just take 4 here and go to 1.
Yep, which leaves him alive. And he does have another stasis snare in hand, as we saw.
Man, this is really tricky.
A lot of lines of play possible here.
It must be really tempting to just take out the Smuggler's Copter this time.
Yeah.
I don't think going to 1 is an option against this board state.
Well, with all the different spells that he has to just deal direct damage. Disintegration would kill him if he goes to 1.
Like Fiery Temper.
Yep.
Yeah, so he's going to stasis into the Copter and drop to 4.
Yep, so Gavin going to 4 here, staying out of disintegration range.
And Ethan just has 1 card in hand, I believe.
Correct.
So he doesn't have the option to bring back the Haunted Dead if it dies this turn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we are going to see the Haunted Dead jump in front.
Sure.
What is let's see what Evan's last card is, or Ethan's last card is, I forget. It's the Lightning Axe that he can cast if he discards the land, but it seems worse than reanimating the...
Yep.
So with Gavin at 4...
Of note, Gavin did get his blue source finally.
Yes.
It did come in tapped because he didn't have another land.
It's actually pretty huge.
But he will be able to start Reflector Maging next turn. Which, with 2 spirits in play, is a pretty nice thing to have.
And that Toolcraft Exemplars...
We'll have first strike.
Won't
no, it will not anymore. That's correct.
It still will get pumped by the clue.
Yep. Looks like Gavin's
So
going to go to
drop
3.
To 3.
Yep. Very close game 1 here.
So, this is...
There's the Lightning Axe to get rid of the Scrap Heap Scrounger.
So he's going to get rid of the Scrap Heap Scrounger, obviously, so while Gavin's tapped out, so he can't get its spell called or anything.
Yep. So it looks like
I wonder if it's better than bringing back the Haunted Dead. So this is going to be a game.
Yeah. Well, Reflector Mage now being able to be played.
Yep.
Will end the game, and Gavin will win game number 1.
Yeah, so it was... Huh.
What are you thinking?
Well, if Ethan could have played around the Reflector Mage by bringing back the Haunted Dead.
Mm-hmm.
Because he gets the chump block with the Spirit, and Reflector Mage doesn't get a chance to bounce that.
Well, he might not have. He might not have even been
attacker.
thinking about Reflector Mage, seeing all the white
True,
black.
yeah, I mean that's fair.
I mean, he didn't see the Port Town to the very end. He may have already had his line of play set up at that point. But at any rate, we do see Reflector Mage.
He saw Spellcaller get discarded.
Yeah,
so
that's fair.
He knew blue is in there somewhere. That doesn't mean he specifically should be playing around Reflector Mage. It's just I'm trying to think of the cards Gavin could have had where having an instant speed blocker is worse than just
having a Haunted Dead?
killing a Scrounger.
Sure. Well, they are sideboarding now in any case. Gavin did win game 1. We're going to go to game 2 here, but they are currently sideboarding, so let's take a look at their boards.
Yeah, so Ethan would die either way, because if he didn't remove a Scrounger, there would be a Scrounger and an Exemplar attacking him, and then the Reflector Mage would still get rid of one of the blockers, and one blocker
swing for
wouldn't be
lethal.
enough.
Sure. That's fair.
That was a really tight queue.
Yeah, very close on both sides. So I'm looking at the sideboards here. Gavin has a lot of what you would normally see in a flash deck. You have Ceremonious Rejection.
Yep.
You have Negate. Summary Dismissal as a one-of, just an extra counter spell.
For the Emrakul and
Yep.
the other work decks.
Now he is playing a Jace Unraveler of Secrets out of his board.
Yeah, it's not coming in here.
It is not. A little bit too fast.
2 Fragmentizes, a Fumigate, 2 Archangels, and 1 Vala, Key to the City, and a Sky Sovereign.
Now, with Gavin on the play, Linvala might be a good option here. Gets him a little bit of life gain back against some of the aggro-heavy decks.
Yeah. It's
Plus
possible.
a nice flying blocker.
Archangel is also interesting in that it clears... it will clear Ethan's board basically 100% of the time. It's just a little expensive, and I mean, Ethan has a lot of instant speed removal that can kill it, like Lightning Axe and
That's fair.
Disintegration.
Yeah, Linvala costing 6 is a little bit awkward. Gavin is playing a single copy of Key to the City out of his board. I haven't seen that card in a little while.
It's actually not bad on the play because, well, I mean, he's going to be on the draw now, but if you're beating down, it's pretty great because the Zombies deck can put a lot of cards. It can just put up a lot of blockers.
Yeah.
Like Spirits from
And then,
the Haunted Dead and like two zombies.
Yep. And then Gavin is playing one copy of Sky Sovereign out of the board.
Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see what he brings in. So the one thing that I notice a lack of is more removal than Exiles,
Sure.
which is the only removal that's really relevant against the Zombies deck is stuff that Exiles.
Both players are ready for game number 2 here. Taking a quick look at Ethan's board. Sinister Concoction, Collective Brutality, 2 of each. 3 copies of Transgress the Mind, 2 copies of Liliana the Last Hope, 2 copies of Kalitas, 2 copies of Mindweaver Demon, or Mind Warper Demon,
Oh, this is a cool board.
and 2 Distended
Distended
Childbender?
Mindbender.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm guessing that Ethan is going to kind of board into some of this more expensive stuff and try to play the control in this match, or just to try to.
I feel like he's not the beat down on the draw.
Because you can bring in. Well, he's going to be on the play now, but even so, you can bring in Collective Brutalities and Lilianas and Kalitases.
Sure.
Because like a lot of those cards just line up really well against the smaller creatures.
Of note,
Esper deck.
Ethan on the draw, or Ethan on the play is mulliganing to 6. Gavin is kept to 7.
I guess it's actually interesting because
Looks like
Kalitas is great against
bad.
Kalitas is great against the Vehicles deck, but it's bad against the blue-white Flash deck.
Yeah.
And this Esper Flash deck, it kind of has like elements of both, with like the Exemplars
Unfortunately
and Scroungers.
Fortunately for Ethan, he had a no-land hand again with Prized Amalgam, Liliana, and a couple other more expensive spells, so he's forced to go to 5 here.
Yeah, we did see the Lily. And like Kalitas is great against Scrap Heap Scrounger. And...
If you have the lands to do it.
Right.
Being on 5 cards, that makes that a little harder. So Gavin getting a lot more of an advantage even being on the draw here. And I did see he had a basic island, so we don't have to worry about him not having his blue sources this game. So it looks like Smuggler's Copter, Liliana, Lightning Axe, and a Crypt Breaker with no lands. Oh, he did have the land. Okay.
That's what I wasn't sure about that one card.
Yep. So there is the Port Town revealing a basic island that will cast a Toolcraft Exemplar.
It's a good aggressive start to try to punish.
All right. Ethan with a swamp off the top. So he will be able to cast a turn 2 Smuggler's Copter.
Almost pull the Liliana to the front. That'd be pretty good.
Bold strategy, Cotton. See how that pays off.
No artifact is good.
Yeah. That is a Fragmentize to get rid of the Smuggler's Copter.
I think Ethan cares about that.
Yeah. Toolcraft Exemplar is swinging for 1. Ethan is at 19.
Oh, I really wanted a land for this Liliana. He gets an Insolent Neonate instead.
Yeah.
Which could... Oh, he did have a land. It's just a tap land.
Sure. So we'll probably see Liliana next turn.
I'm killing this Toolcraft Exemplar for sure.
Oh, absolutely.
Don't expect to see a block here since the Exemplar is going to die to the Lily anyway.
Yep.
Now, unfortunately, Ethan has to be worried. Even though he was on the play, he has to be worried about Spell Queller and Spell Shrivel here.
Correct.
Both of which would be really devastating.
So another land off the top for Ethan here. Liliana and Haunted Dead are the other 2 cards in his hand.
He has the option to just cast a Haunted Dead if he wants to play around Spell Queller.
Sure.
He's also, I think he's trying to bait out a Spell... Well, never mind. The Insolent Neonate has Menace for some reasons. Okay, so he's gonna...
So there's the Haunted Dead. That will get
it's
Spell Shriveled.
Anyway.
Spell Shriveled.
Yeah, that's what I said.
I thought you said Quellered.
Well, yeah,
Sure.
It can't
Either way, it's countered.
It's unfortunate for Ethan because I think he was playing around Spell Queller, but he had Spell Shrivel instead, which just counters it either way.
Yep, so the Neonate's going to take Gavin to 18. Ethan's attack back is going to take Ethan to 17. Gideon's going to hit play and make a knight.
And now this Gideon can just slay Liliana?
Correct. For the just under 30 people watching right now, I do appreciate you taking the time out of your day to watch this PPTQ. We have Black Red Zombies here by Ethan Whipple, currently down a game against Gavin Wen's Esper Flash. Now, Ethan did successfully get to play Liliana the Last Hope here, since Gavin was tapped out.
Yeah, unfortunately
But unfortunately, Gideon is in play.
Right.
That looks like a declaration in stone for the Neonate.
He's taking away the choice to even block for Ethan.
Yep. So Liliana is going to be very dead.
Yeah, Liliana is gone. Ethan chose not to rummage and to get a clue instead, which is probably, it's almost certainly correct, because he wants to have any chance. He has to recoup some card advantage here, but unfortunately Ethan was on a mull to 5, and Gavin's hand lined up really well against Ethan's.
Yeah.
Ethan also had he had one too many lands come into play tapped, so he couldn't get the Liliana on board when he wanted it to be.
That's correct. So both of them traded some life a little bit. Gavin actually went back up to 19. Ethan went down to 15. And Gavin's going to start going ham here.
I bet he wishes the Scrap Heap Stranger could block.
Well, unfortunately, it can't. Ethan's going to take a hit of 10 here, go to 5.
And there's like no way to accomplish some sort of like Voldaren Pariah play this turn, even if he had it.
Looks like he's sitting on 2 lands and a black card that I really didn't get to see. So things looking pretty good for Gavin here.
So, is his Haunted Dead exiled?
No. I don't think it is.
Does Spell Shrivel exile? I actually don't remember.
I can check.
I don't think it does.
Well, in any case, that is going to be the match. Ethan is going to lose in 2 games.
Yeah,
Gavin's going to advance to 3-0.
Spell Shrivel does exile.
Yep. So that's why the Haunted Dead wasn't an option.
That's why it's correctly in the exile zone.
Yep.
If he had a Voldaren Pariah, he'd be able to do like a pretty fancy play that turn, but it wasn't an option.
Yeah, so unfortunately for Ethan, between the Mulligan and then the Land Flood, wasn't made out to be his round. Gavin's going to go to 3-0 here. Should be able to make top 8 at this point, I think.
Yep.
And Gavin's going to have to play his way in at 2-1.
Yeah, so we'll see Esper Aggro, Esper Flash, whatever you want to call it, in the top 8.
Yep. All right, so I think we're going to take a quick break. We're going to hopefully get a backup match here. And we'll be right back with some more of round 3 here from our PPTQ in Buffalo. For Ryan Dunn, I'm Tom Davis, and we will be right back. All right, folks, and we are back here from Western New York Gaming. We're going to get right to the action here in round 3. We have our backup feature match, which is the return of Chris Marchand at 1-1 now with 4-color Aetherworks against Stephen Byerly on Blue White Flash, also at 1-1. Both players already started taking a couple turns and setting up their boards. Stephen currently has a Selfless Spirit in play. Chris just played a Vessel. Both players are at 1-1. Chris is up a game.
Yep, these are pretty typical openings.
Yep.
We're just going to see Chris
Didn't miss a ton.
crack this Vessel end of turn.
Yep. So this is the more traditional Blue-White Flash deck. It does feature Revolutionary buff, which made Ryan pretty happy.
Yeah, it's just the counter spell that I'm still used to playing against from like a month ago.
There you go.
A lot of people are on Spell Shrivel now, but we have Revolutionary buff here. So we'll see. We'll keep an eye out to see if Revolutionary rebuff fails to be able to counter an Aetherwork Marble, which is kind of the reason why it's a little out of favor.
Yep. So Steven tapped all his 3 lands here to play a Reflector Mage. Chris responded by cracking the Vessel. Looks like you see a Virtuoso, 2 lands, and actually 3 lands. I think that's a Botanical Sanctum.
Botanical Sanctum.
So we're going to see the Virtuoso go into his hand.
Yep, and only 2 card types in the yard.
Correct.
And there's the one of Nahiri that's in the main deck.
Pretty spicy one of.
Yeah.
Pretty good. Alright, so it looks like Chris has all of his land types here.
I assume this Whirler Virtuoso is coming down.
Yep, assuming that's an island. Alright, Steven is going to actually attack here. First damage of the game, going to take Chris all the way down to 14.
Okay, so I guess there's just a Harness Lightning. We're just going to see a Harness
Sure.
Lightning this turn.
Yep.
Interesting. He might be trying to deal with both creatures by minusing Nahiri on the Queller here.
Okay. He'd have to have a white source.
Tap land, though. Yeah.
He does not have a white source as of yet.
He actually I see an Aether Hub in there, so he actually did have the option to do that.
Chose not to.
Yeah, I don't know. Chris has been basically running out the Virtuosos every time he had a chance to resolve them, and then against the Spell Caller, it seems really good to me too.
Sure.
Because Virtuoso, it's a 2/3, so it blocks the Reflector Mage and it holds back the Spell Caller.
Yep.
So
Steven swung in with a Selfless Spirit there to take Chris down to 12.
Chris obviously has other plans for this game.
I think he's on the control game here. Steven taking a roll the beat down. Being a little bit less aggressive than we've seen previously.
Yeah. The nice thing about Virtuoso is it does
a lot of work on both
both.
sides.
Like it plays defense well too.
Correct. Alright, so Aether Hub's going to come into play here. Give Chris an energy.
Oh, okay. He was I see a negate. He was holding up negate to try to counter a Gideon. Well, and actually, he did he kill the Reflector Mage in combat?
I don't think so.
Got it. Okay.
I think he minus lightning it.
Sorry. Yeah, I was wondering if he killed it in combat.
Gotcha.
I couldn't see if he killed it in combat or not.
Alright, so Chris taking another 2 here off the Selfless Spirit. Selfless Spirit doing its fair share of work in this game.
It's like just holding up this negate forever to play around Gideon is actually a reasonable thing to do.
Yep.
Which is, I think we're seeing.
Just going to play the Virtuoso here and hold up the gate with the Aether Hub.
I believe so.
It looks like that's part 1. So Virtuoso is going to come into play. Aether Hub still giving Chris the option to have any color and mana here.
And this is a Scatter to the Winds.
That's what it looks like. He could cast the negate here to keep it. But having the other Virtuoso, I doubt that's going to happen.
Yeah, and it opens the door up for Gideon if he taps out now.
Yep. So Chris giving the Virtuoso up to the counterspell. 4 types in the graveyard now for Chris. Delirium is active. Selfless Spirit doing more work. I think that's its 8th point of damage this game. Chris down to 8.
And now if Chris makes the same line again where he just passes holding up negate, Steven's going to be able to flash in an Avacyn.
That's the beauty of the more traditional Flash deck. You get to really keep your lands up until your opponent's turn.
And Avacyn's so good.
Avacyn is very good. And it can't be negated.
And also can't be Nahiri'd, which is
yeah, fair.
Nice too. And he didn't...
He sacked a Selfless Spirit to flip Avacyn and kill the Virtuoso.
Interesting. And takes 3 damage.
Yep.
It's just like lethal, so...
Yep. So that should do it.
Chris didn't even want to play the Vessel.
So Steven's going to take a quick game 2 here. So we are going to see a full 3 games of Magic. We have about, I think, 13 to 15 minutes left in the round. And then we're moving to another game 3. A lot of good Magic today.
Oh, yeah. This also was a post-board game, so I'm not sure if I made any comments assuming it was a...
We really didn't have
main
time.
board
They went right to it. So if you want to talk about their sideboards now, by all means.
game. Yeah, so we already talked about...
We've talked a lot about Chris's deck already.
And we saw him on camera against Flash, right?
Yep.
Okay, so we basically covered that end.
Yep.
Just a reminder, we expect negates to come in, which we saw in that match.
Cause Lecture Turn probably coming in as well.
Yeah, K return's like...
It's okay.
Yeah,
I actually think Chris played against Green White Humans the first time we saw him.
okay. It's really medium. I'm actually not sure if Chris brought them in or not, because I haven't seen them yet.
Sure.
And there's just like... The front end's not that good, and there's so many ways for Flash to deal with
Steven
it.
to get around the back end.
So it's more of a matter of if he somehow has worse cards in the main deck, which I wasn't able to spot.
Yeah. Couple notes about Steven's sideboard here. He has 2 copies of Gisela the Broken Blade.
It's the
Interesting
4/3
choice.
first strike for 4.
That's correct. He doesn't have the other half to make Bracella, but he does have the Gisela part of things.
I mean, it's like... I don't know if I'm supposed to be pointing out that it's terrible against Ishkana, but it is.
Well, I think we've pointed out how a lot of things are pretty bad against Ishkana nowadays.
If you get an Anthem, it's pretty good against Ishkana.
Of note, we did see a Scatter to the Winds from Steven. There were 4 copies in his sideboard, so at least some number of them were brought in for game 2.
You really need to counter Ishkana on this.
Oh, yeah. The single and Linvala's in the board, another Declaration Stone, another Fumigate, which is a, Wrath.
Yeah, he's got 2 Immolating Glares too. I don't remember what that card does. I know it
I can look it up real
kills
quick.
attacking creatures. I don't know if there's more text to it than that. It's kind of like
Immolating Glare.
yet another...
There we go. Immolating Glare is a 2-mana instant
it's
that
literally
destroys target
just
attacking creature.
Destroy target attacking creature. So it's just it has pros and cons against Blessed Alliance.
Yeah.
It kills what you want to kill, but
At a cost.
yeah, like it doesn't get around like indestructibility or anything like that.
Yep. So both players are shuffled up and are ready for game number 3 of round number 3. This is a standard PPTQ, the winner of which will get to go to an RPTQ for Nashville, Pro Tour Nashville in 2017.
Chris is looking at 2 Aetherwork Marvels,
That's the same number we've seen the entire tournament so far.
but it looks like, as usual, he has a Vessel and a couple lands.
Seems like the norm for that deck. Steven looks like he's going to take a mulligan to 6 on the draw.
Yep. And he's gonna
Not the best.
get a quick pile shuffle in to improve the quality.
Oh, yes. We all know pile shuffling increases our draws, right?
Oh yeah.
It should be noted that there has been a change in policy recently
Extra random.
to limit our games to 1 pile shuffle a game. Now, some might go and say technically it's 1 pile shuffle per randomization. Most judges just taking the line that it's 1 per game now. That was the spirit of that rule being put into place.
Yeah, I think the way that they worded that rule, it says like you absolutely can only pile shuffle once per randomization, but that doesn't mean that you are allowed to pile shuffle for your randomization. It's just that's the most possible.
Yep. I would definitely be talking about slow play if an opponent started doing that.
Crack a fetch pile shuffle. The classic. Never actually seen that happen. I've just heard stories about it.
Yep. Well, most players are good about it now, so... Steven quickly kept his 6. We are underway. He played a Port Town tapped, so he didn't want to reveal another land. And a Vessel is in play here for Chris, along with an Aether Hub and a Forest. There's the revealed island off of Port Town. Selfless Spirit's going to be the first play. And we saw Selfless Spirit do a fair bit of work game 1. Or game 2, rather.
Is there not a Throat Inspector in Steven's hand? I thought I saw one.
I think I see 1.
I wonder
Why he didn't
I
cast
wonder if he just drew it.
I don't know. But you imagine if you had the basic
might not be a
land.
Throat Inspector. No, it's a. I think it's a. Yeah, it's an Avacyn. Avacyn is stasis near Island.
So, he did crack the Vessel. He's going to play another Vessel. It looks like he has Chandra and Nahiri in hand. So, very Planeswalker heavy start potentially here for Chris.
We'll see if you can. I'd catch the lands in Chris's hand. Like a Cinder Glade would be pretty decent.
Looks like an Attune with Aether, a Servant of the Conduit, a Forest, and another land or another card that I didn't get a good chance to see on the far left.
It's in Evolving Wilds.
Okay.
Which will probably get an Islander mountain or something.
Makes sense. So just note, this is basically a win and in.
Ooh, 6 types already?
Jeez. It's going to be very hard for either of these players to come back from being X and 2 to make top 8. There might be one or two this weekend.
Trying to figure out if it's actually... He's in disbelief that it's actually 6 types already. Counting a couple
It's almost
times.
like this deck's good for a reason. So I feel like we're going to see Chandra here. And then next turn Aetherwork Marvel after the Evolving Wilds get cracked.
He can't play the Chandra yet.
All right, because you can only... Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. He doesn't have double red. He can't play any Nahiri because he doesn't have a white. So this is probably going to get a mountain.
And Chris is assuming whatever he plays here is getting countered.
Yeah.
And the unfortunate thing about that is that he's going to drop down to 0 energy to cast it, which means he might not even be able to
do anything with the Aetherwork Marvel.
Follow up with it. Well, he won't be able to follow up with an Nahiri.
Sure.
If he has Chandra and Nahiri in him?
Yeah.
So it's Chandra, Nahiri, Emrakul,
Aetherworks
Marvel, Aetherworks Marvel. So his hand is terrible.
Terribly powerful, but not terribly castable.
Unfortunately, and like the Marvels are castable, it's just he doesn't have any energy to
he can't follow up.
Accomplish anything. So he wants this to get countered because it's literally
he wants to bait it.
Him.
Yep. So he baits the counter spell out.
7 types. These
strong. Too bad he doesn't have a
Tarmogoyf.
Too bad he doesn't have a Tarmogoyf.
He's only 2 lands away from casting Emrakul.
So there's a Smuggler's Copter, a spell, not the spell snare.
Stasis Snare.
Thank you. Stasis Snare. Selfless Spirit's going to do some work here. I think I missed a life totals a couple times. I apologize. Chris is going to go down to 14.
These Selfless Spirits have done so much damage this match.
Yep. For the roughly 30 people watching, I do want to say thank you today for watching our PPTQ. Those are a lot of Magic coverage you could be watching this afternoon.
Unfortunately, Forest is like the worst possible land Chris could have drawn, but any land is pretty good because he's so close to Emrakul.
Yep, and he can now cast Chandra freely.
And he has to consume the energy to do this. So.
Yep. So it looks like it's going to resolve.
And it's probably immediately going to get slayed by Avacyn.
Yeah.
He's not even sure what to do with it, which is fair.
Yeah. Cast it. I thought I was going to get countered. Now what? So Chris tanking about his choice of Chandra here.
Not knowing about the... He has to... So we know there's no spell queller.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is reasonable.
Looks like he tried to target the Selfless Spirit. Yeah. Avacyn's going to come in anyway.
And if he plussed it, the Chandra was going to die to the Avacyn anyway, so it's not really a big deal.
So we have to remember what Steven did game 2, which he has the option to sack the Selfless Spirit now to deal 3 damage on the next upkeep.
Yes, this basically just like cost Chris 4 life. It's kind of
Smuggler's Copter comes into play. Selfless Spirit takes out Chandra. Archangel Avacyn swings in for 4. Chris is down to 10.
So, yeah, a Stasis Snare can catch this Emrakul if Chris is even able to attack it. Oh,
it looks like Ishkana is going to be the play here.
I don't even know when he drew that.
I didn't see it. It is going to resolve. He's going to get some Spider Friends.
He must have drawn it last turn because he picked up a...
I like this play here by Steven. No, he's going to sack the Selfless Spirit to flip Chandra and Stasis Snare the Ishkana.
Yeah, this just kills all the spiders, and if...
That's almost lethal.
If Steve has any creatures, it's lethal.
Yep.
So
Chris he's now at 7.
Down to 7.
He'll go to 1.
And I see lands.
Does he have a creature?
He doesn't actually have a creature.
No. It's going to put him to 1 off the Avacyn.
Now, Ishkana is
he doesn't have energy to cast Nahiri.
Okay, well the Emrakul gets to come down here.
That's fair.
And there's no longer a Stasis Snare, so...
Yep, so Emrakul hits play.
Wow.
2 lands, 3 lands for
Holy
Steven.
smokes.
Ooh,
That's
big.
that is,
That's huge.
Yeah, that land off the top might have won the game. Oh, another copper doesn't do anything.
Chris praising Worth here. So you can't crew a copter with another uncrewed copter.
Yep. And Chris has a...
Did you just draw the lightning axe?
No, he has a harness. He's had a harness lighting. Oh,
Okay.
wow. And the Weaver's Pulmonot bails him out of like any sort of lethal range.
We know it's in the hand. It's not going to be countered. 3 energy. He can now cast Nahiri even if he wants to. Or another Marvel.
Yeah, and Chris is up to 4 now.
Yep.
Which
Steven, after his hits, went to 7 off Emrakul, and that's going to do it. Chris coming back from behind to win game number 3 and take the match 2-1 over Steven Byerly.
Yeah, hitting 7 types off of, hitting 7 types that early was so good.
Yeah.
And
that was
actually, so I guess it's worth pointing out here that Spell Shrivel would have won Steven the game because it would have exiled the Aetherwork Marvel, keeping Chris off of 1 type. But instead, Steve is opting to play Scatter to the Winds, which has the upside of being able to animate a land for 7 mana or something.
But yeah, Chris coming back from the brink.
Holy
I thought that
smokes.
game was over. It was not. Emrakul taking care of Steven real quick. So we are at just about the end of the round. We should be getting started with round 4 here in just a few minutes. So we're going to take a quick break and get a drink. We'll be right back. I'm Tom Davis. This is Ryan Dunn. And we'll be right back with round number 4, the second to last round of Swiss Today.
See you soon.
Alright, folks, we are back. Getting ready to start round number 4 here of our PPTQ for Nashville. I'm Tom Davis. Ryan Dunn will be back in just a second. While we're waiting, I did want to go over standings as we are in our second to last round. I do want to go over quickly who our current top 8 is. Actually, current top 9. All the way down to 9 goes to 6 points. So, first place right now, Gavin Wen, who we saw last round. Second place also on 9, we've seen Dave Priester. Also on 9 points is Matthew Brugg. At 6 points, 4th through 9th, we have Ethan Whipple, Chris Marchand, Jason Abrams, Mike Ciambor, and Nick D'Ambrose, with Eric Nowicki rounding out our top 9 there at 6 points. So, for this round, we are going to be featuring a win and in for Jason Abrams at 6 points, who's going to be going up against Matthew Brugg, who we saw earlier today. This is going to be a matchup between green-white humans and white-red humans. Looks like Ryan's coming back now. I was just talking about standings.
Alright.
So we have currently we have 9 players live at 6 points or higher. This match is going to be Jason Abrams at 6 versus Matthew Brugg on 9. So I'm going to go ahead and transition us over to our match. Both players are actually already playing. All right. Glad Jimmy looks like they got him underway quick. So apologies for that. As I mentioned, it's Jason Abrams on the left with white-red humans versus Matthew Brugg on green-white humans. Looks like both life totals are now at 18. Sorry for the very quick segue into that match. Very aggressive start by both players.
Ooh, it's Hanweir Battlements.
Yep.
Or Garrison.
Yep. So it looks like it's less of a vehicles-based deck and just more human.
Right.
Like.
Yeah, we got Talia's Lieutenant in here.
Yep. So let me quickly update life totals there. Match just got off real quick.
This is
Oh yeah, they are. I'm dumb. This isn't a winning in just yet. I thought it was a winning in. I thought this was 4 rounds. I was being optimistic. It more likely is a win and survive.
I think the players that they're both 2-1, but if they win, they should be.
Matthew's actually 3-0.
Oh, gotcha.
So for Matthew, this is a slam dunk if he wins. Sorry, I thought we were in round 5. My bad. So it is 2-1 and 3-0. There we go. So then fix that up.
Hanweir Garrison is a 2/3 for 3. And when it attacks, it puts 2 red 1/1s tapped into attacking onto the battlefield. And they are humans, I think.
Yeah, they are.
Ah, that's pretty good.
That is pretty good. All right, so getting back to where we are right now, Jason just played an Aether Hub to get an energy. Matthew, with who we've seen already today, has traditional green-white start. Tireless Tracker, Expedition Envoy, and Smuggler's Copter. Looks like a Declaration of Stone is coming down here on the Tireless Tracker. Jason wants no part of that.
Well, he could have crewed the Copter. I don't know if he chose to keep it as a non-creature to protect it from removal.
Sure. For those watching on Twitch right now, we do want to thank you for taking part of your day out to watch this PPTQ. Again, we are in round 4 of 5. It's a 5-round tournament, 20 players today. And we're basically in a win-in situation for Jason here. Matthew absolutely locks up a top 8 with a win here. Even with a loss, he's still alive.
Yeah, I think I would have wanted to crew the Copter before that tracker hit the yard, because this Expedition Envoy could be blocking the... I think it's called Hanweir Militia Leader, which is right now just a 2/2, but it's also threatening to flip.
It's Hanweir Militia Captain,
yeah,
I believe.
It flips in your upkeep if you control 5 or more creatures, I believe. And
Yep.
then it becomes a star where it's the number of creatures you control. So, and it also spits out a 1/1 every turn. It's like very powerful.
Yep. So Smuggler's Copter is going to enable Matt to loot here.
So he's opting to block the
Yeah.
Militia Captain instead of the Battlements.
Okay.
And Battlements is it a 2/3 or is it a 3/2?
I believe it's a 2/3.
Okay.
I'll double check
Yeah,
real
let's
quick.
pull that up, because that block seemed unusual. Okay, so actually Jason had another Duckstone, so if Matthew had animated the Smuggler's Copter, like I thought he might have, he would have lost it before being able to block, so it ended up working out really well for Matt.
Hanweir Battlements is a double-sided land, adds colorless to the pool, and it becomes a...
Yeah, it becomes this gigantic monster when it fuses. I misspoke, though. I'm wondering, it's Hanweir Garrison.
Yep, my bad.
Yeah, the garrison is the creature,
Yeah.
and the battlements is the land.
Yeah, I thought you said battlements. My bad.
I
So
might have said battlements.
in the meantime, Matthew does get a couple more clues here off another tireless tracker and a Thraben Inspector. Hammer Garrison, when it attacks, puts 2 1/1 red creatures on the battlefield tapped and attacking, and when it flips, it will become a 7/4 that'll put 2 3/2 Eldrazi horrors into play.
It basically flips in conjunction with the Hanwar battlements, but
Yep.
it is a 2/3 on the front side, so Matt had the option of blocking it.
Yeah. A little surprised he didn't.
Because it's going to be able to attack again here and make 2 more 1/1s.
Yep, so Matthew drops down to 14 off that last attack.
Fortunately, the 1/1s, depending on how Matt wants to block, the 1/1s can just get gobbled up.
This one, I think the matchup generally favors green-white humans, just because of the number of bodies.
And the other reason is that Heron's Grace Champion is absurd in this matchup. You just gain
once you see it.
10 life.
Yep. That being said, Jason is being aggressive here, attacking with all of his humans.
Right.
Brings in 2 more.
And so now Matt has to double block the Hanwar battlements instead of having just killed
And that all goes back to not crewing the copter on defense.
Well, it turns out crewing the copter would have been bad because Jason actually did have a second deck stone.
Okay.
However, he could have just blocked the Hanwar battlements instead of the Talia or the militia captain.
Yeah. So it looks like 4 tokens still in play for Jason, 1 Thraben Inspector, and 4 clues in play for Matt.
4 clues versus 4 1/1s. I think I'd rather have the 1/1s.
Yeah, in this matchup, I think you're right.
Fortunately, Thraben Inspector is holding down the fort. The 1/2 amongst 1/1s.
Yep. Good blocker, as it turns out.
Yep.
Don't normally say that.
Matt is probably praying that Jason does not have a Talia's, or doesn't draw a Talia's Lieutenant this turn.
Yes.
So, that would
be pretty good for him.
Very excellent. Let's try to get a peek at these 2 cards here.
Jason's not giving us a very good opportunity for that.
Well, I guarantee you neither of them has a Talia's Lieutenant.
Because they would have slammed it. Looks like Needle Spires is going to be animated here.
I suspect that it's some combination of lands and removal spells. Because I can't imagine a lot of cards that wouldn't be played.
Well, this is a lot of attackers. Looks
and
like
Heron's Grace Champion.
Yep. First time we've seen that card today.
Yep. Can we check the stats on it?
Yeah, sure. I can pull
I
that up.
want to say it's a 3/2, but I'm not 100% sure about that.
Yeah, sure. Heron's Grace Champion. It is a 3/3 flash lifelink for 4 mana that whenever it enters the battlefield, other humans you control get +1/+1 in lifelink until end of turn.
Yeah, so that Thraben Inspector's at 2/3 now, which means it's going to trade with the
Needle Spires favorably. Now, of note, it does get lifelink as well,
yeah,
so it will help Matt stabilize a little bit.
He's actually going to gain 2 life from this combat step.
Correct.
Which is pretty nice. Or maybe not.
Because of the other 3 attacking. He only took 2 instead of...
Well, he took 3 and gained 5.
Yep.
Right?
So he lost 2.
Well, you should have gained 2. Oh, sorry, other humans.
Yes, other humans.
So I thought that... No, Heron's Grace Champion has lifelink. So I don't know if it was just at 10 before this turn.
Sure, and he just didn't adjust the life totals properly.
Or maybe we didn't have the life totals, I'm not sure. But he definitely should have gained 2 from that combat step.
Sure.
Cracking a clue. And it's worth noting that these 1/1s would not be in play right now if had Matthew blocked the Hanwar. He was definitely just... I think he was afraid of Jason being able to flip.
Yep, so Matthew gets to play Thalia's Lieutenant here, which is really good. Really any human with Heron's Battle. Or Heron's Grace Champion is very good.
It is an ETB ability, though, so right now the Talia's Lieutenant doesn't gain any benefit from it, but making the lifelinker 4/4 is going to be really great.
Yep.
So Matt's already up to 16 from that one attack.
Yep. So the tide has turned. Jason's down to 14. Matthew's up to 16. We'll get those updated in just a sec for you.
This is probably like the absolute best matchup for Heron's Grace Champion.
It's pretty good. It is pretty good.
Because Jason's playing one of the more straightforward linear aggro decks.
Very streamlined.
Yep.
That also means it's more consistent.
Exactly.
All right, so
there's a Talia's Lieutenant.
which is going to make all of those humans a little bit stronger.
Yeah, So they all have 2 power, which means. I mean, I don't think Talia's Lieutenant was going to be trading anyway, but
Now
the option's not there anymore.
Yep. So he can attack for 8 here, if he wanted to, with the knowledge that Matt can gain some of that life back.
I think he needs to leave these back.
I think he needs to leave
can
at least
attack
some
with
number of them back.
Like if he leaves back the. I guess there's no artifact in play.
Mm-hmm.
So the exemplar is a 1/2 without an artifact, I
Correct.
believe. So it is a 2/3, like I said. Yep. So yeah, he's leaving back a 2/2 and a 2/3 to stack up on the Heron's Grace champion.
Yep. The only artifacts in play are clues for Matthew. So Matthew's going to get a 12 off of that attack. Jason's going to stay at 16. Looks like Matthew's cracking at least 1 clue here.
So I expect to see a double block here. If an Anthem hits the battlefield, Jason can triple block and still only lose 2 creatures if he has to triple block. Okay, I think
That's
Matt's
a second clue
really
getting
dicking
cracked.
for it.
Yeah.
Looks like
Another Thalia's Lieutenant would be very good.
Yeah,
here.
I see a forest. A stasis snare would also be pretty good because he'd be able to mess up Jason's combat or blocks. All I can make out in the hand is a forest, unfortunately.
Yeah, neither player has really given us much help in seeing what's there.
At least Jason's hellbent now, right?
Yep. Looks
No
like Jason
cards
is
in
playing
hand.
off the top. Matt with 3 cards in hand. Matthew going to play another Thalia's Lieutenant. Called it. All right, so that Heron's Grace champion now going to be a 5/5 with lifelink.
So, like I said, Jason can still triple block it.
Yep.
I don't know how he's beating it otherwise because.
Honestly, do you just hold the Grace champion back here?
It's possible.
Like that just becomes an efficient blocker that still gains you 5.
Like eventually, Jason's gonna deck stone, so it depends on the texture of Matt's hand.
Yeah.
Okay, he's just gonna pass.
Looks like you're going to have the Heron's Grace champion play some defense.
Yeah, if you have gas, this plays fine.
Yeah.
The only issue with the play is that if
you get
Jason
decked.
draws another Anthem,
Yep,
then
either
not getting rid of 2 creatures.
either an Anthem or a Deck and Stone.
Yeah.
Looks like a Hanwar Garrison was the draw.
So if he attacks at that, it immediately can make Talia's Lieutenant a 4/4, which is
Yep.
kind of cool.
But it can still be blocked by the
Right. It just
Heron's
gets-
Grace champion.
Yeah, he's basically throwing it away.
Yep.
He would also be losing the 1/1s that he gets off of it.
Correct. All right, so he's going to crack the last clue, Matthew is. Going to draw his card. Didn't get to see what that was. Because draw for the turn, I think, was a Thalia? The promo version?
If Jason draws the other half of the Hanwar combo, he'll be able to flip it right away.
Yes, he will.
Turns into
Also, Westvale Abbey
would
would be-
7/4 that makes 3/2s.
Westvale Abbey will be another good hit here for Jason. Because he has the 5 creatures.
Yeah, it's always dangerous. In
Oh, it's very
matchups
dangerous.
here. But if Matt had a Deckstone, I
He would have
would
probably
have
played it
expected
already.
to see it used on the tokens already.
Yep. There is
Even
a
though-
Thalia.
There's an argument he could be holding it back if he has it.
Mm-hmm.
But I really, really like his attacks if he had Deckstone. Like, you just clear out these tokens and
Yeah.
smash.
Thalia Heretic Cathar is a play from Matthew here.
Which is going to make tokens from Hanwar Battlement enter
Come
tapped.
in tapped.
Yeah. I mean, if you didn't like the attacks before, I don't like them now either.
Yeah, I agree. Especially with the
This-
extra creature in block.
This Talia's Lieutenant as a 4/4 still just trades with 1 creature.
Profitably at that.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to trade it. I wouldn't want to trade a Talia's Lieutenant for.
Yeah, you would just
an
throw it away.
Inspector. Or sorry, a tool.
For a Heron's Grace.
No, what is the 1/2 called that gets +1/+1 from an artifact? Can't remember the name right now.
Not Exemplar.
It's the one closest to the bottom of the screen. Just can't remember the name of the card.
Oh,
Talia's lieutenant would trade with it if it attacked by itself.
Is it Inventor's Apprentice?
Yeah, Inventor's Apprentice, that's the one. Alright, so he's attacking with Heron's Grace and Lieutenant. So I would expect to see... It's like a... This is tricky because there's a lot of cards that Jason has to be thinking about.
Yeah, he did choose to attack with the Grace Champion here.
Yeah, like Stasis Snare and Heron's Grace Champion are hugely problematic. So I was going to say a triple block on the champion gets you blown out by Stasis Snare.
Yeah, I was about to say, I only think Matthew would be attacking here if he had a way to deal with a triple block.
So you put it all on Lieutenant, which is fine against Stasis Snare and fine against Heron's Grace Champion. The problem is you're just also taking 5 damage of lifelink at the same time.
While Matthew's getting 5 back.
Yeah,
So it's a 10-point life swing.
And not getting rid of the lifelinker.
Certainly an awkward spot for Jason to be in right now.
I do like that this plays around both Stasis Snare and Heron's Grace Champion. Because if you triple block... Well, if you triple block the Heron's Grace Champion... Yeah, it's just so bad against Stasis Snare.
We'll see what Matthew has up his sleeve. Or if he was just trying to push him damage, though.
I'm looking at the list. Matt has 3 snares and 3 deck stones.
Yep.
Alright, so yeah. He's letting the combat happen. I guess the other downside is that this doesn't bait out a Stasis Snare, but I don't really know how you would bait out a Stasis Snare profitably without it just being terrible.
So it looks like Heron's Grace Champion was blocked there. Matthew will gain 5. Jason will take 4. It'll be 10 to 17.
There was a Stasis Snare.
And there is the Stasis Snare.
Yeah, so unless Jason draws something good here, he's in pretty bad shape because this Talia gets to attack and
Correct.
the Lieutenant gets to attack.
And any more of his threats will still come in tapped.
Yeah, I guess the Lieutenant still doesn't really get to attack. And if he attacks with Talia, Jason can triple block and trade 1-for-1.
Drawing another Lieutenant wouldn't be bad here. You still get the effect.
Yeah, so as the board is, basically any creature, any human from Matthew makes his attacks good.
Yep. The draw there, I think, was a Tireless Tracker, though I didn't get to fully see that card.
It's unfortunate drawing a tracker after you've cracked all your clues.
It was a Duskwatch
Duskwatch
Recruiter.
Recruiter is great here.
That's a much better
You
draw.
can just start activating it immediately.
Which he opted to do.
Yeah, I assume he's going to in a second here.
Yep. Thalia Lieutenant with that in play is just a very good combo. Yep, points to Duskwatch. Going to activate the ability.
No, there's a tracker, I think.
Yep, that is a... I believe that's a tracker.
Yeah,
that is a
and
tracker.
It's probably going straight into play.
Yep, I would not be surprised. Because that will activate Thalia's Lieutenant again.
Duskwatch Recruiter is one of the best cards you can have in these matchups where the board is starting to stall out a little bit.
Well, we saw that in the last standard with the Collected Company decks. Duskwatch Recruiter is played heavily there.
Yeah, basically to find Addison.
And we have a very large Thalia's Lieutenant swinging here.
Because the only way for Jason to deal with the
This is
giant,
presenting lethal.
Yeah, the only way for Jason to deal with the big Lieutenant is to triple block it, and then everything else just gets through.
Yep.
So yeah.
1,
chumps.
2. Chump, chump, double chump.
So these are the blocks I was talking about before on Talia, where 1-for-1s, but also you push 4 damage and eat the other soldier.
Yep. Just pushes the advantage that much further for Matthew. Thalia is going to take out its Lieutenant on the other side. Looks like he have Jason going to 4? Can't really see his life total there. I think that's the math. And doesn't really matter. Jason's going to scoop it up here. Matthew's going to take game number 1.
Yeah, so Jason was in the lead at the beginning of that game, getting in a couple unanswered attacks in with Hanward Garrison, but the first Heron's Grace champion that came down just swung it completely.
Yeah,
and then
for sure.
Jason ran out of gas while Matt had a bunch of clues to correct. So I'll take a look at the boards here.
Yep. You want to start with Jason since we haven't seen his deck yet?
Yeah, sure. So out of the Red White Humans deck, there's 2 Harness Lightnings, a Magmatic Chasm, a Blessed Alliance, 2 Stasis Snares, 3 Fragmentizes, 2 Selfless Spirits, 2 Repel the Abominables.
Interesting choice there.
1 Collective Effort,
Mm-hmm.
and 1 Nahiri. So the Repel the Abominable is definitely not coming in because
No, not at all.
it prevents damage from non-humans. So,
Nah, bring it in. It's going to be great.
no, a Fog could be good in this matchup, but not a Fog that doesn't work.
I think Selfless Spirit definitely comes in on both sides here. It's not as good against the Wraths, but at the same time, it does make your blockers indestructible. Soaks up a turn or two of damage.
Combat quite a bit.
Yep.
I do expect the Harness Lightnings to come in, and probably the Stasis Snares just to try to max out on removal.
Sure.
Because you just need to be able to answer these giant lifelinkers.
Yep. I think it's more likely that Stasis Snare comes in from Jason than it does from Matthew. If only because Jason has a bit more in the way of non-creatures.
And then looking at Matt's deck, there's 3 Fragmentizes, a Tireless Tracker, a Stasis Snare, 3 Servant of the Conduits.
And 4 Gideon, ally of coming into my deck.
Yeah, I don't even know if you want Gideon out of the draw in this matchup.
Yeah, on the draw it's questionable. I think on the play he absolutely brings it in. Maybe on the draw you bring in some number. Maybe not 4.
Yeah, it's hard to tell if Matt is going to be able to play control in this matchup. He just doesn't. The deck is so slim on answers. It runs.
You almost have to be the beatdown anyway.
It runs the Stasis Snares, and it doesn't have Deck Stones in the main. It looks like. Oh, it does. Yeah, it's 3 and 3, like I mentioned before.
Yep.
But it's like
you bring up a fair point. It'll almost certainly come in on the play if a game 3 is necessary, but maybe not on the draw. Jason's deck is quite aggressive. Jason will definitely hope to get a good 7 here. We've seen a couple folks falter on mulligans today.
Yeah.
Looks like both players are shuffling up and getting ready for game number 2 here. Once again, this is round 4 of 5 in this PPTQ today. Matthew is a little safer at 3-0. He can lose this and still make it in. Jason, currently down a game, has to win this to essentially stay in the contention. Mm-hmm. I think 1 or 2 X2s might make it in, but I doubt it.
Yeah, it's interesting. Even on the draw, Matt be able to just beat down anyway and then swing the entire race off of a Heron's Grace champion.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even think he's going to be... It's like a lot of times when you play these aggro mirror matches, one of the players can choose to take the control role. So we see that a lot when the vehicles deck would just board into Weaver of Lightnings and 8 more removal spells, and then you play defense and try to win off of a Gideon or a Chandra.
Yep.
But it doesn't look like the green-white deck has any interest in doing that. They have the option to kind of do it with Gideon, but they're not really bringing in more removal.
Yeah.
And that Heron's Grace champion kind of makes you kind of want
that makes combat very awkward.
You want to get into a race situation because then you just win it out of nowhere.
Yep, because you're just gaining life all the time. All right, so both players are debating their 7s here. Looks like I do see a Sigarda out of Matthew's hand, along with I think 3 lands, a Thalia's Lieutenant, and 1 other card, I think. Jason's going to keep. I didn't get to see a whole lot of his hand, but he is going to start on a Needle Spires tapped.
Yeah, so Sigarda, it's once again really expensive, but it's also gigantic and spits out 1/1s.
Mm-hmm. Matthew going to play a untapped village, revealing a forest, and playing an envoy, I believe.
And when you try to switch into a more controlling role, the 1-drops are usually the first to go, like these traditional envoys. So the fact they're still in makes me think that Matt's obviously just going to beat down again.
Yeah. Jason follows up with a mountain, untapped, and a Thraben Inspector to bring in his first clue.
Well, Talia's tend to be pretty good here.
Yeah. Alright, so there's another village revealing the same forest. And that is going to bring in a Thalia's Lieutenant.
That's great for Matt if Jason doesn't have a removal spell, and he doesn't have Galvanic Blast anywhere in the 75, so...
Well, it's a little awkward to me that he would bring in tapped White Source if you had an Inspector, so you might be short on White Source as a mana here.
That's what I assume.
Yeah, which would be bad for trying to play Stasis Snare.
Right.
Alright, so the first damage of the game has been dealt. Looks like Jason is going to be taking 2 here
3.
3?
So,
Oh, it's a 2-1.
yeah, right.
Yeah.
So it's a 3. It's a 3-2 now.
Yep.
So it couldn't get blocked by 3-man inspector.
That is
properly.
fair. So Jason will be at 17.
Yeah. Wow. So that's a crack of the clue with no follow-up land,
Yep.
which is really bad news for Jason, because if Matt has any human here, he's gonna be able to attack with both creatures. Another fortified village. It's
Okay.
funny.
Seems nice to have a bunch of savannas.
Well, he actually doesn't have a follow-up creature.
Oh, that's awkward. He is going to swing for 3 again now.
Probably
Which
a
is powerful
bigger
in its own
lead for
right.
Jason.
Jason will go to 14.
I'm So to clarify, Talia is a human, right?
Yes.
Okay. So
A heretic, but also a human.
Matt probably should have played that pre-combat and attacked with his 2/2
Absolutely.
Talia's Lieutenant, but he might not have realized that the Talia's Lieutenant was going to trigger.
Yep. And
Unfortunately.
Thalia's gone.
Yeah.
That was a
Yeah, that was
harness
a-
lightning or a...
Missing 2 points of damage and a counter on the Talia's Lieutenant was pretty bad.
Is it a fiery
was
temper?
A fiery temper.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, it was a fiery temper discarded at hand size and cast for its madness cost.
Yeah.
Which is,
Okay.
it's like not ever where you want to be. That's where you want to be when you just
It looks
when
like
you drew like
Jason
6 cards.
and Jason's stuck on lands here.
Right.
All right, so another 3 getting hit from the Expedition Envoy. It's going to put Jason to 11. Looks like a smuggler's copter going into play here that can play on defense.
Well, even if Matt misses every lieutenant trigger for the rest of the game, it can at least create the copter, which is pretty good.
Right? Aether Hub, the play from Jason. Pretty good land choice here. Now has the lands needed to play Stasis Snare. Thinking about what Jason wants to do here. I don't see a whole lot of what's in his deck, but I think I do see at least one Thalia's Lieutenant.
I mean, if he has a top, like one of the best cards you could probably play on 3 is another Talia, or it's his first Talia's Heretic
Yeah.
Healer.
Heretic Cathar.
Wait, yeah, Heretic Cathar. It's registered in the deck
He-
list. I don't.
Yeah, he only has 1.
He's heard me getting quiet there. I was trying to figure out what this says. Is
So apparently he's playing a Thalia Heretic Healer.
what was it? Was Liliana Heretic Healer, or was it
Heretic Cathar.
no the Liliana? It was like
Heretical.
Healer, was it?
Yeah, it was
Something like
Heretical
that?
Healer. Well, wants the best of both worlds. I can see that.
Fortunately, the name is obvious and unambiguous. So
Yes,
there's
clearly.
no problems with the deck registration.
I'd put the Fear of God in him, but I think he's fine.
Isn't it also true that you could just write Talia?
Ooh, another fiery temper
That's-
here to take out the Smuggler's
That's pretty
Copter.
good. Yeah. So we're just gonna probably see an attack for 3.
Yep, that seems right.
Jason's on the ropes, but
Yep.
if he has a stasis snare to deal with the Sigarda, he could be in pretty good shape.
There is a Sigarda Heron's Grace. For those that don't know what that is, it provides him, Matthew, and humans hexproof.
Right. And it you can pay.
Yeah, let me
I
just
believe
pull
you
it up
can,
so we
you
get
can
the
pay
full.
mana and exile cards from your graveyard.
Yeah, let's just get the full text of the card here. So Sigarda Heron's Grace
You can
is a
put-
4/5 with flying.
We can
With
get
the,
it up on the overlay here.
if you want to show me how.
Yeah, just click.
Magic card.
Never mind.
There we go.
We'll get the overlay set up later, but
We got it.
it's
So-
not visible here.
Oh,
So,
well.
yeah, it's you have to pay 2 mana and exile a card from your graveyard, and you can put a 1/1 human soldier onto the battlefield.
There we go. We'll bring it up. Sorry about that, guys. Gonna keep track of what he's doing in the meantime.
Yeah, so the Sigarda got answered not by a stasis snare, but by a declaration in stone from Jason,
Okay.
and then Matt cracked the clue.
Yep. And
I
Sigarda's
still
gone
can't
now.
see what they're drawing. So
Yeah, it looks like Sigarda's gone.
yeah, I got deck stoned.
Yep. So I'll go ahead and
A
remove
stasis snare on the Thraven Inspector to push damage.
that. All right.
I mean,
Aggressive.
it's probably gonna be good enough because this presents lethal next turn.
Very aggressive. I
It's
like it.
just- If
So he's down to 4.
we gotta land.
Matthew's still at 20. Very healthy life total here. And an Expedition Envoy that has done all kinds of work this game.
Yeah.
Looks like a Thalia's Lieutenant is to play here,
Ooh.
followed by a Militia Captain.
Yep. And it looks like Jason has another Talia's Lieutenant in hand,
Okay.
which actually can go a long way to stabilizing him.
Yep. The planes being the draw here from Matthew. I think I see a Gideon in his hand, though I might be wrong.
Gideon would be really problematic for Jason.
There is village number 4.
Got all 4. There's a stasis snare in Matt's hand,
Definitely.
which is
I see that on the far left.
kind of explains why he used it on a 3-red inspector so early.
Yeah.
Or rather, so kind of like aggressively.
So you deploy the second one here and hit the lieutenant? Pre-combat?
I don't. So the problem, if you do that and attack with both creatures, Jason has the chance, or has the choice to just go to 1 and eat the Talia's Lieutenant for free.
Sure.
So I don't really like that. Nah, maybe.
Just tapping 3
Because
lands.
the alternative is you attack with this is the aggressive play.
Yeah.
The other option is you attack with Expedition Envoy.
Well, given his trend, he's been very aggressive this game. So I'm not surprised. Looks like he's
It's-
going to play the stasis snare on
It's
the lieutenant.
I mean, if your opponent is short on lands, it's reasonable to try to close the game out as fast as possible, especially if your hand's not very good.
Yep, he also cannot activate his Needle Spires right now because that requires 4 mana.
Yeah.
Well, you played aggressive part 1. Go for it.
Yeah. So he's.
Yep, there's the chump
No,
block on the
yeah.
captain. All right,
So
they will trade.
he could have made that attack anyway.
He could have.
without using the stasis snare. So I don't really. Yeah, I don't think it was necessary to stasis snare there.
Matthew is also represented. He could have another one. That is a smuggler's copter and another lieutenant. So we have a defensive crew available here. Fragmentize would be big game here for Matthew. Looks like he drew a Canopy Vista.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if Matt had Fragmentize in.
That should come in tapped, I
Tapped,
believe.
yeah. I wonder if he's going to end up needing 7 mana this turn. Find it pretty unlikely, but it definitely should be tapped.
All right, we'll let the front know about that. We'll see what happens.
This is so you have to be really suspicious of your attack because your opponent just cast 2 stasis snares really aggressively and is now baiting you to activate another one.
I'll make sure they know that because he just used it.
That's a sorcery.
No, he just brought it in tapped. Okay.
Fragmentize is a sorcery.
Yep.
Well, he tapped it to cast a sorcery at instant speed.
Okay. I'm going to go make sure that gets fixed. Not that it's probably going to matter.
Yeah. So I was saying to be suspicious of a removal spell. He had a removal spell, it just was a sorcery, so it ended up working out for Jason. So probably we'll see a Fragmentize now. Yeah, so using that pre-combat would have been ideal. And it looks like they're fixing the land issue. Yep, and 2 lands tapped now.
All right. I'm back. The unnecessary hero.
If
Or
I
what
saw
is
it correctly, Jason looted away Gideon, which is pretty interesting because it seems
Yeah, there's definitely
seems really
getting in
good
the
on this
yard.
board. So he must have bigger plans for this turn.
So he's attacking with the lieutenant and has another Gideon.
Oh, okay. Sure.
All right, so it looks like Matthew's now at 19. Gonna pass the turn back after making a knight ally.
I bet Jason would love to have Heron's Grace Champion in his deck right now.
He's pretty good.
He just Gideon turns into a human too, so
That's correct.
You gain 15 life.
Another Thalia's lieutenant coming into play here for Matthew. And just gonna ship the turn back.
Yeah, the lonely Talia's lieutenants are the sad ones, unfortunately.
Yep.
All right, land number 5. So Needle Spires is active
Yep.
if necessary.
Yep. Needle Spires is live if he wants to be aggressive.
Jason has to be worried about an end of turn Heron's Grace champion. It's pretty easy
Looks like a Hanwar battle, or Hanwar Garrison was the play.
It's pretty easy to play around a Heron's Grace champion by just spitting out a knight every turn.
Mm-hmm.
That does lose to removal spell plus.
Now, him plussing here is interesting. Because I feel like you could plus, and if I'm not mistaken, doesn't Thalia's Lieutenant put a counter on every other human when a human hits play?
Yeah.
So if you activate the Gideon first and then play the Hanwar Garrison, Gideon would get an extra power?
It's whenever like Talia, when Talia's Lieutenant enters the battlefield,
Okay.
it puts a counter every.
Okay.
And then when a human enters, Talia's Lieutenant gets a counter.
Okay, so it's just Thalia's Lieutenant. Okay, then that line of play is fine. Looks like Jason's going to be aggressive here.
Well, this
Swinging down to 10.
This line does. I guess actually this line doesn't lose to end of turn Heron's Grace champion untap removal spell, because if Matt tries to remove the creature, it can create the counter.
Mhm.
Wow, that game did not look winnable for Jason. I'll be honest. I'm
Yep.
pretty surprised by that outcome.
Yep, so Jason's going to snatch away game 2 here, so we are going to have a game 3.
Yeah, I think Matt missed a lot of extra points of damage with that Talia's Lieutenant sequencing early on, and the instant speed fragmentize is pretty punishing too.
Yeah.
He lost that creature for free.
Couple of interesting plays there.
Yeah.
So we'll have another game 3. Seems like a lot of our matches today have had a full 3 games.
Yeah.
I mean, for Jason, he'll either do that or he's pretty much out of the tournament.
Yep.
So.
He needed to win that game.
Yep. And when he did. So we're going to a game 3. Looks like Matthew's content with his sideboarding options already. Unless he just heard me and decided to switch.
This matchup still has to be like really bad for
Jason?
Jason though.
Especially on the draw now.
Yeah, I'm just looking through his deck and I don't really see. Basically, when you look at the differences between the two decks,
Mm-hmm.
Jason has a couple efficient removal spells like Fiery Temper,
Sure.
but Matthew has more creatures and Heron's Grace champion.
Yeah.
He did keep Sigardain, which is interesting. Like, Sigarda gets swept up by Deckstone and Stasis Snare
Mm-hmm.
for like a big mana disadvantage.
Yeah.
But I guess if it sticks, it's pretty great.
Yep. So, any thoughts on essentially this game with Matthew being on the play? I feel like Matthew has to be advantaged here.
I think he has to stumble for.
He has to
Jason
stumble
to have
for
a chance.
Jason to clutch back.
Yeah.
Yeah. So both players are shuffling up for the next game. We do have one more round of Standard after this, round number 5, after which we're going to be moving to our top 8. And that top 8 should be interesting. We already know that Esper Flash is probably going to make its way in there.
Yep. And we're likely to see
We're likely to see green-white humans.
a couple humans decks in
Yeah.
there.
So even if Matthew loses at 3-1, I'm pretty sure he should be able to just draw in.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, the main reason that they're playing this match is because Jason didn't have the option
Correct.
to draw.
Or Jason wasn't dead and didn't concede.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Of course, winning this match matters a lot for Matthew because even though he's in top 8 either way,
His seeding will be helped
right.
significantly for the play draw.
It's pretty beneficial for his deck to be on the play.
Yep. Aggro deck on the play.
I really like this green-white deck. It's
Yeah,
very
it's very
aggressive.
nice.
It wins races, and then you have a couple engines if you get stalled out. Like Smuggler's Copter can push through damage. Duskwatch Recruiter can gain you back a lot of card advantage.
Well, I think it has also
then-
a fair amount of removal to deal with being on the draw as well, between
Right.
Stasis Snare and Declaration in Stone.
And then out of the board, you can power out Gideons against some of the decks
Mm-hmm.
that have a lot of trouble with it.
Yep. All right, so it looks like both players are about to begin. They're
having-
looking at their 7s.
Deck has access to all 4 Tireless Trackers too, which is
Yeah,
also
very
great.
good. Tireless Tracker's been a card that's been off and on in the last couple Standard formats.
Yeah.
It's been good, it's been bad, and I think it's becoming good again.
It's nice in decks where just having a 3/2 is still relevant too.
Yeah.
It was often, it's like in the Delirium matchup, for example, it's really only drawing cards.
Yeah.
'Cause
But it's still
easy
drawing
for one of the
cards.
players to stabilize. It's
Exactly.
Like that's where it's good. But if you like don't have an abundance of mana, sometimes it just sits there as a 3/2.
Yeah, and it just dirtles.
But if it's just sitting there as a 3/2 of the green-white humans deck, you're still beating down with it, which is pretty good.
Yeah. So it looks like both players kept their 7s. A Expedition Envoy is the play for Matt Brugg.
It is the most aggressive one drop in the deck.
Pretty good to be on a play and drop that.
Yep. And again, the best follow-up probably being Lieutenant or Recruiter.
Or Copter.
Yeah. I think that's probably like all the 2-drops, right?
Yep.
They're all,
Probably why he plays them all.
Yeah. I think I like
So there's 2-drop
the
Lieutenant.
most. Yeah, if I had all 3, I'd probably lead with Lieutenant here. I don't expect...
Crashes for 3.
It lets you push the most damage, and I don't expect Recruiter to flip against the Humans deck.
That's fair.
And really, in this stage of the game, it's only good if it flips.
Yep, so Jason is going to use his 2 lands here and cast a Smuggler's Copter. Which means Matt's going to get another attack in here.
Oh, yeah.
He should probably untap his Envoy. There you go.
Oh,
Another Lieutenant.
And if Matt has a land... Okay, so Matt doesn't have another land.
Yep, so Thalia's Lieutenant gets 2 counters there.
Yep.
Which is really good. It looks like it's going to be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 damage coming through here.
7.
7? Oh yeah, Thalia's a base
1.
1.
It's a 1/1.
Yep.
Wow.
So 7 damage, putting Jason down to 10 already.
Yeah. There's not a lot of creatures that can even block very well that Jason could have here. Like a 2/3 doesn't get it done.
Yeah, so both players confirming the math there. Jason will go to 10.
I think Talia is probably the best thing Jason could have here.
Or Stasis Snare. I mean, I think Thalia is the best.
Yeah. This looks like...
Handwar Garrison.
No, that's Inventor's
Nope, that's...
Apprentice.
Yeah. It's
still,
not rare. It's still good.
But a 1-mana 2/3 here is way better than a 3-mana 2/3.
Correct.
Because they're not attacking.
Yeah.
Still, though, the stats do not line up well against Matt's board. They'll be able to block a 2/2 Lieutenant if Matt plays 1 creature next turn.
That's essentially the best 3 that you can...
Oh, wow, that's great.
Deck and Stone hits both Lieutenants. That's about the best play he could have had there.
Yep. I got the impression that he didn't have it because I would have probably been so excited to cast it that it'd be already on the table by the time I was untapping. And this Copter can jump in front of the Expedition Envoy.
It will be a crash test dummy.
I think Jason would be happy to do. The downside to blocking with the Copter is it makes the Fiery Temper in Jason's hand uncastable because he needs double red.
Yep.
But if he can madness it out, it's single red. So if he doesn't block with it, that's probably why.
Yeah, so Matthew drew a basic Plains here. And it looks like he might be casting a Thraben Inspector? No, Fragmentize. I didn't see that.
Correctly at sorcery speed this time.
Yes, good job. So the Smuggler's Copter will go into the graveyard. Bless you. Envoy is going to crash in here for 4.
Yeah, don't expect to see a chump block quite yet.
We saw Jason come back from being way behind last game.
Right. And
yeah, he's going to opt to take the 4 damage and go to 6.
Any Anthem effect makes the Inventor's Apprentice line up really well.
Yeah.
Plus it can hold back other small creatures like this. It actually, the Copper's gone, so it's actually a 1/2 right now.
Mm-hmm. So there is a Thraben Inspector that I saw from his hand coming out post-combat.
I forgot that it is no longer a 2/3, so an Anthem's not that great.
Yeah,
it
it's
still
now
holds
4/3.
back Thraben Inspector, which is not the worst.
So it looks like we have a Thalia's Lieutenant here. It's going to make the Inventor's Apprentice a little stronger. And another Smuggler's Copter's follow-up.
So the Anthem effect that I was talking about is here, and we have an artifact to make up for losing the first one, so this Inventor's Apprentice is a 3/4 and can block the Expedition Envoy.
Correct.
Or rather, can trade.
They would trade.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
Well, unfortunately for one of them.
Yeah, unfortunately for Jason trying to stabilize.
Yeah.
He can also consider trading with the Copter.
He could, but I don't know if that's the right thing to do at this point.
Yeah, for the same... Well, now I'd be seriously considering it.
Is that Declaration in Stone?
Pointing at Inventor's Apprentice. It's still... It's
True in
problematic.
response?
Yeah, it's still problematic because he's gonna lose access to Fiery Temper this way, like as I mentioned before, but you can't really just afford to take 4 damage here.
Yep, so Smuggler's Copter is going to be crewed before Deck and Stone resolves. For those of you interested in football, Buffalo Bills are currently beating the Cleveland Browns. Ooh. Surprise, surprise, 17-3.
That's so many points.
That is so many points.
And right now, Matt's beating Jason 20-6.
Yeah.
Because that's how...
It's a football score. That's how this works. Yeah.
Whoever has more life points is winning.
You don't say.
Actually, in this matchup, it's probably true.
Up until you lose the game, you're winning.
Alright, I think this has got to be an easy block for...
Yeah, I agree.
That Inventor's Apprentice is exiled.
Yep. There's a reason he crewed the copter here.
If you're Jason, you're also considering the fact that Matt has 3 clues, which is going to be really rough in the long game, but...
Well, he doesn't have many lands to take advantage of that.
There's no option besides the long game here.
Yeah.
Jason just has to try to stabilize. Like, he can't, like... I just don't think he can get it, too. It's just not realistic.
Looks like he's pitching a Gideon here.
Whew. I wonder if he just has it stuck.
Does he just have another Gideon like he did in Game 2?
It's hard to imagine anything else.
Yeah. Because like you said in Game 2, this seems like a really good situation to have.
Stabilizes the board again.
Exactly. And especially with Matt being stuck on lands here, seems like a very good play.
They can't play the Fiery Temper, so...
I think Gideon's your next best option.
Oh.
Opting to crack the clue instead.
So there's no Gideon.
That makes that discard very, let's say, interesting.
I wonder if he's playing around something specific. I mean, like, he didn't...
Stasis Snare?
He didn't know about the Expedition Envoy, but if the Expedition Envoy wasn't there, the Gideon would...
I mean, I think he has another Smuggler's Copter. But he's going to opt to play the Militia Captain
this is
instead.
This is how he stabilized the last game, too, right?
Pretty much exactly this line of play. There's another land for Matt.
He finally drew a Green Source, which is not good for Jason. I have to imagine. I don't know what the rest of Matthew's hand is.
Probably Tireless Tracker and or Duskwatch Recruiter.
Yeah, some combination.
Yep. The Thalia's lieutenants from Matthew are exiled from Declaration.
I'd slam this block of Hanor Militia Captain.
Clivor, I think you're correct. Let me send the note up to the front to make sure that's the case.
Yeah, that is true. Good catch. And this deck, the Green-White Humans deck, does have Graveyard Interaction. It's Sigarda can exile them to make 1/1s. So it's relevant.
Yep, good catch. Appreciate
They
it.
fixed Jason's graveyard too.
Hey.
But not Matthew's.
I mean, I can go back out there and...
Ooh, more Hanwar Battlements.
Yay!
Okay, so it was a Tireless Tracker. It's
Yep.
the 3rd copter, I think.
Yep, that is copter number 3.
Ooh, wow, I mean...
Vroom vroom.
Like, Gideon...
Matt's off the top of the deck now, I think.
Gideon would be really good. Unfortunately for Jason, this Tireless Tracker is going to get real big.
Yeah, it is. If you can't do anything about it anyway.
Yeah, with 2 clue sacrifices, it's already up to 5 power, which doesn't allow it to attack profitably into Copter and Talia's Lieutenant, though. Land, clue, and maybe an attack. I think Matt wants to attack with both creatures here if he's going to attack. Because the best block for Jason is likely the double, which requires... So effectively, Jason only has 2 blockers here. Because the copter requires crew. Jason has to be skeptical that Matthew has another removal spell.
Alright, so the Thalia's lieutenants have now been correctly exiled.
Yep.
Again, thank you for the catch there, chat.
This is a really good block for Jason if Matthew does not have a Stasis Snare.
Mm-hmm. So it looks like Matthew got his 5th land.
Mm-hmm. And his 3rd clue off of it.
Okay. Tireless Tracker being in play, that makes sense.
I'm not sure. Okay, yeah, Jason's thinking. So this block lets Matthew kill both creatures, so I don't understand. If he blocked with the Copter and the Talia's Lieutenant, Matt would only be able to kill 1.
Yeah, this is an interesting block if both of these creatures die, because then Smuggler's Copter can no longer be crewed.
And like effectively kills the Copter too.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that block was a misstep. I can't.
Jason must have very highly prioritized the tireless tracker,
but
he
can still get the tracker off the board by blocking
by crewing with a copter, and then he gets a loot out of it.
Right. So it's 6 toughness instead of 5.
Yeah.
And both plays are not great against a snare. They're equally bad.
Yeah. So Jason's going to play the Gideon that I have to imagine has been in his hand for a little while.
I can't imagine he wouldn't have played it. I guess deploying the 2/2s may have been fine multiple times.
So the Knight Ally comes into play. Gideon's going to stay at 4. Looks like he's going to use that to crew the copter and swing in.
The thing about deploying the Gideon early is you just gain incremental advantage every single turn.
Yeah.
So you just deploy all of your 2/2s the following turn, and still get another Knight.
Yeah, but if I were Matt here, I'd just take the damage.
Oh yeah.
He's in pretty good shape.
It's the only the copper's attacking.
Yep.
Anyway. Yeah.
So that's going to go to 17. Alright, Duskwatch Recruiter looked to be the draw there.
Yeah, unfortunately, Matt's only on 1 green source, but Recruiter's still pretty good.
Yeah.
Because Matt...
You can still play Recruiter.
Having been so aggressive, Matt's going to have a lot of time.
And there's the Heron's Grace Champion that Matt elects to deploy. So for this turn, the Thalia's Lieutenant's going to get +1/+1 in lifelink. And looks like he elects to hit Jason in the face. We'll put him to 4. We'll put Matthew back to 19. We have a Rob Nick watching from the back room.
So if Matt held the Heron's Grace Champion to cast at end of turn, he might have been able to slay the Gideon. If if Jason makes a Knight, crews the copter, attacks, but instead he's going to plus Gideon attack instead.
Yeah.
Either way, Jason would be undefended this turn, depending on what he plays in his second main phase.
No, he's attacking with everything here.
It's like flashing in the Heron's Grace Champion represented more damage.
And that's a fiery temper.
That fiery temper that's been in his hand like the entire game finally gets
can
to
now
do
be
something.
used. Yep.
So another reason why flashing in the Heron's Grace Champion could have been better.
Yep, so it looks like he's going to take 8 damage here.
Speed removal.
He's going to go to 11. And I think Jason's right back in this.
Yeah. And he has a blocker.
Yep.
After all that. 2 blockers. Never mind.
Ooh. Declaration in Stone.
A deck stone on the 1/2.
Yep. Aggressive.
Very, very aggressive. I wonder if that means Jason has another one. Because, like, Sigarda here could be a really big problem.
Could be. I think Jason is firmly ahead now, though. Just like we saw in Game 2.
Jason's obviously in control of the game.
Yep.
I just don't know about that deck stone.
Unless he has another one. He has 1 card.
It's like having another deck stone is the only thing that makes sense. Duskwatch Recruiter.
Yeah, Smuggler's Copter. Alright, so he does have defense. He'll probably want to block with the Smuggler's Copter here to get a loot.
I mean, so yeah, it depends on the attack here.
Now, if he gets another red source, Needle Spires can also become active. But it has to be a red source.
So this isn't lethal.
But it's threatening.
It's just it's a point short of lethal if Jason just swings out. And then it's very, very possible for Matt to have lethal, so it's gonna be like really tempting not to block.
Alright, so he's gonna plus the Gideon,
Yeah,
crew the copter.
It's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 damage. So you'd have to imagine that Jason's gonna have a follow up here, but it's gotta be so tempting for Matt to.
If he has a lieutenant in this, the game's over. I do think I see a stasis snare.
Yeah, any additional damage forces Matt to block. Okay, so he's taking a conservative line.
Yep, which I like. Looks like he drew a Thraben Inspector there off the loot. He's just going to pitch it. Or is that a lieutenant?
That's a lieutenant.
Okay.
So I assume he drew into that. Cause
yeah. Otherwise, you imagine he just drops and ends the game.
You could play it and force a block.
Yeah.
Forcing a block is pretty nice because you don't die to Heron's Grace Champion.
Yep, so taking a look at the lines, Matthew could not block here and go to 3. Jason would still have a blocker. Looks like that's the route Matthew's going to take. Going to go to 3 here. What do you think Matt's hoping for here?
Well,
A Deck and Stone?
he gets to flip this tireless tracker, or sorry, the Duskwatch Recruiter,
That's correct.
which lets him
If he remembers the trigger.
play. Oh, I guess he's not going to,
Or he missed the trigger.
because that would let Heron's Grace Champion and Tile Lusitana be a really good play.
Yeah. Right, he's going to crack a clue.
Yeah, from Jason's side of the table, it's got to be great when you have your opponent on their ropes and they're spending their mana.
Not
So just draw
bringing
cards?
out threats.
Right.
So there's the Deck and Stone.
Oh my gosh.
He does
Okay.
have. I do
think
believe Jason has a stasis
Jason
snare
has
in
to
hand.
have removal for the play to make any sense. So Matt's probably going to lose this game because
Yeah.
he's going to go for lethal here and it's not going to work, and then he's going to take lethal in the crackback.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like the best play Matt had, but
All right, so Jason holding up. There's a
Yeah.
stasis snare,
well, okay,
and that's going to be the match.
yeah, because it was lethal because of the
Yep.
counter. Yeah.
All right, so Jason coming from behind twice to take that match. 2 games to 1. He's going to go to 3-1.
Wow.
Likely safe for top 8. Matthew also at 3-1, also likely safe for top 8. So that's probably the best outcome
Yeah,
for
I
both
think-
players there.
Jason indisputably played that match better and was rewarded
Absolutely,
for it.
he was rewarded. So Matthew's still live for top 8, although maybe not at the seed he wanted. All right, so I'll take a quick break.
Time's left in the round.
Yep, we'll go to a quick break. Let you finish up your pizza. We'll see if there's a backup match going on, and we'll be right back from this PPTQ in Hamburg. All right, folks, and we are back as we get ready to start the last round of Swiss here from our PPTQ in Buffalo, New York. I'm Tom Davis. Alongside me is Ryan Dunn. And round 5 is a win and in for one of these folks.
Yep. I mean, it's
Actually, both of them.
So winning for both, yeah.
Yep, and it's 2 players we've seen already. We actually just saw Matthew Brugg in round number 4. He's going to be on camera again for round number 5 at 3-1 on Green White Humans. And facing him is going to be our 4-color Aetherworks player of the day, Chris Marchand, who is at 2-2 and must win to have a shot.
Right, and so these players are at table 4, and all the tables above them are drawing in.
Yep,
So
at least as far as we know.
Depending on how the breakers work, it's possible for Matthew to actually lose this match and still make top 8. But it's all going to come down to breakers.
Yep. No, there we go. All right, so both players are currently shuffling up. We've already talked about both of these decks, so let's talk about the matchup a little bit. Who do you think is favored game 1?
Oof.
Does it depend on the draw for Matt?
This matchup's actually like quite. I think we actually talked. Is this the same matchup we had round 1, just a different Aetherworks deck?
I think
I
we've
believe
only.
we did.
Yeah, I think it is because Jamie played on Teamer Aetherworks against Matthew,
Right, and it's like
and Jamie
this
lost.
is the 4-color Aetherworks deck, but it's really like just Nahiri, so it's almost
Yeah.
the same matchup.
Yep.
And I think that the Humans deck has an advantage,
Especially if they're on
game
the play.
1. Right, it's like pretty minor. I think this matchup's actually very close.
Okay. So obviously, if you're Chris, you have to win this to have a shot.
Mm-hmm.
Just being at 9 points. A lot of the players drawing in are going to be at 10, so he's basically playing for a spot in I think the bottom 2
Yep.
of the top 8.
Yep. And this matchup's super straightforward. Just Matt's gonna try to beat down.
Yep.
Chris needs to stabilize with Ishkana or just get a fast Ulamog or Emrakul.
Yep.
I also think I mentioned that. I can't remember if I was talking about Chris's deck. I think I said he didn't have Ulamogs, but there's actually 1.
There's 1.
Yeah. So his hits are 3 Ishkanas, 3 Emrakuls, 1 Ulamog. That's like the main big payoff cards.
Okay. So it looks like both players are done shuffling up. They're going to be getting ready to check their 7s. As soon as we have both players keep, we will go over to the match. So, round 5. Last round of Swiss. Had 20 players today. Looks like a couple of our Rochester locals look like they're pretty good for top 8.
Yeah, I think Robnik.
Take a look at the standings real quick.
Robnik, I believe, is in top 8. Jamie and Michael Cyborg are 2-2.
Yep.
So they're playing for a shot to get on breakers, which is not where you want to be, but
Yeah, so the vast majority of the players that we've seen today are actually live for top 8 or in top 8.
correct.
We've only not seen 2 of them. So it looks like our locks for top 8 right now are Gavin Wen, Dave Priester, Ethan Whipple, Jason Abrams, Rob Nick D'Ambrose, and perhaps Eric. I don't know what his matchup is.
Yeah.
Matthew is playing right now against Chris, who is in his winning in.
Eric is 3-1.
Yeah,
So and
he's probably in.
Yeah, I believe he's paired against Nick.
Yep. So congratulations to everybody making their way to the top 8. In the meantime, we'll wait to get round number 5 started here between Chris Marchand and Matthew Brugg.
Yeah, we talked about Weaver of Lightning before in the board of Chris's deck.
Mhm.
It was brought in against Flash where it wasn't like great, but it was a fine blocker.
Yeah.
Well, this is the matchup where it can be pretty great because it can just outright kill Expedition Envoys. It can pick off fresh Talia's lieutenants.
Yep.
And blocking is even more important than normal.
For sure. So both players right now are debating 6 cards. Both of them mulliganed. Looks like Matthew is scrying.
It looks like he has lands and spells, so
Probably would keep it.
you would probably keep like.
It looks like he's on the play since he scryed first.
any aggressive spell there.
Yep. Looks like Chris is also keeping.
He has a puzzle knot and the lands to activate it. I don't know
Yep.
what else he has in there.
He's going to put it on top, and
So-
I'm going to let him know that we are ready.
Bring it on over.
All right, so they are just waiting for Jimmy up front to give him the go-ahead, and we should be underway here with round 5.
I see a lot of lands in Matt's hand, so probably bottomed a land.
Yep. So Matt being on the play, started with a village, revealing a basic plains, and we'll start off
Alright.
with an Expedition Envoy.
Yeah, one of the best starts possible in this matchup.
Correct. We've seen it several times from Matt today.
Tune's not bad either.
Yep. Botanical Sanctum into Attune with Aether.
And he's going to be able to follow it up with a Puzzle Knot and a Puzzle Knot activation.
Correct.
So if he finds a Marvel, he'll be able to activate it on turn 4.
Yep. Matthew's going to show that planes that he
Is this-
showed on turn 1. Play a Smuggler's Copter and swing in with the Expedition Envoy for 2.
Probably the second best 2-drop you could have here, after Talayo's Lieutenant.
Yep.
Kind of like gives every follow-up creature pseudo haste.
Mm-hmm.
Nahiri, not the best in this matchup, unfortunately. It tends to...
I think the best thing it can do is probably exile something.
Yeah, it can...
It can exile Stasis Snare.
If the board is like marginally stabilized, it can plus and threaten an ultimate.
Mhm.
The problem is when the humans player can just ignore that. That's when Nahiri has to minus to exile a creature, and then it usually just dies. It kind of does the exact same thing as Chandra on an unstable board. You
Sure.
minus it, and then it soaks up with 2 damage.
Yep.
Just not exactly where you want to be for 4 damage, or for 4 mana.
I think the best thing Nahiri can do in this matchup is probably get rid of an enchantment.
Yeah. The one upside of those plays is that when your Planeswalker dies, you usually have Delirium afterwards.
Yeah, fair.
Oh, wait, so Chris...
Had another Attune.
Yeah, he didn't play the Puzzle Knot, so I'm not sure what his land situation is. I'll have to take another glimpse. He might not have had another land.
You did pull another Mountain. So you will have the ability to play Virtuoso.
Yeah, and I will note that Chris does not have a basic planes in his deck.
So you're
Tear
relying
up
on that
for
Aether
Nahiri.
Hub for Nahiri.
Yeah. It's actually like a pretty... It's like pretty slim casting Nahiri game 1.
Mhm.
You have 4 servants and the 4 Aether Hubs, so yeah, that's probably enough sources.
Sure.
So it looks like... So Chris did have a forest, so he opted to traverse instead of playing the Puzzle Knot, which is interesting. But Whirler Virtuoso
Is the
pretty
play.
great here as well.
Yep. He's in a good spot to make some top-ups as needed.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like Puzzle Knot, Forest, Puzzle Knot, Nahiri, and 1 card. Looks like Canopy Vista is the play for Matthew, which will come into play untapped. And I see a Envoy that might see play here in a moment. So
We're
Declaration Stone's going to be first.
definitely going to see at least one Thopper get made here. I wouldn't even be
I would say two.
surprised if both got made.
Yeah.
The second one doesn't do anything immediately, but I don't see any way for Chris to cash in on the energy besides
Yeah.
this.
If he had an Aetherworks Marvel, I could see doing 1.
Yeah, I mean, he also has the Puzzle Knots, so
Yeah.
he has basically 12 energy in his hand.
Yep. There's no reason not to play both Thopters here. And he'll get a clue. So, he does have 3 artifacts
Oh,
now.
yeah. Another Envoy
Yep.
makes the second Thopter outstanding.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to probably crew and just attack with the Thopter.
Yep, makes sense.
Yeah, so Chris has the option of blocking pretty aggressively, but with 2 Expedition Envoys, he must be really tempted to just keep them both.
Yeah.
I think that's
Chris is going to go to 15. He's going to take the 3. And he's
So-
going to go to 12, actually.
An Aether Hub would be great for Chris here.
Yes, he'll be able to exile the Smuggler's Copter. Because it is a tapped artifact.
I couldn't see if he drew yet, but he has 2 Forests and a Tune, Nahiri, and 2 Puzzle Knots.
Yep. A lot of his setup cards, but not a lot of action.
Yes. Effectively no action because this Nahiri is uncastable.
Correct.
I'd be pretty tempted to run up Plains. Because of the 4 Attune with the Aethers.
Mm-hmm.
It just doesn't... It's like not horrible for casting a lot of the rest of the stuff in the deck. Like it doesn't cast Attune, but almost everything else
Does.
in the deck it can cast.
Yep.
Because it has like everything else has colorless mana at least somewhere in the
Ooh,
cost.
another Declaration
That's
instead to
pretty
take
rough.
out both Thopters.
So if Matt has a creature here, Talia's Lieutenant would be the best possible. Yeah.
Chris needs to get his clues here.
Okay, so there's 9 damage coming across here,
Yep, which he can't do anything about.
and they were tokens getting exiled, which actually don't give clues from deck stuff.
Yep.
To make it even worse for Chris.
So he missed getting 2 clues.
He does not get 2 clues because they were.
Oh, because they're
tokens,
they were my bad. They
So
were.
I get a draw from the clue.
Yep.
Draw
Good-
for turn.
Good catch there. I don't think I see an out here.
He's down to 6
Yeah.
because he took 9 but gained 3 last turn.
Yep. So he's
And
going to
he
gain
can-
another 3.
He can actually gain 6 more life this turn.
Oh, because he has both
Because
puzzle
he
knots
drew
as well.
He drew another puzzle.
Yep.
knot. And he's gonna go up like 1,000,000 energy as well.
All right. So there's another attune.
Unfortunately, with the swarm Matt has,
He doesn't really care.
even like drawing a Marvel and hitting an Emrakul is not actually gonna win the game.
I mean, Chris has to have some very lucky draws here. He has really no action.
I mean, it starts like a K return is still great.
Sure. Does he play K return main?
No, I don't believe he does. I think he has them all on the board.
Yeah. So that's really not in play
Right,
here.
right. So I guess it's just once again
Marvel
Ishkana's the
or
best draw.
Ishkana.
Yeah, Marvel into Ishkana
Well,
is better than Marvel into Emrakul, I believe.
there's the puzzle knot. He's going to go ahead and gain 3 more, go to 9.
I was looking at the... Okay, yeah. I was looking at the deck list and was confused why all the mana was tapped.
And there's the 3rd puzzle knot. Go to 12. So a lot of life gained right there. But again, not much action.
Yeah, you can like...
So
he
he's
can
going to get
gain
hit for a lot
another
now.
6 life if he wants to next turn.
Yep.
But it's not going to do it because he's taking 9 and 9.
Yep. He's going to be taking a net of 18.
Yeah, so gaining 6 doesn't actually save him anything.
Yep. So he should be taking 3 here and going to 9. Or he's going to take it all and then gain a life back. So he's going to go to 3 first.
Yeah, he has to
He has to
he
untap.
has to spend his entire turn worth of mana to gain 9 life, which just kills him, so it's not going to be an option.
Looks like that was a servant of the conduit off the top.
Which Servant effectively gains him 3 life by blocking, so it's not gonna
It's not going to be
change
enough.
anything either.
Yep.
It's better than
It's better than the
blocking at
first
3-2
plan.
is better than stacking a puzzle lot, but he still needs something else.
Yeah. So we'll see what Chris chooses to do here, but he is in a pretty big bind.
I mean, I see Botanical Sanctum here. Yeah, I don't see any play.
Chris is going to give it up for game 1 here. Matthew Berg going to go up 1 game to 0.
He would
Green,
have been
white-
alive if he could cast in a Here.
Yeah, but he couldn't.
Yeah.
That's the beats. Matt Brugg, rather, going to take game 1 over Chris Marchand here. Moving into game 2 in sideboarding. We've seen both of these decks already.
Yeah.
What do you think comes in the matchup?
We're going to see Gideons and Servants coming in. We're going to see Stasis Snare and likely the 4th Tireless, possibly the 4th Tireless Tracker. I don't know if they want all 4 post board.
Sure.
And then out of the Aetherworks deck, we're going to see Weaver of Lightning, Galvanic Blasts, Negates.
All right. So, I mean, we've seen this matchup basically already in round 1.
And I'm trying to just figure out if the Appetite of the Unnatural is coming in. I think it is because it hits Stasis Snare and Smuggler's Copter, which is enough targets, I think.
Sure. That makes sense.
I'm pretty confident that's enough targets for Chris to want it in.
Yeah.
And we can see them board since we did that quickly. So it looks like Weaver, 2 Gav Blasts, 3 white cards. Wait.
Let's actually let everyone else see since they're boarding.
Oh, we switched it over.
Yeah, we switched over. It's no big deal. I actually get to see what he wants to take out.
I thought I saw 3 white cards there. They might have been Negates. Oh, sorry. This matchup, the K returns are great. So the K returns
Yes,
are
absolutely.
I was
Against any small
thinking
aggressive
about
deck.
Flash, where it's not nearly as good.
Okay.
But in this deck, it's great because the flashback is just swipes.
It's relevant.
Yeah, so those are the last 3 cards that he's boarding in were K returns. So it looked like he had Weaver, Galvblast, K returns, and not Negates.
Yep. Matt sideboarding very quickly. You've seen this matchup already today,
Yeah.
for the most part.
So Negate hits Gideon, Smuggler's Copter, Deckstone, Stasis Snare, which in my opinion is enough, especially...
I think it makes it relevant.
Yeah.
Because I absolutely think Gideon's coming in here.
The question then becomes what to cut, though, because it's a lot of cards. So
Yeah.
it's possible that Chris just feels like he doesn't have room for it. But yeah, I see the 6 cards in his hand right now are the ones you mentioned.
Yep. Good to be on the same page. Chris still thinking about what he wants to board in. Matt shuffling, ready to go.
He's trying to figure out what to board out now, which
Yeah,
is
he knows what he wants.
pretty tough because. I mean, I personally.
Looks like he's taking out one of the harness lightnings that he was going to bring in.
It's also funny that he's playing 2 Gallblasts. Usually you see that card as a 4 of.
Well, usually I see that card in Modern.
Gallblast? Oh, no, I'm right. It's I got tricked again by the deck list.
Yep.
It has 2 Gallblasts registered.
Oh my
We're talking about Galvanic Bombardment. So hopefully people still realize what I was talking about. But yeah, so there's 2 Galvanic Bombardments.
We'll have to have a talk with our head judge to see if he noticed any of these later.
Hopefully there's no other cards in Standard with Galvanic in the name. I don't think there is.
Let's take a look. While they're shuffling up, let's have a little bit of trivia here.
Of being pretty bad about mixing up card names, but a bunch of them today I'm just reading off the deck list.
It hasn't been your fault. It has not been your fault. So let's see.
I also really enjoy Galblast and Modern.
That's a very good card. I've died to it many a time.
Affinity is probably the deck that I've played the most in that format, so it kind of just rolls off the tongue.
It's only Galvanic Bombardment, so he is safe.
Alright. Lucky.
Lucky.
So I'm the only one that gets punished for that.
Get wrecked. I mean, I don't know. It's his fault. Chat's blaming you. Deal with it. Alright, so both players have finished sideboarding here. Looks like we're about to get started with game number 2.
It's great with the humans deck too, because you have like Sigarda's Heron's Grace Champion, Talia's Lieutenant, Talia Heretic Cathar.
It's like saying cool
all
the time.
Bunch of the names overlap.
Alright, so both players are now looking at their 7 here. Looks like Chris is going to be pitching his hand.
Scry 2.
Yes.
Easiest way to mulligan.
Scry 2, go to 6.
Yeah.
Matt's still debating, I think.
I wish he would share his secrets with us.
Yeah.
I want to know. There are no Panharmonicon players as far as I saw Vision Heavy in the room.
No, I actually didn't see any pan harms from the start of the day or otherwise.
That deck's
and
pretty
there's certainly
legit,
not any. There's certainly not any, I believe, in contention right now.
That's definitely a deck that people thought was going to be like a Timmy deck at the beginning of the format, but it's actually
Turns out
pretty
it's really good.
competitive.
Yeah.
It's close to finding a solid place in the meta.
Mm-hmm. I think it's just short right now.
It can actually grind out some of the Aetherwork Marvel decks.
So it looks like Matt chose to keep his 7 since Chris already is at his 6. I see an Aether Hub. I see a Cinderglade. I see, I think, an Attune with Aether in there. So I don't see how this isn't a keepable hand. Chris is going to go ahead and scry here. Alright, so with Chris down a card on the play.
I don't think the Aetherworks deck cares about card advantage in this matchup that much.
That's fair.
Like we just saw Chris die with 6 cards in his hand or something.
Mm-hmm. So he's going to start with, I think that was a Game Trail?
That's a Cinderglade.
It is? Okay.
Yeah.
So Cinderglade's the play there, tapped. Matthew, King of the Village. Played a lot of villages today untapped. He's going to go and start with a Thraben Inspector.
Not the best one drop, but it's good to get things
He's
done.
played the best one drop enough times today. Give him this one.
And I'd say that in Standard, Thraben Inspector is the best white one drop, but in this matchup, yeah, definitely.
Envoy.
You want Envoy.
Alright, so Attune with Aether, the play here from Chris, along with what I think is an Evolving Wilds.
So Chris actually opted to play out all of his tap lands first instead of attuning and then getting his Cinderglade into play untapped, which is interesting because he could have been cracking the Vessel this turn.
Yeah. Interesting line of play.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the best sequencing. He might be trying to save the Vessel for later to have a little bit more information about his draw steps before deciding what he wants to get.
Now it looks like he got his basic island and a basic mountain here.
Yep.
So we'll have it. He will have his color that he needs for, say, Virtuoso, and any of the counter spells he might have brought in.
Ooh. I wonder if he drew that Expedition Envoy this turn. I would have played that first.
I mean, he's been playing it first the entire time.
Yeah,
I have to imagine he drew it.
Certainly would have, yeah.
All right, so it looks like Thraben Inspector's going to crash in and inspect the life total down to 19.
And Matt had another, or sorry, Matt had a Canopy Vista that turn.
Yep. Canopy Vista's going to be played
Roller
tap.
Virtuoso's great here. It just shuts down all the attacks.
Yep, there's Virtuoso. It doesn't look like Chris has another land now. Well, he does have the Aether Hub. My bad. No, he has another land in hand.
Yeah. Ooh. Oh, what? He has a Marvel too?
Oh, we could actually see the
I
deck
wonder if
play.
he just drew the Marvel, because this was a turn 4 Marvel.
Mm-hmm.
If he
there's a
sequenced it from them.
Yep, there's a Decoration in Stone to take care of the Virtuoso. Chris will get a clue.
Yeah, and this is blatantly obvious that he has an Aetherworks Marvel, because there's an Expedition Envoy on the board and he didn't make a Thopter, so Matt has to be pretty afraid right now.
Yep, it looks like Matt also doesn't have the third land.
Oh, right. This is still a turn 4 Marvel. Gotcha.
Aetherworks Marvel will see play on turn 4 here. Will it be activated? Oh, most certainly.
Oh, yeah. You just...
Yep, there's the activation. I did miss the life total change to 16 for Chris off of the attack.
Oh, man.
Looks like he
I
hit.
think he hit... Oh, he hit an Emrakul in the last one.
Yep.
He hit a K return right before the Emrakul, which actually would have been fine.
That would have been great, too.
But this is...
He would rather have a promised end.
It's... yeah, unless there's a Stasis Snare in this hand, it's hard to imagine that. Matt's going to get out of this. Yeah, he needs to draw a Stasis Snare now.
Yep.
I think the play
Wow.
here is send in the Expedition Envoy and then pass back to Chris.
Is it turn 4 Emrakul?
Yeah.
All right.
Classic.
Classic turn 4 Emrakul.
Just a good old-fashioned standard.
Seems like Tron. Chris getting a little bit more paper out of his backpack there. Wants to take note of everything he can during his opponent's next turn.
It's just going to be a big 20, and then a big 7, and then...
And then a
Zero.
GG.
Yeah. That's basically what the life pads look like when I was playing this deck.
Fair. It's going to be a big 16 and a big 7. Alright, so getting all the information he can here. Not able to do much with it, though, on 2 lands.
Stasis Snake? Nope. Looks like you picked up a copy of Duskwatch Recruiter, which is
Okay. Did get the third land.
not exciting.
And there is a Tireless Tracker.
Yeah, so does Chris have an untapped land? No, he doesn't.
No. He has a vessel.
Yeah, untapped land represents another Aetherwork Marvel. Okay.
There's an untapped land.
So he's going to be able to play the Puzzle Knot and crack it and activate Marvel again if he wants to. I don't think there's any reason to main phase it. So he's just, yeah, you just attack.
The jig is up. Emrakul crashing for 13 here, taking Matt to 7. Chris will gain 3 off the Puzzle Knot, going back to 19.
This goes up to 7 energy.
Yep.
And he's
Gonna
gone for
activate it.
immediately. It's like
Sanctum, something.
Harness Lightning lands
Virtuoso?
Virtuoso.
Not bad. I mean, it's not an Emrakul. but-
It gets him like closer to another Marvel activation, I guess.
So I think Matthew has to have a Stasis Snare here.
Yeah, I mean definitely.
Or Deck and Stone.
Yeah, any removal
Yeah.
he needs. Ooh.
It is a basic
Forest.
land.
Well, I can crack a clue, or just concede and not try to find the deck stone.
Yeah.
I
I
hope he
would
looks
have
at,
at least
I hope
cracked
he
the
looks
clue.
at his top card. Come on.
One time. Oh. Oh. Yeah, he shuffled it. Oh, well. All right, so there will be a game 3. Chris is going to take game 2 over Matthew Brugg here. Off the power of Emrakul. You know, classic turn 4.
Turn 4 Emrakul. Off the hub. Yeah.
Obviously, the turn Wizards intended it to be played.
I mean, all you need is 11 card types in your graveyard.
Yep.
And you can just cast it.
So, all right, so they're going to quickly get ready for game number 3 here. Any thoughts with Matthew now on the play?
I mean, it's definitely where he's favored. We'll see.
Sure. Hopefully he gets that Expedition Envoy out.
Yeah, I think He's won an overwhelming percentage of games that he's been on the play on camera so far today.
Well, especially when he's played Expedition Envoy first.
Yeah.
Never hurts.
We haven't seen Sigarda be relevant in this matchup yet either.
We haven't seen much of Sigarda.
Yeah,
period.
It's well, I mean, like usually
We've seen it once.
I've seen it in matchups where it just immediately dies the second it hits the table.
Yeah.
Those are the matchups where I don't even like to have it in the deck.
I mean, we've seen more of Heron's Race Champion, which I don't think is as relevant in this matchup as, say, the matchups against like White-Red Humans.
We've seen Heron's Grace Champion like twice, and it's been great every time.
Yeah.
I guess there was one game where it just died to a Madness Fiery Temper off of the third copter.
Yeah.
Which had been in the hand the entire game. That was a pretty funny one.
Rough life.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to go right back to the game. Both players are shuffling up here, and we should be about ready to go with our final game of Swiss. For those watching on Twitch right now, thank you guys so much for watching. We will be doing the top 8 after this, and we'll announce the top 8 right after this round. Just as a note, the top 8 is untimed, so hopefully you don't see too many Marvel mirrors.
Yeah, I mean, the Marble Mirrors can go really fast.
They
Usually
can.
it's like the post-war games can stall out a little bit.
Yeah.
But
Usually from what I've heard, it's just a bunch of Emrakuls looking at each other awkwardly.
sometimes a player just hits Ulamog.
Yep.
Like on turn 4 and the game ends.
Both players on their way. Matthew's going to bring in a village.
Envoy. Oh, so something I don't think we've mentioned yet is that there's only 2 Expedition Envoys in the deck. Which is why I'm pretty amused by Matt
It being out
every
turn 1
game.
every time?
Yeah. Especially in this matchup. And Talia's Lieutenant.
Yeah, what a start. What a start.
1-2 punch opener.
Lovely.
That's exactly what you want.
Matthew plays the forest you revealed on turn 1. Going to crack for a nice 3 damage here. And we're off to the races.
Maybe 2 is a perfect number, because you want them in your opening hand, and then you don't want to
And
draw
nowhere
them
else.
after that.
Alright, so it looks like a Servant of the Conduit is Chris's follow-up here. So we have 2 energy and 2 lands. Matt, I'm sure, is going to get in Thalia as Lieutenant here.
Yeah, any human punches a spear. I mean, we've seen this exact board state before, followed by a post-combat human, so hopefully we see it pre-combat this time.
I've been told that the Snapcat t-shirt is fresh to death. That cat looks scared, man. Alright, so I don't think it's a Lieutenant, because he didn't just slam it.
Wow, no follow-up human again. I would probably trade this off. Yep.
Looks like he's going to.
Matt doesn't seem very happy about it either. I mean, I would be, because it means Chris doesn't have a Nahiri or
That's correct. Or a
Chandra
Marvel.
to follow it up with. Yeah, or a Marvel. I think if he had a Marvel, the block's still defensible.
Sure.
Because he's not like ramping out a Marvel doesn't do anything.
Alright, so Matt's thinking about his post-combat play here now that he doesn't have the Envoy that he loved.
Unfortunately, Chris is going to have to lose an energy to play this.
Yep.
And
Matt shifts a turn, plays the Virtuoso, goes down to 1 energy to do so.
And then up to 5.
Yep.
So, Matt had no play that turn, which makes
That
me
makes the
wonder
combat really awkward.
if he had, like, Deckstone or Stasis Snare, nothing. I mean, if he had Deckstone, he would have used it on the
Yeah.
mana
Well,
dork.
yeah. He now just got the second white source. So there's the Deck and Stone on the Virtuoso.
He must have drawn that Deckstone this turn.
He drew the planes. So he's going to
Maybe.
make...
I think he drew the Deckstone.
In any case, he's going to make a Thopter, leaving him with 2 energy.
Yeah, I wonder if... Man, I feel like Gideon was the better play there.
Probably was.
Yeah, I think it certainly was, especially if he's trying to follow it up with a Sigarda.
Yeah, I think I do see the Sigarda in hand.
Because now if he draws another land, he has to choose between the 2.
Yep. So he's essentially a turn behind from his threats.
Honestly, if you can't attack with the Lieutenant anyway, so I don't think the 2/3 matters that much, even if it pops out another Thopter.
Sure.
Oh,
Alright, so
did he draw a Marvel?
It looks like he did.
'Cause he certainly...
He drew Marvel.
He must have drawn that, because he definitely would not have used the
energy.
energy.
Alright, it looks like a Canopy Vista is going to be the play here for Matt to go to 5 lands. So now he has to choose between Gideon and Sigarda. Looks like Sigarda is going to be the choice of the day.
Yeah, and Chris holding up K return is getting like moderately punished.
Yep. So just as a reminder of what Sigarda does, Sigarda is a 4/5, which that was bad. I'm surprised it didn't pop up. Let's see if it comes up on the other screen. Sorry about that. We will pull up Sigarda for you in just a second.
Okay, so Chris opted not to put the K
There we
return
go.
in the graveyard.
So K-Return is not in the graveyard. Sorry, I missed that.
So Chris had the option to cast K return to kill like Talia's Lieutenant, which
Mhm.
isn't really relevant, at his own Thopter, and then cast Marvel, activate it, and kill Sigarda. But if you put
There we go.
if you put
That's better.
so I assume Chris is going to spin the Marvel this turn.
Mm-hmm.
Putting Emrakul into play now just gives you a 13/13.
With not
And
much else.
And he doesn't have a K return to flashback.
Mm-hmm.
So it kind of like folds to a removal spell.
Yeah.
Instead, he's going to opt for the Roller Virtuoso,
Yep.
which doesn't line up well at all against Sigarda. He might be trying to bait out more removal.
Just say an interesting line. He next turn he would have a live Aetherwork.
I mean, he had a live Aetherwork.
I mean, he did, but it wouldn't have been as
This
advantageous
turn,
to use. I think he wants to wait to see what Matt presents next to make it most effective.
Wait, what land got tutored?
I don't know.
I,
I think it had to have been the other, the island. Because he didn't activate the Aether Hub.
Did he spend an energy to cast a Virtuoso? I thought he had 6. I must have miscounted the energy.
I don't know. But there's definitely an
'Cause
island
I
tapped there.
thought his Aetherwork was live this turn.
Mm.
Eh,
At any rate, Matthew's going to bring in the Gideon now. Looks like he's going to opt to make a Knight ally.
yeah, we'll see a 2/2 here for
Yep.
sure.
And he's going to crash him with Sigarda. So as a note, Sigarda gives him and all of his humans +1/+1 and hexproof. He is going to take 4 though by the looks of things, or did he block with the Thopter? He blocked with the Thopter.
These Aetherwork spins are getting like progressively worse and worse.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Ulamog is outstanding.
He used Forest to attune to get the island. By the way.
Right. And then I must have just miscounted the energy.
Yeah.
So he got 2 from the attune. So 6 up to 2 up to
8.
yeah, and then
Up to
yeah,
7.
up to 8, and then he got 3 more on top
Yeah.
of that, and then converted it into a Thopter. So
That makes sense.
his,
Math is hard.
Yeah, his Marvel was live.
Yep. So in the end, Matt did get his Sigarda and his Gideon, albeit a turn later than he could have. Life total is currently 17-20 to Matt's advantage. We do have to keep in mind that he does have a live Marvel if he wants to deploy that option. Looks like otherwise he has 2 lands, I think a Virtuoso and a Vessel?
Yeah, he's not. I mean, he's not getting Delirium anytime soon anyway.
Sure. He has, what, 2 card types in the
He's
graveyard?
passing to try to. I assume this has to be now to set up a K return,
Mm-hmm.
but I think he's going to attack for a lock.
He does have the K return in hand. Either way, he's going to get dinged for a fair amount here.
And he can't even make a Thopter this turn.
Yeah. Honestly, I would almost activate Gideon here
Oh yeah, I mean I definitely would.
and just slam in. I can't really see what's in Matt's hand right now. So there's a tick up from Gideon.
Chris's play represents removal essentially.
Absolutely.
So just taking up and smashing is like literally nothing. I think what Matt is probably thinking about is Harness Lightning.
So there's a Thalia, Heretic Cathar.
Jeez, that's not good against K return.
So I think he responds to this trigger in K returns.
Yeah, I don't know if it matters. You could wait for Matt to play another creature and then respond to that trigger.
Sure. All right, because Lieutenant's only a
The
1/1.
problem with this is now No, you're actually right, because Sigarda can activate to save. He can just attack, and then Sigarda can save Talia's Lieutenant.
Mm-hmm. Right, because all the humans have hexproof and +1/+1. It's +1/+1, I believe. No, it's just hexproof.
No.
My bad.
But the 1/1 that the Sigarda makes pumps
Yeah.
the Talia's Lieutenant. So
And he has a 2 mana available to do it. So does he block here and then K return?
well, that gets his.
Because that'll force the activation. He can K return in response.
Yeah. So Matt probably had Harness Lightning on his radar, but instead he's going to get K returned. So Chris is going to let this resolve, and then in response to the Lieutenant trigger, he's going to activate. We'll try to figure out what the confusion is. But yeah, he's going to K return in response to the Lieutenant trigger
Yeah.
and kill the 1/1 as well.
That makes sense. So he pointed. He's waiting. There's the K return.
Yeah, that was a good block. If
Yeah.
Matt wasn't, if Matt didn't have K return on his radar, this is really good. Because it even gets the Talia, which is great.
Yeah, now I have to wonder if Matt has the Selfless Spirits that he brought in from the board.
I would think so.
You may not have seen him yet. Alright, so right now the board state is Sigarda and Gideon. Still a potent board state for Matthew.
Yeah, still not bad.
He still has hexproof.
And he has a Deck Stone for the Emrakul, which is really, really important.
Also of note, anytime Gideon's active, he is a human. So he cannot be stasis snared.
Right. I'm sure Sigarda would have already been stasis snared by now, though.
That's fair.
But that isn't relevant. Especially if you can like stasis snare Gideon and then K return Sigarda.
Yeah.
It's like a.
I mean, that
You can't do it in that order.
I'm thinking about it. I mean, I don't think Chris plays stasis snare.
Yeah.
Whoops.
No, it's just there is a green white.
Mm-hmm.
So actually,
There's a Naya
there's a
Aetherworks deck.
there's a Naya Aetherwork deck, and then there's also a straight up green white deck that just plays K return and can't cast it on the front side, which I don't agree with. I don't think that deck is gonna like become popular by any means.
So it looks like Chris had to step away from the table real quick. Not sure if he had to use the restroom or if he wanted to ask the judge something. So
Assume
take a little break here. Matthew has to know that Chris has some kind of removal. Because he's leaving his lands up constantly. And this is a deck that, at least from what I would see, wants to tap
I was
out.
talking about how Harness Lightning could have been the card on Matt's radar, but there's not a lot of cards that Chris could cast and not be able to hold up Harness Lightning.
Mm-hmm.
So do we know what Chris's hand is besides the Aetherwork Marvel?
No. He's been keeping it pretty low key.
Yeah, I mean, so he really wants to hit Ulamog. That's
Mhm.
the best possible. If he hits Emrakul, he can flashback K return just to kill Sigarda, and then his Emrakul gets Deck Stoned.
Sure.
Which
It's
Chris
weird to
doesn't-
say
Chris
Emrakul
doesn't
isn't the
know
best
about,
option here.
but- yeah, so like Chris doesn't know about that, but
Mm-hmm.
that's what will happen if he grabs Emrakul. And he has an Ishkan. I remember he has an Ishkan in his hand, and he's just not casting it because he doesn't have Delirium, so he's trying to get max value out of it.
Sure. There becomes a point where you almost have to cast it anyway.
I mean, it blocks Sigarda, right?
Yeah.
Until a Gideon Emblem happens.
Yeah, so it looks like Chris is back now with the answer to his question. It looks like he might have had 2 Ishkanahs there?
So Vessel.
Vessel. No, it was Vessel Ishkanah. My bad.
Okay, well, he hasn't played a land this turn, right?
As far as I know, you're correct. So it looks like
Okay,
here
he's going
comes
for a
the... Yep. Well, he's thinking about it.
It's like
There it is. Alright, so Aetherworks Marvel is going to be played.
interesting sequencing, I guess.
If he gets the Emrakul, he can use the K return to kill Sigarda.
No, that's not true. He can't target Matt, so Emrakul can't take
Yep.
Matt's turn.
That's correct. Yeah, Sigarda
He
right
did-
now
he did hit
gives
Emrakul.
Matthew hexproof.
I wonder why he played the Vessel. I mean, it doesn't matter, but
Yeah.
he kept up Mountain, I assume, to like represent.
Mm-hmm. So he's going to show Emrakul here, but he's not going to get to take the turn.
Right. So he's gonna probably flashback K return because you do have to get the Sigarda off the board.
Now, if he does start to take the turn, I'm going to run as fast as I can out to the, to the table. But All right, so there's a flashback K return,
So Sigarda's gone, Virtuosa's gone.
but he still can't take the turn.
That's an energy for Chris.
Yep.
That's probably what he was asking about.
Yeah. Yep, so Matt's going to take his turn, as normal.
So this Emrakul's gone. And then
The jig is up.
Chris is probably going to run away with the game now.
That's fair.
He gets to crack this clue and then untap, crack the vessel, and start jamming Ishkanas. So there's one Ishkana in his hand.
Yep. And I also missed the last hit. He was down to 8. Just a life total update there. Looks like he's going to go down to 3 with the Gideon attack. Probably used for missing that life total change
It's going to be pretty tough for Matt.
to get out of this.
Yeah.
Going to crack the vessel. Get some more energy.
No, I guess, yeah, you can just crack the vessel straight away instead
Yeah.
of cracking the clue. It's just better. He doesn't have to consume energy.
Mm-hmm. Looks like Aether Hub, Botanical Sanctum, Cinderglade, and Marvel. With the lands there. Or were the cards there. So he's going to take the Aether Hub to get it, to grab an extra energy.
I mean, if you want to... Technically, the Aetherworks Marvel gives him more energy.
I mean, technically correct is the best kind of correct. He's going to play the Aether Hub, go up to 4 energy.
It actually gives him an activation, technically.
Yep.
Oh, that...
A tune with Aether absolutely gives him an activation.
Because if he plays the second Marvel, they Legend Rule, and then you get 2 energy, because they
Correct.
see... They both see the one...
They
go to
see
the
one
card.
another before state-based
And then
actions.
you crack the clue and get your 6 energy.
Yep.
But obviously Marvel does the same thing. So he can Attune does the same thing. So you can play Ishkana and activate Marvel.
Seems good.
Yeah.
Seems like a decent turn.
Seems good. I'd probably go ahead and activate the Marvel first in case I hit an Ishkana.
So you're not having to waste a spell being cast.
Ooh, there's the Harness Lightnings. And like nothing else. Oh yeah.
Ooh, Whifferino.
Slide that. Like, it casts, right? So you can't...
That's correct.
Wait, why? Oh, there's just literally nothing.
There's
to
nothing
harness.
else.
Like, literally no target to
That's
harness lightning.
correct.
Okay,
Gideon's
so,
currently not a creature.
so actually he got blown out by Marvel.
Yeah.
He would have been able to harness lightning as Ishkana and at least get 3 energy back.
Rip.
That's kind of funny.
So he took the right line and got punished for it.
Yeah.
Well, at any rate, Ishkana's in play. So...
I also would have cracked the clue there, I think, because if you draw Woodweaver's Puzzle Knot, you
Well,
get
he
to
does it-
activate Marvel. Oh,
yeah.
it's tapped. Never mind. Can't activate the same Marvel multiple times in a turn.
That would be broken.
Yeah, I definitely just getting this Ishkana on the board is...
I still imagine he
fine.
cracks the clue at end step here. He has two mana.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, like I can't think of anything that'd be better than playing an Ishkana there that it could have drawn.
I mean, Matt wins on a very specific line of play here.
Oh yeah.
Basically a deck and stone to get rid of the spiders.
Yeah.
And either a deck and stone
And
or a...
And he was forced to Deckstone the Emrakul already.
Exactly.
So.
He's gonna...
Oh, we're gonna
He's
come
gonna get
in
aggressive.
here and slay a spider.
Mm.
Oh yeah.
Mm-mm.
Throw this spider in the garbage. Get rid of it. Yeah, get rid of the random art one.
Yeah.
That might have been
Make
like
it match.
old Innistrad or something.
He does gain an energy off of that, however. Tireless Tracker.
Correct clue.
So, somebody apparently missed something. How did the previous K return remove Thalia and the tokens with Sigarda out?
Because they're not indestructible. It just deals...
Yeah, so Hexproof doesn't give indestructibility. It just gives Hexproof. And,
Sigarda also doesn't give +1/+1, if that's what
That's
he's
correct.
wondering.
yep, so Sigarda only gives Hexproof, which damage doesn't care about because K return doesn't target.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh. Did he whiff again?
I wasn't...
Or
Sorry,
is that a vessel?
This was a vessel, right?
Okay.
Hence them being face up on the table, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think he had enough energy anyway. That looks like an Evolving Wilds are going to be cracked.
Up to 4. So do we know what's in Chris's hand that prompted him to get a land instead of the mana dork?
I don't know. Again, I haven't seen much of his hand yet. All the cards that I saw before are gone. That being the Ishkana and the Vessel.
So if you're Matt, do you attack here? I don't think so, right?
I don't think you can at this point.
Because if you attack with Gideon, you're just giving
You're
Chris energy on the
Yep.
board.
Which,
Okay.
oh boy.
Yeah, this is what I mentioned before. So they legend rule each other.
He
Chris
gets the
two
energy, can
and he gets to
activate this
spin
model.
again.
Yep. Let's spin the wheel.
Harness Lightning. Whirler Virtuoso.
I think we saw an Emrakul.
Yeah, I saw
either
Fabian.
Ulamog or Emrakul.
Doing a graveyard check.
It is an Emrakul. The end has been promised yet again. So this time he will get to take over Matt's turn.
Bang. So you block with Tracker here, right? Oh, it's putting Gideon to 4. Yeah, you block with Tracker there because Tracker's dead anyway.
Yeah.
So keeping Gideon from being able to kill itself with an ult. Oh, okay.
All right.
Sure. So I guess it ultimately did not matter because there was a second Gideon, and Matt knew that at the time. Oh, I can't. No, that's 3 forests.
No.
Oh man.
That's actually illegal. Judge.
It's, maybe I'll tap the cast Lieutenant too. Nope. All right.
I don't think it really mattered.
No.
So I'm not going to
Definitely
go
not.
running about it, but
Oh, big.
Play your
drop
cards
stick.
correctly.
Oh my gosh, this is a deck stone. Bang. Nope.
nope, just a lieutenant.
Oh yes, this interaction.
Just a
is
lieutenant.
You get a 3/3 and a 1/1 for 4 mana. That's like really good. And they just
And you get the emblem.
so hot. There's a 4/4 and a 2/2.
Pretty good.
The spiders can't even profitably block them anymore.
Yep. So Emrakul's almost certainly going to swing in here. Dealing 13.
Okay, so if Matt draws a Heron's Grace champion, he's not dead, right?
I don't think he is.
He's going to 7 and
Yep.
he gain 8.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
There we go.
Come on, Heron's Grace champion.
And it is...
Oh, a deck stone?
Was that a deck stone or a copter? The copter.
And that's game.
That's going to do it. Chris Marchand going to claw back.
Oh god. Are there Stasis Snares in this deck, right?
Yeah.
How many? There's 4, and he hasn't used any yet.
Yep.
He could have looted into Stasis Snare
And lived.
and grabbed Emrakul.
Yeah.
Oh, he's showing us the top card. Is it there?
No. I saw a Heron's Grace champion, no? All right, well, in any case, Chris Marchand is going to move to 3-2. Matthew Brugg is going to move to 3-2. So we're going to see which of those, if not both, can squeeze into the top 8.
Oh, Chris will... Oh, yeah, you're right. Matt could
But I
still
think
have
only
good
one of them
breakers.
comes in because of breakers.
Do you have standings up?
I can pull them as I got them
I don't
before
know
the
if we
round
can-
began.
I don't know if we can put them on the screen.
I'm not going to put them on the screen
Oh, yeah, okay.
because there's players watching.
Okay, so...
Marchand will go to 9 points. He had the
No,
best
it's actually,
breakers of the 6
they can
pointers.
actually both top 8.
Yeah. I was wondering if both could squeeze in. I think Chris is safe because he had the best breakers of the 6 pointers.
But Mike...
It would depend on the other matchups.
Yes, Cyborg...
Yeah.
Michael Cyborg has very good breakers, too.
Yep.
So if he won, he could be in.
Yep. So we're going to take a quick break, see what's going on, if there's any other matches we need to watch for top 8 contention, and we'll be right back. We'll either be back with the announcement of the top 8, or we'll be back with another match. See you in just a couple minutes. All right, everyone. We are back here for just a moment from Western New York Gaming's PPTQ. I am here to announce our top 8. So I want to give a quick congratulations to everyone who's made the top 8. And here we go. In first place, Gavin Wen. Second place, Dave Priester. Third place, Ethan Whipple. Fourth place, Jason Abrams. Fifth place, Nick Dambros. Sixth place, Eric Nowicki. Seventh place, who we just saw on camera, Chris Marchand. And in eighth place, who we just saw on camera, Matthew Brugg. So looks like we're going to have a pretty good diversity of decks. Couple Aetherworks decks, a green-white deck, at least one flash deck, I think 2. One Esper and one blue-white. And then I think a couple, I think we might have 1 or 2 vehicles decks. So that is our top 8. Those players are getting ready for quarterfinals. So we're going to take a break here while they get ready. And we'll be back for the quarterfinals of today's PPTQ for Nashville. See you in just a little bit. All right, and we are back here from Buffalo, New York for today's PPTQ for Nashville. Once again, I'm Tom Davis alongside Ryan Dunn, and we have our quarterfinals ready. Our first matchup, which we're going to feature on camera, features one player that we've seen already today, Ethan Whipple, who's going to be on Black Red Zombies. He is our 3 seed, going in against our 6 seed and first-time camera competitor, Eric Nowicki, who is going to be on Blue White Flash. Mm-hmm. So you want to go over the matchup real quick?
Yeah, so both decks have like a pretty aggressive slant, and either one of them can kind of take the beat down. The Black-Red Zombies deck has a really resilient engine that the Flash deck has a lot of trouble interacting with.
Mm-hmm.
But so sorry, to clarify, the Blue-White deck does a lot better interacting with the zombie deck than most other decks in the format.
Mm-hmm.
The reason being is because Spell Queller and like Deckstone and Stasis Snare are all exile.
Okay.
So if you can manage to remove like any one of their recursive threats, they're probably not coming back.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. End of note. This deck seems a lot more consistent than the other Blue-White Flash decks I've seen. I see a lot of 4-ofs in this deck list. Full 4 copies of Stasis Snare, full 4 copies of Gideon in the main deck, full 4 copies of Selfless Spirit in the main deck, and...
Yeah, so there's 1 Deckstone, 1 Talia, and 1 Spell Shrivel, and then the whole rest of the deck is the 4 as you expect.
Yep, so you have 4 Copters, 4 Avacynths, 4 Reflector Mage, 1 Spell Shrivel that we just mentioned, 4 Gideon, 4 Thraben Inspector. The deck's very consistent, so we'll be able to hit most of the things he needs on time. Ethan's deck is a little more out there. It still has several 4-ofs, but a couple 3s and 2s. But we've already talked about the deck a fair amount today.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like they're getting ready to resolve mulligans. Are you ready to go?
Yep.
All right. We'll let them know that we're ready, and we'll get started with our quarterfinal round.
Oh, shout out to the spelling of Avacyn. It's Arcangle.
Oh, man. Geometric Avacynths for life.
It's a good one.
All right, so let's take our way over to our quarterfinal matchup here. Once again, we have Eric Nowicki on the left, Ethan Whipple on the right. Both players come in with 10 match points. And as soon as they get started, we're ready to go.
Yeah, so there's a lot of instant speed options in the Black-Red Zombie deck. So Unlicensed Disintegration, Lightning Axe, Fiery Temper, they're all instants. One thing that's worth noting though is that if you're like madnessing out Fiery Tempers and whatnot, then you're not really casting them at instant speed.
Yeah.
A lot of this matchup is kind of like a timing battle, but the nice thing about the zombie deck is that they can just operate on their opponent's end step, which is what the Flash deck is trying to prevent and trying to do themselves.
Yep. So Ethan looks like he's going to be on the play as a 3 seed. He's going to start with a Haunted Dead.
No one drop from Eric.
No one drop from Eric, just playing the Prairie Stream. Looks like I saw at least 2 Reflector Mages in his hand, though.
So it looks like at the end of the turn here, Ethan's going to either pitch a Prized Amalgam or a Haunted Dead if he has one. I know he has a Amalgam. I don't know if he has any of the other zombies.
All right, so Selfless Spirit's going to be the turn 2 play here for Eric. Looks like a zombie comes into play with Prized Amalgam in the graveyard.
Yep. And I'm guessing that these players are going to be attacking past each other here.
Mm-hmm.
So I see another Prized Amalgam and a Voldaren Pariah in Ethan's hand. Voldaren Pariah is pretty excellent in this matchup. It makes your opponent sacrifice 3 creatures when you flip it, which gets around like all the indestructibility and whatnot.
All right.
The 3 is quite a bit, but Flash can start mitigating that by playing Thraben Inspectors.
Sure. So Ethan attacks Eric down to 18 here.
Ooh, and it looks like Eric has a grip of Reflector Mages, which is pretty good.
Yeah, I saw at least 2. He might have 3. I see 2, though.
Even the most exciting, or the least exciting use of Reflector Mage is to just play it and kill a 2/2 zombie, which is still pretty good. So he's going to opt to hold up some instant speed interaction here, try to get a glimpse of what it is. Okay, it looks like Spell Quellers. So the problem with holding up Spell Quellers in this matchup is that Ethan can just not cast spells. So Ethan can just activate Crypt Breaker right now if he wants, and just tap 3 zombies to draw a card. Or he can just attack and end of turn make another zombie.
Yeah.
So
this deck is pretty good against Spell Queller,
yeah, I was
to be
going to
honest.
say, Eric is pretty pressed into just playing a Spell Queller to block here.
Sure.
That's why I kind of like the play of pitching a card and just drawing.
Now, as we noticed
Player on
earlier,
Spellcaller,
Ethan,
this is fine too.
Ethan has several routes of removal here between Fiery Temper, Lightning Axe, and Unlicensed
And he
Disintegration.
does have a temper in hand.
Yeah. He has 10 copies of all that removal combined. 4, 3, and 3. So plenty of ways to get rid of some of these pesky creatures. Although, of note, Selfless Spirit would make him indestructible for the
Yeah.
turn.
So I think, like, basically, killing the Selfless Spirit is the same thing as trying to kill
Mm-hmm.
the Spellcaller. So I don't know if there's any reason for Ethan to
Try
make
to
a
go for
play
this.
here. So he's gonna make a zombie. Oh yeah, so this is. It doesn't really matter when he does it. It's kind of fine either way. He's gonna make a zombie and attempt to kill the Spellcaller. Yeah, indestructible.
Yep. So Selfless Spirit's going to make the Spellqueller indestructible. Blocks are going to happen. One zombie is going to hit the proverbial bin.
Yeah, and it's gonna be replaced by the
Another
one we just
zombie.
made.
Yep. And it looks like he's going to take 2 damage here and go to 16.
Yeah, I think that worked out pretty favorably for Eric. If Ethan decided not to attack, Eric would have not lost any life,
Mhm.
but Ethan would be up a card, and that Spellcaller interaction wouldn't have happened.
Yeah. So Eric's going to follow up here with a Reflector Mage, bouncing back the Haunted Dead, and Spellqueller's going to get in here for 2.
So what Ethan's kind of looking for now is a way to bring back these prized amalgams. Like a Haunted Dead would be great.
Sure.
He could also use another black source to madness out Voldaren Pariah, which he wouldn't do right now, but it's something he's going to want access to shortly.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like he has a Smoldering Marsh, which is a 3rd black source, and it will come into play untapped.
Like Ethan's choice of basic lands here. Nice and classic.
Just like to use the most recent basics available and stay fresh and standard.
Can't agree with you there.
Okay, actually looks like Ethan has a Haunted Dead in hand,
Okay.
which is...
I mean, it got brought back from the Reflector Mage.
Oh, wait. Oh, I said Haunted Dead, which
Yeah.
is not... I mean, he got the Crypt Breaker got
Okay.
bounced. But maybe that card is just a Crypt Breaker, not a Haunted Dead. Yeah, because he only has 3 cards.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Right, so he's going to play the... Looks like a Lightning Axe here.
Interesting. So
Pitching
he's
the
gonna
Pariah.
cast this Voldaren Pariah, not do anything with it besides try to block. And Ethan doesn't care if this Lightning Axe gets Spell Quellered. Which is kind of a nice play, because basically he'll get to eat the Spell Queller, like, no matter what.
Mm-hmm. Now, of note, Eric does have the 2nd Reflector Mage in his hand.
Right.
So if this one goes, he still has an option to bounce a creature next turn.
Yeah, so he might be thinking about, like, letting this resolve and then bouncing the Pariah.
Mm-hmm.
Of course,
Now, if a creature hits the battlefield here, Prized Amalgam going to be triggered.
it's when a creature enters the battlefield
From a
the
graveyard. Okay.
Yeah.
So basically Haunted Dead.
Yeah, Haunted Dead is
Yep.
the most... Like, Scrap Heap Scrounger does it too, but
Yep.
Haunted Dead is... Yeah, it's, like, pretty much the same.
Yeah.
I'd
In
say
terms of
they-
effects.
They get used about, like, equally as often.
Yep. So Lightning Axe is going to kill the Reflector Mage. Pariah is going to take care of the Spell Queller.
Yeah, and this... Pariah... So bouncing the Pariah is, like, okay, but Ethan can just recast it in a couple turns.
Yep.
Because it costs 5 to cast normally.
Yep. So Eric's going to play the Reflector Mage, as we just noted, play Basic Island, pass the turn back to Ethan. Ethan's going to play the Crypt Breaker.
You can see... Yeah. And Ethan's gonna be able to start drawing cards now.
Mm-hmm.
Just actually like a really good position to be in, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
Eric has the option to stasis snare this Crypt Breaker.
You think it's the right plan?
I think I'd... Oh, man, it's tough.
Can you check, does his deck play Deck and Stone main deck? And if so, how many? Eric's.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just confused as to why Ethan didn't draw a card there. I might be missing something. Are you looking for deck stones in the main?
Yeah,
'Cause it's
1.
1, yeah, and 2 in the board.
Okay.
So, can we look at Crypt Breaker real quick?
Yeah, sure. I can bring it up.
So, it's my understanding that you can tap 3 zombies to draw a card and lose a life.
Sure.
But Ethan chose not to do that at the end of his turn. So, I'm either
Crypt Breaker.
tap 3 and tap zombies you control, draw a card, and lose 1 life. Yeah, so Ethan did have the option to do that and chose not to.
So for those watching at home, there is Crit Breaker. A little surprised that Ethan didn't choose to draw the card there.
Well, he hadn't actually gone to his... wait. I feel like I missed a whole turn cycle here.
Okay.
Because, like, when I briefly looked away. So it looks like Eric did nothing, passed back. Ethan then went end of turn, activate Crypt Breaker, Madness, and Voldaren Pariah, and then still didn't draw a card with his 3 zombies.
Okay.
So I don't know if he just values his life total so highly that he doesn't want to trade 1 life for 1 card, but it seems unlikely.
Yeah. Still a little confused why I didn't draw the card there.
Yeah, I don't think not drawing a card plays around anything specific.
Yeah.
He took a very aggressive line here too.
Yep.
Okay, so he does have a Scrap Heap Scrounger now, which is excellent.
Yep, so it looks like Eric went down to 12 there, if I did the math right.
So the one annoying thing for Ethan is he can discard Scrap Heap Scrounger to make a 2/2, and then bring back Scrap Heap Scrounger, but in order to do that he has to exile one of his prize amalgams.
Yeah.
So he might be pressed into doing that because he really wants to deal with this Gideon here.
Okay. Well, it looks like Eric had a follow-up of Gideon. Make a Night Owl line.
And so for Ethan to deal with this Gideon right away, he's going to need to get rid of one of his prize amalgams from the yard.
Mm-hmm. So Scrap Heat Scrounger hits the yard, another zombie hits play, and it's now Ethan's turn.
So he chooses not to bring back the Scrounger because he wants to keep his other prized amalgam.
Yep.
I wonder if he has a way in hand to answer this Gideon.
I think he has 1 card, so.
I think he had 1 plus his draw step.
Sure.
Interesting. Nothing.
He's going to pass back. So that'll make me think he either is stuck or has some kind of removal.
Huh. Prize amalgam was great on that board too, but now he has to start worrying about Avacyn as well. And in fact, Eric does have an Avacyn in hand.
Yeah, he does. He's had it since the start of the game, just not the mana to do it. So Eric's going to choose to get a little aggressive here, activate Gideon, and swing in for 5.
This is an interesting attack.
So he's going to block with a Crypt Breaker.
So he's blocking with Crypt Breaker.
And then he's going to activate.
Because putting Crypt Breaker in the... Oh, that's great. Okay. So I don't know if he just drew the Haunted Dead or if he had it before, but he can now bring back the Haunted Dead to
which
bring
will
back
trigger
all
the
prize
prize
amalgams.
amalgams.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
He can also Scrap Heap Scrounger. You can bring back Scrap Heap Scrounger the same turn, discard or exiling Crypt Breaker. So you can just kind of like do it all.
That looks like what he's going to do.
I think he only has 1 card in hand right now, actually.
Okay.
So by doing this, he is not able to bring back Haunted Dead, but it's still fine.
Yep. So there is the end step play. He's going to go to his turn with several prize amalgams ready to go.
I definitely don't agree with him not drawing cards though.
Oh, you mean from earlier?
He had another chance after
and he
blocks
still
to
didn't
draw
do
a
it?
card and still didn't do it. Because he'd be at 13 right now, and he'd be up 3 cards, and like would have been able to bring back the Haunted Dead and all that. So
Sure.
I think he might just not be used to playing Crypt Breaker that way.
That's fair.
Or I
mean, there is some top 8
really
pressure
obvious.
too. Looks like we have fans of both players over on the Twitch chat.
Yep. And so you really have to be worried about...
He's getting real aggressive. And he follows up with the Avacyn.
I didn't see where Ethan was sending all of these attackers. But this Gideon isn't going to die unless...
I feel like he just sent him to the face.
I mean, yeah, Eric's at 12, so it's actually really reasonable.
He might have sent him a Gideon, but I didn't see it. But I think at this life total, it's more reasonable to try to hit the dome.
Because 6 is getting through guaranteed.
Yep.
And even more if Eric wants to make profitable blocks. Sorry, 8 is guaranteed to get through.
Yep, so it looks like he's going to 2.
10 got through because the prized amalgams went unblocked.
Yep, so Eric will drop down to 2 here. A little bit of a precarious spot. But he does have a fairly strong board state now.
Yeah, Eric on board is stabilized, but putting Eric to 3 or below
There are also there's a number of things that
Right,
just kill
that's
you
what
on
I'm
the
saying.
spot.
It's hugely valuable for Ethan. So Ethan, the number of the cards that kill Eric, if unanswered, include unlicensed disintegration, fiery temper, key to the city.
Yep. Lightning axe only gets creatures, correct?
Yes, correct.
So he has 7 ways to just end the game next turn?
Mhm.
Or 6 ways? No, 7.
Of course, you still have to be worried about like Spellqueller,
Sure. I mean,
which Eric
he
actually
does have one. I almost, in this situation, I'd almost just go for it. Make him have it.
Yeah, you could also just wait till the last possible moment to see if Eric taps out.
I definitely saw the Spell Queller. I didn't see the other cards. Is it a Gideon?
So Gideon and a Spellqueller. I think this is a pretty straightforward. It's like the safe and easy play is you just attack with Avacyn and make a knight. So you beat Lightning Axe.
Yep.
And you beat the board, which is I think what happened.
So he's going to play a Port Town tapped.
No,
Good.
there wasn't an attack from Avacyn yet.
Bring in a knight, and she's just going to pass a turn back. So do you play around Spell Queller here if you're in Ethan's shoes?
Did he attack with Avacyn?
He did not.
Is
Life totals did not change.
I wonder if that's playing around something specific. I don't know if there's a card that punishes attacks in the green black deck or the red black deck. I don't think there is.
Not that I know of.
Okay, yeah, I don't know why I wouldn't attack with Avacyn then.
I mean, he doesn't have a card like Immolating Glare.
Right. All his effects are in white.
Yep. For those watching right now, we have just under 50 of you watching the top 8 of our PPTQ. Just want to give a shout out to everybody on Twitch. Thank you for taking some time to watch our tournament today.
An attack with everybody. Interesting.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if I'm in Eric's shoes, I just swing with the Avacyn here. That's Vigilance.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm missing something obvious or if you just missed the attack.
It looks like you wanted to block an Amalgam, perhaps? Ethan's representing lethal damage here.
Eric has to be cautious here.
Of how he blocks.
Because the Avacyn's going to flip and kill some of this stuff anyway.
Yep. So, looks like all token creatures on Eric's side died.
Yeah, I think Eric wins this game if he has 3 cards deeper in his deck.
Yeah.
He's going to be able to reanimate, like, all this stuff. Okay, so Avacyn, trigger.
Yep, Avacyn will trigger up.
Roast the whole board.
He still has Gideon. Amalgam's going to go by.
So actually, this is really good for Ethan.
I think Ethan's going to be going to
That
9
prized
after everything's done.
Dead, right?
Should be. Yep, just pointed it out.
Like for like half a turn.
Yeah.
Yes, this is actually really good for Ethan. Oh wait,
Eric rather.
Yeah. I was gonna say it was good for Ethan.
Isn't it just lethal?
Yeah,
if he doesn't have anything,
just lethal, right? Because I forgot that if he had, I was like assuming he had a lightning axe, but he actually just has 3 swamps.
I mean, so there's a couple outs here for Ethan that I think Eric has to respect, but having the Spell Queller helps. Like if he has a Fiery Temper and an Unlicensed.
My read was that Ethan had a lightning axe because this attack doesn't make sense to me, otherwise.
Yeah, Eric thinks about what he wants to do
about
here.
The same thing, I think.
Yeah.
He's trying to figure out. Well, like he doesn't lose anything. He just fire because he has the Spell Queller anyway.
Yeah. So he's definitely considering whether he just wants to make a knight or swing with the team for lethal here.
He could be playing. So even, I mean, so again, this isn't lethal because the Haunted Dead is going to bring back a.
Sure, that's fair.
But
he is representing lethal right now. So there's the Haunted Dead. It's going to bring back a spirit.
Yeah, someone in chat just pointed it out too.
Yep. And the spirit's just going to chump the Avacyn. He's going to go down to 4.
I'm trying, but Yeah. Okay. So this is better than trying to do it on blocks.
Haunted Dead's bringing back like 4 dudes, one that can chump. He'll bring back the prized amalgams.
Right. We know the prize amalgams are coming back, and then there's also the scrap heap scrounger doesn't have anything to eat, right?
Not yet. So here comes the amalgams at the end step. Yep, good catch numbers.
Oh, he played another. Wait, he played another Gideon.
Looks like it. Looks like he sacrificed the high Gideon, brought in another one, made a dude.
All right. Interesting. So Eric's.
I think Eric won.
No, Ethan won.
Ethan? How?
He just attacked with all the dudes.
Oh, okay, cool. Yay.
I'm confused.
I missed
so
that.
now I'm confused by Eric's play. So basically, Ethan's play forced Eric to flip his Avacyn.
Yeah.
Which is better than trying to accomplish the same thing on defense.
You're right.
But I don't understand, like the no Avacyn attack and then the Alpha Strike there.
He can only cast 1 creature spell, and it looks like dead on board from someone in chat.
Yeah, like Eric was dead on board there.
Yeah.
But it's like the attack was
The
kind of
play
strange.
before that. Interesting. I'm trying to think through that sequence of events.
I mean, Eric forgetting about the spirit, or it's possible Eric thought that he couldn't win.
You could have just
Anyway.
forgotten about the spirit.
Well, Eric could have also thought that his only way to win was Ethan, like not making the spirit.
Sure.
But he also could have just made a knight. Like you can just make a knight, have Avacyn.
Yep.
That's
fair.
Which is good enough to not die.
Yeah. So both players are sideboarding right now. And Ryan's going to go through some of the sideboarding matchups here, and I'll be right back.
Yeah, so Eric has the option of bringing in more exile removal. There's 2 Declaration Stones. He only has 1 in the main deck, so he's going to bring in 2 more of those. There's also Spell Shrivels and Void Shatters, which do exile, but they're a lot less effective because Ethan can put these cards into play without having to cast them. And then there's also a Quarantine Field, which exiles as well, but it's very slow. It's like 6 mana to exile 2 creatures. He has the option of bringing in Fragmentize as well, which hits... it kills Scrap Heap Scrounger, which isn't that great, but it also kills Smuggler's Copter, which is good. And it also kills Key to the City, which can be pretty important. And then from Ethan's side, he has... I'll just read off the sideboard. It's 2 Sinister Concoction, 2 Collective Brutality, 3 Transgress, 2 Liliana, 2 Kalidas, 2 Mind Rack Demon, and 2 Distended Mindbender. I really like the Transgress the Minds in this matchup because they take a lot of the important cards, like Archangel Avacyn and Gideon. I don't like Kalidas. It's not very good against Flash. It's expensive, and a lot of the times the cards aren't actually just going to the graveyard. Liliana is also another interesting option, especially on the play, because it hits Selfless Spirit, but that's basically it. So I would be unsurprised if it didn't come in. And we're going to step out momentarily while the players shuffle up for the next game.
All right, so we're underway with game number 2 here. Eric on the play, going to start with a basic island. I think he's on 6 cards as well.
And no
Nope.
breaker from Ethan.
Yep, no play from either side. Ethan's just going to start with a swamp. Another basic island for Eric. Makes me think he doesn't have any white sources.
Yeah, I see a third island in his hand too, which is
Yeah.
interesting. All right, Key to the City.
First time we've seen that card this tournament.
It's pretty great for pushing damage.
Mm-hmm.
It's not great when you have no creatures. Alright, so looks like neither player has anything going on right now, which is kind of amusing. I don't know. I can't quite see what Ethan was trying to cast there. It might have been a Prized Amalgam, but he obviously doesn't have access to. Oh, he was considering main phasing the Voldaran Pariah, I think. But
Okay.
yeah, you can just do it end of turn. So untaps Key to the City and decides not to pay 2 to draw a card.
Ethan's had a tendency to not pay to draw cards today. Although this one makes more sense.
Depends what his follow-up is.
Sure.
It looks like a hard cast Haunted Dead.
Ooh.
Oh, so
I see a Liliana, the last hope in Ethan's hand.
The Liliana is in. He could be wary of counter magic right here, but it looks like Eric doesn't have it.
Okay. I mean, not having the white source, you don't have to worry about Spell Queller.
Yep.
Smuggler Copter looks like it's going to be to play. Eric a little bit upset he doesn't have his white source here.
Yeah, it looks like he kept that.
He kept a questionable
that
6.
2 or 3 lander.
Yeah,
just
and hasn't seen
needing
anything.
to find a white source, and this is looking like it might be over quick.
Yeah. So Eric going to get on to 14. You can see he's a little bit flustered with his lack of white mana here.
Yeah, and like
Liliana being here
Liliana's
is just...
it's
brutal.
compounding the bad situation. So he's gonna
That's it.
unfortunately concede to not finding a white source.
Yep.
That's gonna end our
that's
quarterfinals match pretty quickly.
That's
That
unfortunate
doesn't
for Eric.
feel good.
So Ethan's going to take this game 2 very quickly, win the match 2-0. We will be seeing him in our semifinals.
Yep.
Well, we might be seeing him in our semifinals. We'll see who he's playing against. For Eric Nowicki, his day is done in a bit of an anticlimactic way, unfortunately. But congratulations to Eric for making the top 8 today. We're going to take a quick commercial break here and see if we have any other quarterfinals for you. If not, we will be ready for the semifinals in a few minutes. If so, we'll be back shortly with our second quarterfinal. For me, I'm Tom Davis. Ryan Dunn's next to me. Back in a couple minutes. All right, we are back here at Western New York Gaming for the semifinals of our PPTQ today for Nashville. I'm Tom Davis. Alongside me is Ryan Dunn.
Hi.
And these are two people you've seen already today, just in top 8 action. On the right, we have Gavin Wen, who is currently undefeated with Esper Flash. On the right, we have Jason Abrams, who is 4-1-1 on the day with White Red Humans. Thoughts on the matchup, Ryan? Want to let them know that we're ready to go?
It's once again a really aggressive matchup. Do we know who's on the play? Gavin, right?
Gavin was the 1 seed.
Yeah, it's going to be huge in this matchup. So Jason has quite a bit of interaction in the main deck in terms of he has 4 deck stones and 4 fiery tempers.
Yeah.
But Gavin has 4 stasis snares, 4 spell quellers, and a deck stone, and a few spell shrivels as well.
Pretty removal heavy on
So
both
it's
sides.
actually
then.
like I would argue that Jason has the more aggressive deck overall, but on the play, Gavin can definitely get a lot of pressure on the board and start beating down.
Yeah, so I've let the front know that we are ready to go. So as soon as I get the word, we'll be underway with our semifinals here. As Ryan mentioned, Gavin being the 1 seed in the Swiss rounds is going to be on the play, I would assume, for this match.
Yeah, and the texture of the game 1 is definitely going to come down to kind of like who has 1 drops and like who has a good curve.
Yep. And I think Jason has more than 1 drops, being on the draw that really doesn't matter as much. So.
Yeah, I think it's actually the same. Because Jason has... They both have 4 Thraven Inspectors.
Mm-hmm.
Jason has 4 Inventor's Apprentice, but Gavin has 4 Toolcraft Exemplars. So unless I'm missing something, I actually think they both have 8 1-drops. And it looks like Gavin has an Exemplar, which is the most aggressive one possible.
Yep.
If you can follow that up with one of his 4 2-mana artifacts, like Copter or Scrounger, will be able to attack for 3.
Sure.
And Thraven Inspector also gets the job done. Alright, and we have a 1-2 Toolcraft Exemplar on defense, which I'm guessing is going to trade here.
What's wrong? Dean asks, what was wrong with that one commentator's face? It's a face meant for radio. Thanks,
So,
Dave.
Jason chose not to block, so he's also just going to be trying to beat down here.
Yep.
Trading 2 damage for 3, though. Now Gavin's going to be able to crack back for 6.
Yep. So it looks like 17 for Jason to... What is that, 18 for Gavin?
Yeah, so he attacked for 2, does not have the option to block, and is now taking 6 damage. And a Tali on board is going to make it even harder for Jason to do anything here.
Correct.
Oof.
Wow.
I bet Jason is wishing to block now.
Yeah, right? So Jason quickly going to 13 here.
I really like this Esper Flash deck. It has really aggressive draws and a lot of play to it.
Yeah. I think the only downside of that deck is the consistency of hitting all of your mana sources. Like we saw an issue with Gavin earlier in the day, even though he ended up winning a match, which is good for him, obviously, where he was stuck on white and black sources for, I think, the first 4 or 5 turns. So...
Can't quite get a look at Jason's hand. I wonder if he's digging for a land here.
Yeah.
He has...
He definitely has at least 1 land
has
in his
at least
hand.
a couple of lands, yeah.
So the Copter's going to get crude here.
So he pitched the card he drew.
Yep. Gavin's, I assume, is going to take some damage here.
Another Copter can't even block.
Yep.
I think this game might be over already, because Jason's not going to be able to crew those Coppers the creature he plays next turn unless he has a removal spell for Natalia.
Yeah. So Gavin looks like has another concealed courtyard here.
Crew this 9U.
Seems
Holy
good.
smokes.
Jason's going to go to 4 by the look of things.
And Gavin has a 4th land to
At 2,
represent a spell queller too if he wants. If he has one.
I don't know where he got 2 from. Did I miss something? Oh, the Toolcraft Exemplar. Gives a buff, if I'm not mistaken.
The Exemplar is just a 3/2.
Okay, so
Minor
3,
attacks.
3, 3. Well, at any rate, Jason's at 2. Taps out for a Gideon.
So
Looks like he's just going to make a knight here.
it's just like enters tap, so it doesn't do anything. And this is just like way more than lethal.
Yeah. I think we
Let's
wrapped
see how
up
long
game
it
1
takes
pretty
Gavin
quickly
to
here.
Turn all of his creatures sideways. Yeah.
I'm going to guess about 4 seconds.
Crew, attack,
I was 1 second late.
Gideon. Nope. All right. Game
All right,
2.
so that's gonna do it.
Wicked fast.
Game 1 goes to Gavin Wen in very fast fashion. And we are currently 1-0 up in our semifinals here. So you want to talk about sideboards real quick?
Yeah, so they're both bringing in a bunch of cheap removal.
Yep.
Out of the humans deck, we're going to see 2 Harness Lightnings, probably the Fragmentizes, and even possibly the Stasis Snares. And then from Gavin's side, it looks like a lot of the cards in the board. I'll read through it again. A lot of these cards are for like control matchups. There's 3 Ceremonious Rejections, 2 Negates, a Summary Dismissal, a Jace, 2 Fragmentize, 1 Fumigate, 2 Archangels, a Limbala, a Key to the City, and a Sky Sovereign.
So this is a really aggressive matchup that he's going to be on the draw against. So I'm not seeing a lot of these coming in.
Yeah, and like Fragmentize only really hits Smuggler's Copter. There's just no other artifacts in the deck besides clues from Threadwood Inspector.
Like I think the only card that I would consider bringing in here is possibly Fumigate, and even that might be too slow.
Yeah, I mean he can try to play a more slower controlling game, especially on the draw. So I wouldn't be surprised to see
Negate
cards like Fumigate and Avacyn and Negate to come in. Negate hits Planeswalkers.
Sure.
So there's like hits Copter, Gideon, and the removal spells, which give it plenty of targets.
Twitch chat giving some nice color commentary on the matchup there. So both players are shuffling up here for game number 2. Jason is going to be on the play by virtue of having lost game 1. And he'll hope for a bit more of an aggressive start. I think Gavin would be pleased if he had the start he did in game 1.
Yeah. I missed it. They're both mulling to 6 here?
Yep.
Okay.
Gavin with the good old one-time pile shuffle. Hope we don't see that again. So for those wondering how the results have gone so far, these players both made it to their quarterfinals by beating Rob Nick D'Ambrose, Jason Abrams being victorious there, and Gavin beat Matthew Brugg. So to Rob, Nick, and Matthew, congrats on top 8ing. To Jason and Gavin, good luck in game 2. I think both players are going to be on 6 cards here.
Ooh.
Now we have Jason pile shuffling.
Is this the old double pile shuffle? He didn't look at a 6-card hand, right?
That's correct. Judge. Come on, man.
Just needs to be extra random.
Super random.
Yeah.
The best kind of random. All right, so who do you think has the edge here, Jason, on the play?
Probably Jason. He had a way better shuffle this game.
His shuffle ability was pretty top notch. I'll give him that.
I actually I think this matchup is so play draw dependent that I would actually give Jason the edge in this one.
And not just because of the randomization?
Yeah, not the randomization. If he can start like casting Fiery Tempers off Smuggler's Copters or slip a Gideon in under a Spell Queller,
Sure.
It's gonna be great.
Yep. Let's see.
I'm really curious to see how Gavin boarded it, because he definitely has the option of just like choosing the control role. I don't.
No, both players are on 7 here.
Oh, I thought they.
The shuffle just took a while.
Okay. I
Both
thought I missed them. Look at their 7-card hands.
Both players keep very quickly. Jason's going to start with an Inspiring Advantage, but no turn 1 play.
Gavin's like already on the beatdown.
Yep.
Especially if you see like a Copter here.
Gavin quickly plays a Toolcraft Exemplar off his Concealed Courtyard.
Like a Copter and alright, so that at least can block.
Yeah.
If there's no artifact.
Yep. So there's Athalia's Lieutenant, which will meet a Thraben Inspector.
So an artifact is on the board, which means this thing's the exemplar is attacking us at 3/2, so we'll see
correct.
no blocks. And this
Jason
is
will go
already
to
going to put
17.
Jason on the back foot. I saw a Stasis Snare in his hand, and I see a Harness Lightning now too, so Jason has a lot of removal to slow down Gavin's draw.
Which is beneficial for him, at least.
Yeah, because he didn't have a particularly aggressive start here. It's still not nearly as good as like having an aggressive start and then backing it up with the removal.
Sure.
So Jason's going to bank 2 energy.
Dave Naps with the savagery on chat.
Wow.
Rob Nick top 4's a GP, but can't top 4 a PPTQ. Sad. Alright, Gavin is going to play another Thraben Inspector here.
So it looks like Gavin's just planning on representing Ceremonious Rejection and cracking a clue at the end of the turn.
Yeah.
I
think Gavin's okay playing a slower game here.
Yeah, I think Jason just plays whatever he wants to this turn, and I wouldn't worry about rejection too much.
Or Declaration instead of
It's a
taking
lot
out
of clues.
both.
It's 4 clues.
It's going to be 4 clues. Looks like Gavin's going to quickly crack one of them to draw a card.
So now if Gavin decides, if Gavin angles towards a long game, he's going to have a huge advantage just being up so many cards.
A third Thraben Inspector hits play. Looks like you're going to play a Concealed Courtyard tapped here and just pass the turn back.
Yeah, just probably drawing another card.
Yeah. Either Ceremonious Rejection here or just cracking another clue.
Looks like
Jason's
Gavin
stuck on
is
3.
pretty flooded, but that's mitigated by all the clues.
Yep. Jason's stuck on 3. Gavin's flooded a bit. Jason casts a Smuggler's Copter here. Gavin's going to crack one of his clues. I do see a Reflector Mage and a Spell Queller in his hand.
A Spell Queller was a nice... Unfortunately, the Copter's already in play, but Queller's not a bad pickup because you can pass representing... Or you can, pass representing that you're just cracking clues for a third turn in a row, but he actually has something now.
Gavin's also representing an Archangel Avis in here with 5 mana untapped. Looks like another Thalia's Lieutenant's going to hit play. I can't imagine that not being Spell Quellered.
I Spell Queller that.
Yeah. Spell Queller's going to come into play and counter the Thalia's Lieutenant.
Gavin just has to be wary of that Spell Queller getting removed.
Yep, because that will still trigger Thalia's Lieutenant.
Yeah. And it can trigger it at pretty inopportune times.
Yep. So it looks like Smuggler's Copter is going to get in here for a bit of damage.
Ugh.
Or not.
I think he drew that.
Did.
This is exactly what I was
That's
talking
gross.
about. If he starts, I said it at the beginning of the game, if he starts getting a board presence and casting Fiery Tempers off of Smuggler's Copter, he'd be in really good shape. He's doing
that's
it
exactly what happened.
2 turns later than he could have been doing it because of the slow start, but it's still not bad.
There's Reflector Mage, take care of the beefy Lieutenant.
Yeah, of course it just when it comes back down, it's going to do the exact same thing.
Westvale Abbey, the drop here from Gavin.
And Gavin does have the lands to start activating Abbey.
Mm-hmm. But again, you have to be careful, as we talked about, if he wants to activate the other ability of Westvale to not just get randomly blown out.
Yeah, it usually doesn't happen in these matchups until players are hellbent or one player is desperate.
Sure. Alright, so Jason's still stuck on 3 lands. Is going to tap the, looks like a Harness Lightning coming in here? Or is that a Weaver? The Weaver's in play.
There's an Apprentice in play.
Yeah. I can't read, and I can't see pictures. So, looks like he's at...
Another Fiery Temper. Oh!
Jeez.
It's like the dream. Just drawing a card to Lightning Bolt something feels so insane. It's like the best interaction you can do with a red Copter deck.
Yep, so Gavin's going to go to 13 here. Off the Smuggler's Copter attack.
Another land.
There's another Smuggler's Copter. He has at least one other land in his hand already.
Yeah, and Fiery Temper off of Copter helps mitigate mana screws so well too.
For real.
It's like a Talia in Jason's hand, which isn't bad.
Not shabby. Looks like a Fragmentize.
The Copter. It's good.
He's had some pretty good removal this game.
So Gavin, do you know anything about Gavin's hand right now?
I know he has 1 island in his hand. That's all I saw.
I think if he had an Avacyn, we would have seen
We
it
would,
there.
yeah, absolutely. Looks like I see a Spell Queller. And 3 lands.
Yeah, because Avacyn can save Smuggler's Copter by animating it in response. Let's attack for 5. Alright.
So he's going to go ahead and loot here.
Alright, there's no Fiery Temper this time.
I do see a Thalia.
And there is a Stasis Snare in there too for more instant speed removal.
Looks like
Stasis Snare is a great answer for the eventual... Oh, sorry.
Looks like he pitched an Envoy.
We've been talking about Avacyn because we're used to seeing it in the Flash deck, but this Esper version is much more aggressive and isn't running Avacyn, I believe.
It's running 2 into board.
Two
So you
in
can
the
have
board,
it now.
right? Okay, so he still could have them. Yeah.
Yep.
It's just not like a 4 of main deck card.
All right, so Gavin's going to go down to 8 here.
Yep, still on the back foot.
Yep, for sure. I mean, Jason's removal has been pretty clutch
Yeah,
this game.
Gavin's going to be ecstatic if a spell gets cast here. Yeah, this is good. Because he gets to flash in Spell Queller to take this.
Yep. And I don't see a situation where you're not just playing Spell Queller here.
I mean, if he's... The fact that he's thinking about it makes me wonder if he does, in fact, have Fumigate in the deck. Like...
Yeah, I don't really
maybe
have
even
I
in
can't really
hand.
see his
It's
hands.
just like I don't... It's hard to imagine not quelling this. Oh, he has a Stasis Snare as well, so he's just
Yeah.
debating how to remove it.
So it chooses the Spell Queller line here.
Yeah, so he was just debating the Stasis Snare, the Spell Queller.
Mhm.
And
Reflector
now
Mage
there's
the draw.
Reflector Mage, which doesn't do a whole lot. It's actually hitting the Talia's Lieutenant's really good because Jason has another one in his hand, so he's not going to be able to cast either this
one.
turn.
Yep. Reflector Mage to play, bouncing the Thalia's Lieutenant.
Gavin just needs to be aware that there's a good turn coming up.
Yeah. So the swing's going to be in here for 3. Jason will go down to 13. It looks like he'll pass the turn back. Jason did hit his 4th land now. So Gideon is certainly a possibility, I believe. Yeah, he plays 3 main deck. Looks like I saw at least 2 lands in a Stasis Snare. Alright, so the Copter's going to get crewed here. In response, we're going to Stasis Snare after it activates.
Before combat.
Yep. I shouldn't say in response, it sounds confusing. So before combat, Copter's going to bite the dust. Jason has no attackers right now.
Yeah, Gavin's Flood was really mitigated by those clues.
Yeah.
And vice versa. Like, if he didn't have all the lands, he would have been
Not been able to have all the
struggling
clues.
to crack them all and
Yep.
still deploy these threats.
So-
He's gotten to use, like, a lot of his mana every turn.
Jason plays another Inspiring Advantage tapped here and is going to pass the turn.
Like, we can see Gavin using all of his mana, and Jason's just not even able to do anything because he can't cast the Talia's Lieutenant, so he's like, wasting an entire turn.
Yep.
Or forced to waste an entire turn. It actually looks like he has...
Stasis Snare?
Yeah, he still has that Stasis Snare, so he gets to
Stasis Snare,
put
that's
this Talia
Copter.
Lieutenant into play and block. It's really good.
Oh yeah, it was a Thalia. Why did I think it was a Copter? My bad. That was the other Stasis Snare.
Oh, am I missing... I can't block.
No, I thought he would have blocked there.
I'm probably just missing something.
Sure. But at any rate, he did take the damage there. So
He
it
might be playing... He could be playing around Avacyn.
looks like a swing. Was that a swing for 3? With a Mage
Yes.
and an Inspector?
Like, if he blocks with Talia and Gavin has Avacyn, then Talia dies. I'm not sure if Avacyn's beatable on this board anyway. So here comes the Talia's Lieutenants.
Yep. Unsurprisingly.
This is his collective effort, and it looks like he's striving it.
Okay.
So it,
Bless
it destroys an enchantment and distributes a +1/+1 counter onto all your creatures.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Very back and forth game here. Much closer than game 1. Got the dice moved up a little bit, just to confirm our life totals here at 10 and 8.
Jason's really thinking about removal here, I think, or like Avacyn here.
Yeah. Jason is well in the tank right now.
So he's
He's going to swing with
he's
Thalia.
decided to attack with Talia.
Should be a 4 damage attack here.
Yeah, so this basically confirms that it's a 5 damage attack.
Rather a 5 damage attack
Yeah.
because of the counters.
This kind of like confirms that Gavin does not have Avacyn. He's gonna make a 1-1 with Westville Abbey instead, it looks like.
Yep. Paying a life to do it will take him to 2. Gavin's on the ropes here.
That collective effort was really good.
Yep. Looks like a Thalia.
Another Talia.
So everything's coming in tapped all the time. Alright, we'll go back to Jason. Gavin at 2.
Yeah, alright, I'm glad they cleared up the battlefield. There's like this stasis
Yeah.
in the middle and the collective effort's just sitting there. It's starting to bug me.
So it looks like Jason has another Thalia's lieutenant here.
Well, that can't crew the copter.
It can.
Worth noting.
Yep.
It can't. And no, it cannot.
Oh.
Because there's a Talia.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
So Thalia's, we have to make sure that that's tapped.
Yeah, they figured it out.
Okay.
Either they figured it out or he's trying to crew the copter. Okay, he's trying to crew the copter. So we should probably point that out.
Stop.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh no, he's looting.
I'm going.
Oh, he has a fiery temper. It's a blowout. All right, we're gonna try to get this resolved. It's actually very, very relevant. I guess like sort of relevant. He can just crew at something else. The problem is he's now. This may get resolved as him drawing an extra card, which could be problematic. Depends on whether or not Jason confirmed that the play was legal as Jason was doing it.
Alright.
So it looks like a random card is going to be selected from Jason's hand and put back on top of the deck.
Okay. Also, it looks like in Star City Realm, Joe Lissette beat Todd Anderson to make the finals of the Players' Championship.
I wonder, like, is there a joke about GP Chiba competitor Joe Lissette? Like, it's kind of like a random title. Okay, so he just crewed it with Inventor's Apprentice instead.
Okay.
So.
I mean, in any case, we need to make sure that was short up.
And it's just lethal.
Yeah. So it looks like
Gavin-
looks like Jason's going to win anyway.
Gavin didn't have anything to do with that.
Yeah. All right, so we are short up at 1 game apiece
Well,
here.
Oh, whatever.
What's up?
I'm a little confused. Like, Jason also had Fire Temper, right?
Off the loot.
Well, the loot still happens, right?
No.
Well,
If you can't crew it, I mean, yeah, the loot still would have happened after.
He crews it with a
Sure.
creature.
That's fair.
I thought that's how he was gonna kill him.
Sure. Either way.
It's interesting because like it makes me wonder if Gavin had like Avacyn or Stasis there, then Jason wouldn't have been able to win that turn.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
At any rate, we are short up at 1 game apiece. Gonna have a game
I
3.
thought Gavin played that game very well though.
He did.
It looks like he is potentially re-examining his board choices for now that he's back on the play. Maybe just like 1 card.
We'll look to get an update on the other semifinal here in just a minute on a Blue Dog. Want a Pingle?
No.
Alright.
Ooh, Reflector Mage is out on the play. Okay, never mind. Back in.
Your reaction here is pretty good though. I'd be
Yeah, it looks like
surprised.
he's like not quite. I mean, it's tricky. Like the distinction between what to board in on the play and draw is like so minute. There's like a lot of decisions to make. It looks like Gavin has the Archangels in the board for reference.
You still have them on the board?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which makes sense. It would have been great that game, but that was like a pretty unusual game.
Yeah. So both players shuffling up for game number 3 here. The last game of our semifinals. We'll have the finals right after that.
Ooh, Gavin pile shuffles a lot faster than Jason. He could probably get 2 pile shuffles in before Jason finishes the first one.
Fair. Gotta have that gotta have that quick shuffle skill. Also, an update on the other semifinal. We don't know the current result. The table judge wasn't aware of the match total, but we are in game 2 of that semifinal, so it is moving along. If we get an updated status, we'll let you know.
Do you like pile shuffling before you mash shuffle or after you mash shuffle? Because I
So
thought like pile shuffling before the mash shuffle is the only way like makes sense to me.
same. I mean, I use it to
Okay.
count once,
So I think
and then I mash shuffle the rest of the match.
Jason, okay, he's not going for the pile shuffle like last
Okay,
game.
saving a lot of stress.
He's probably like he felt like that game. He won that game, so he's probably feeling pretty good. So he doesn't need the extra randomization like last game. He can just
shuffle up and go.
I mean, I know plenty of players that shuffle like way more after they lose a game than when they win.
Because clearly it was a randomization that cost them.
I've seen people like hate shuffling their deck, just like mashing the piles together.
I can hear the number of people on the other side on Twitch just being like, yeah, I totally did that. All right, so both players are looking at their opening 7 here. Gavin's going to be on the play. Looks like he has a pretty favorable hand here. I see a Spell Queller, I see a Gideon, I see at least 2 lands. Jason, on the other hand, did not really like what he saw. He's going to go to 6.
Oh yeah, that's a double Gideon hand.
Pretty good.
The Thraven Inspector find more lands. I like it.
I didn't know if he had 2 or 3 lands, though.
Have you ever pile shuffled your opponent's deck?
So I did it one time, and it was only because my opponent was really making me salty.
I've done it.
So I and it's going to sound bad, I did it to kind of elicit a reaction when I tilt him once, and it worked. But that was way early on in my judge career.
It would tilt me.
Oh, yeah. See, I knew it would my opponent. I ended up winning the match because he tilted off. I felt a little bad afterwards, but
I've only done it once ever, and it's because my opponent pile shuffled and like came up 2 cards short.
Oh.
So I wanted to like kind of low key count his deck too, and he just had 58 cards.
Yeah. So I have a story about that once I get up to speed here. Looks like we're underway. Jason kept his 6. Gavin started with a Thraven Inspector right into a Scrap Heap Scrounger.
Pretty normal one. It's not the best 1/2 curve, but if you're trying to get up to Gideon, having the clue can help you find that last land.
If you're Gavin, that's a pretty good one too.
And he has a 3rd land here too.
So it looks like you're going to crash in for trying for 3 here. But he's going to quickly Fiery Temper the Scrounger. Take 1, go to 19.
Alright, so Gavin's going to get 2... Oh, wait, he actually just has the planes in hand, so he's going to represent Spell Queller.
Sure.
It's really nice having the clues. I mean, this is the same thing as true of the Flash deck, but
You
you
have
can
a lot
help,
of different lines of play.
You can help disguise your instant speed interaction.
So Jason's follow-up here is Athalia's Lieutenant with nothing to buff.
Interesting. He just is going for the draw.
Yep, opted for the clue. Looks like the draw is a Westvale Abbey. Looks like you're just going to jam Gideon here.
Just Gideon, make a guy.
Getting in with Gideon. Gonna make the Knight Ally here.
Gavin can get a free point in if he wants
I
to
would
be
swing
aggressive.
here. Yeah.
The only way it's worse is if Jason plays like another Talia's Lieutenant.
Yeah. So Jason's gonna go down to 17 here.
Let's see if Jason can punish this attack with either 2 humans or another Talia's Lieutenant.
So at GP Baltimore, I think it was my first Grand Prix I ever played.
Mm-hmm.
I had an opponent who was being like really shady to me game 1, and lost. He lost game 1, and something just seemed off. So when he presented, I pile shuffled, counted 59, called a judge. He counted 59, and I won a match.
It's another Gideon. Just not bad.
Yeah.
It doesn't let Jason.
It keeps
attack
it keeps Jason from attacking, but it also keeps Gavin from being as aggressive as he wants to be.
I think this kind of game favors Gavin.
Yeah.
I'm not 100%.
He has the better. I think he just has the better creatures late game. Reflector Mage is going to knock out the Knight Ally permanently. Gideon's going to get aggressive. We're going to swing with 3 creatures here for an attack of 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, having the first Gideon is really nice.
All right, so the chump block's going to happen. He's going to take 3 and go down to 14.
Yeah. Having the first Gideon is huge. So if Jason has a removal spell here, he can kill the Gideon.
Oh, he attacked Gideon down to 1. He's still at 17.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep, my bad. Is he going to tick it up here? Yep. He's going to tick up, swing with a Needle Spires and a Gideon.
Jump. Gideon to 1.
Gideon will go to 1 after double strike.
And now,
he's going to crack back for a lot.
yeah, so
Looks like 10.
2 points. 2 points of the Gideon, probably the rest just
So
upstairs.
I think what the play might be here is just tick up Gideon, swing in for everything, which will be a swing for 10, and then play another Gideon and make a knight.
I think he's going to kill Gideon. He might, like, I'd definitely take Gideon off the board here. Yeah.
So he'll go to 8.
And then he's going to hold up his Spell Queller.
That's fair, too.
Unfortunately, you can't, like, animate Gideon and then play another one to pump the first
Wouldn't that be great?
I mean, it would work if it was templated like Sarkhan was.
But it's not.
Sarkhan stops being a planeswalker. Just, like, kind of weird that the cards work so differently.
Mm-hmm. So Gavin's definitely in the driver's seat here.
You also can't plus a Sarkhan and then play another Sarkhan and plus it. That doesn't work.
Yeah.
I had an opponent learn that the hard way.
Ah.
It's still a legendary creature with a name.
Alright, so Needle Spires is going to attempt to take out Gideon here.
Chump
like
block with the Westvale Heavy.
Yep, so Gavin's going to go to 19 to make a token here, chump block.
And then this is just lethal.
Yeah, looks like it.
Right. Yeah, okay, the Westvale Heavy is supposed to be tapped, but that's fine.
Yeah.
And then
It's on tap now.
Jason still has this stroke as an out. Bang.
Bang. All right, and Gavin Wen is going to quickly take care of Jason Abrams here in Game 3. Take the match, 2 games to 1.
It's another just example of how play draw is so important. Gavin got his Gideon down a turn before Jason. And,
Absolutely.
Just got to slay because of it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to take a very quick break to see where we are in the other semifinal. If we can bring it over to camera, we will for the end of the semifinal matchups. Otherwise, we will be back with the finals of this PPTQ for Nashville 2017 in just a few minutes. Stay tuned. All right, and we are back here quickly at our standard PPTQ here for Nashville. I'm Tom Davis alongside Ryan Dunn. Seems like today flew.
Yeah.
We're already in our finals, and it looks to be another quick matchup here. On our left, Twitch chat fan Ethan Whipple with Black Red Zombies is going to be taking on Gavin Wen, who we just saw defeat. Who was it again? It happened so quickly, I forgot. Jason Abrams, correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Gavin Wen dispatched Jason Abrams' White Red Humans deck, so it's going to be Esper Flash versus Black Red Zombies here in our final. Thoughts on the matchup?
Gavin's on the play, and I'm really impressed with this deck.
This deck's pretty sweet.
He has like the super aggressive curves that can punish the grindy starts from Ethan. And he also has all of the exile removal spell that I've been talking about in this matchup.
Yep.
I think my vote is for Esper Flash in this matchup.
All right. I'm going to go with you on this purely because Gavin's on the draw. Yeah, that's what I mean on the play. I like Ethan's deck a lot, but I think Gavin just has what it takes to be able to survive 3 games if need be.
Yep.
All right, so as a note, Whipple won his semifinal matchup in 2 games. Gavin won his in 3, and both players are ready to go here. And we're off to the races here at the finals. Gavin's going to be on the play by virtue of being the first seed. Going to start with a Concealed Courtyard and a Thraben Inspector.
Reveal and Insulin Unity.
Yep. Good turn 1 start here from Ethan.
Neonate is a lot scarier in Modern. I will
Gavin,
give it credit.
Gavin being nice and courteous and flipping Ethan's dice for him to change the life total. So you're going to keep 2 lands up and pass the turn back.
Probably just drawing a card here.
Yep, swinging with the
If
Neonate.
there's any instance in these colors.
Correct.
And Gavin's a deck.
All right, Gavin cracks the clue. Looks like Smuggler's Copter's off the top there.
There's a Gideon too.
Yep. Going to swing in for 1, put Ethan down to 18. And do you hold up a Spell Queller here, or you just keep being aggressive?
It's possible that Ethan's like not even going to cast a spell, so I think you just cast something.
Sure. So Smuggler's Copter looks like is going to be the play here from Gavin, and is going to pass back with a Concealed Courtyard untapped.
Yeah, you kind of have to pick your moment. Like, you can't really just hold up Spell Queller really hoping to get something in this
Sure.
matchup. And if you're going to hold it up, you have to be ready to just flash it at end of turn. The Spell Quellers get used a lot more often on your own turn in this matchup in response to like, removal spell and whatnot.
Yeah. So Ethan, with another black-red dual land here, going to swing in with the Neonate, taking Gavin down to 18.
Okay, so Ethan has a good turn coming up here. He's going to bin... He's going to bin this Haunted Dead and then pitched a Prized Amalgam to
Bring it back.
With the Prized Amalgam.
Yeah.
It's like pretty nice.
Pretty good.
He's considering doing it with this Lightning Axe instead of with the Prized Amalgam, which is fine. Like,
Both are fine routes. Or he's just going to pass the turn back here?
No, he's gonna
Okay.
let himself get hit with the copter. We're in
Sure.
Gavin's combat right now.
That's fair.
It's kind of like another instance I was talking about where Ethan could be running into a Spell Queller on Gavin's own turn. If you try to do that, it wouldn't be that bad because really what Ethan's trying to do is discard a card.
So Ethan goes down to 15 here to Gavin's 18. Looks like Gavin's going to choose to just play out Gideon here.
So now Ethan has the opportunity to just kill the Knight if he wants to.
Yep, and not have to worry about Spell Queller coming in.
And then he can just kill Gideon.
Yep.
He can actually... He can't... Oh, he's putting in a Pariah instead.
Seems fine.
I didn't see the Pariah in his hand. So now with...
Ethan likely plays a Swamp here into a Lightning Axe.
He's going to send this Pariah at Gideon. And then
Sure, that makes sense.
He has a couple options here. He's likely not going to do anything on his own turn because like aggressively flipping Pariah is not that great.
Sure.
He does have the option of... He actually could have killed Gideon if he wanted to, but it's like way too aggressive for my taste.
So Gideon's going to be put down to 1 here after attacks.
So basically, Ethan's going to put a whole bunch of stuff into play at the end of his turn.
Is that you?
No, it's not. Yeah, so Ethan's going to put a whole bunch of stuff into play at the end of his turn and threaten to flip the Pariah at instant speed somewhere down the line.
Yep.
Or he...
So it looks like Gavin just ticked up Gideon with no action. Or he chump blocked somehow.
No, Ethan... This is in combat, so he's...
Yeah.
I think this is still beginning of combat.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
Gideon was at 1.
Sorry, I actually don't know whose turn this is right now. I got distracted by
It looks like one player's tapped out.
by that phone ringing.
Yeah. Someone's trying to Facebook call you, man. Someone's popular. It's not me.
I mean, so right now Ethan's discarding Fiery Temper and trying to cast it on Gideon.
Mm-hmm.
But I think this is in response to Copter getting animated, and
Okay.
Ethan's trying to redirect the Fiery Temper to Gideon
Sure.
in beginning of combat.
That makes sense. See if that's actually
Which
what
works,
happens
right?
here. Yeah, I think so.
It's not like Sarkon. We talked about it before.
Yep.
Like Gideon's still a Planeswalker.
Yep.
So now Gavin has to decide if he wants to spell shrivel the Fiery Temper to keep the Gideon, which I think is a pretty defensible play. The problem now is that I actually don't like this play because Ethan can just eat the Gideon anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So we see an attack for 7, but at the end of Ethan... Oh, okay, he's not going to do it. At the end of Gavin's turn, that Prize Amalgam's coming back, so then Ethan's going to have 3 creatures he can sack to Prize Amalgam to make Gavin sack the Gideon, the Knight, and the Thraben Inspector,
Mm-hmm.
which I...
That's a respectable
like.
line.
He can just kill Gideon, though. Yeah,
He
this
could.
is better, because he can kill Gideon, deal 3 damage, and
Yep.
like deal a bunch of damage to Gavin. Like the Pariah flips to... I want to say a 6/5, so it's actually the same amount of damage to Gavin.
Just 2 different lines of doing so.
Yeah, but this way he has the Amalgam still in... he has the Amalgam still in play, but Gavin has the Knight and the Thraben Inspector still
Yeah.
in play. So it's like kind of debatable.
So like you just mentioned, he's going to take 6 and Gideon's going to die. So he's going to do 12.
Like either way, either way Gideon dies, either way Gavin takes the same amount of damage. The difference is Ethan keeps his 2 creatures and Gavin keeps his 2 creatures.
Yeah.
But Ethan's creatures are recurable threats, so I don't know if that's like better or worse.
It's a trade-off.
Yeah. Also, Ethan doesn't have the ability to flip the Pariah at the moment.
Yeah. He did play a Smuggler's Copter, though.
This game is looking really good for Ethan, though, if he can play like anything else on the board, or even just hold the Copter activation up for Pariah.
All right, Gavin's going to follow up the Smuggler's Copter of his own.
And it looks like there's a deck stone here.
That would make sense.
This is kind of like the last chance for Gavin to deck stone anything, which means he's probably going to use it.
I mean, I think you deck Stone Prized Amalgam here.
You would deck stone Haunted Dead or Pariah.
Really?
Yeah, because at the moment, Amalgam can't come back if
Okay,
the Haunted
okay.
Dead is gone.
That's fair.
And this prized Amalgam is really, really scary. Because, like, for example, if Gavin animates this Copter, Ethan can just flip the Pariah and edict all the creatures away.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Good line.
Okay, so he is getting rid of the Pariah.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, this was probably going to be his last chance to do that.
Yep.
We're probably just going to see Ethan crack this clue because he doesn't have anything going on in his graveyard. Yeah, I like that play from Gavin.
Yeah. All right, so the clue is going to get cracked quickly. Ethan's going to draw his card and then draw off the top. It's like I see a Fiery Temper, a Copter, a Swamp, and one other card.
Ethan is really good at madnessing these Fire Tempers.
I mean, that's the goal of his deck.
Yes.
This card into Madness. So both players are at 12 now.
Sub-Zero wins.
I don't know what that sound is, and it terrifies me.
So this is kind of an awkward loot.
Because he sees a Prize Amalgam.
Well, Ethan can either cast Fiery Temper now at the Knight,
Mm-hmm.
or
Sub-Zero wins.
like then the Copter. This is tricky.
Yeah.
I think he's probably just gonna. Yeah, I was gonna say because now if Gavin wants to block the Haunted Dead,
Mm-hmm.
Ethan can just bring all this stuff back. So the
That's
Copters
fair.
are trading.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree with this block too.
All right, so you're going to trade up Both players are going to remain at 12.
Yeah, and I don't see any reason for Ethan to not just deploy this copter.
He doesn't have a clue.
Oh, he has the land. Oh, what? Did he draw into? He must have drawn into that land.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, like, if he had that land in play during that combat, it would have worked out so well for him. Just being able to kill the copter, or
I get what you're saying.
yeah, he might not have thought about it either because he didn't have the temper in the hand at the time. He drew the temper off of the loot, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so he actually did have that land and could have put it into play.
Awkward.
So that was actually if I'm understanding the order he drew the cards in right, that was a pretty big misstep not to put that land into play.
So Gavin's going to cast Reflector Mage, figuring out what target he wants to hit with it right now. If he puts the Amalgam in his hand, he can't cast it. But there's probably ways to just put it back in the graveyard anyway. So he's going to choose to put the Scrap Heap Scrounger into Ethan's hand here.
It was like not really.
Looks like the other two cards are Copter and Fiery Temper.
It's not like a great target for Fiery Temper, but it's
not the
kind
worst.
of like you want to kind of spend your mana at this point in the game. Gavin's doing a pretty good job of preventing Ethan from getting value out of his recursive threats. He is going to have to... It's like right here, he's blocking the Prized Amalgam. He's trading a creature for it, but Ethan just doesn't have any way to get it back.
Yeah.
Like...
And Gavin, after his couple attacks, going to go to 5 here. Another Smuggler's Copter coming into play from Ethan.
Alright, so...
Scrounger's going to come in from Gavin here.
This is where bouncing the Scrap Heap Scrounger turns out to be a little problematic, because now Ethan can put it into the yard, bring it back, bring back all of his Prized Amalgams.
Yeah, doesn't have to worry about Spellcaller, which Gavin just drew.
So that's... Just drawing a discard outlet was quite good there.
Yep, so the attack is going to take Ethan down to 9 here.
He had the copter before, just Gavin didn't know about it. So
Sure.
it's an unfortunate card for Ethan to have for Gavin. And I'd be surprised. Oh, Gavin actually has a spell.
He got a Queller off the top.
He has the... What's it called? Stasis Snare.
He has both?
Stasis Snare is great here.
Yeah.
Because he needs to... Well, he's going to Stasis Snare the copter.
After it gets crewed.
And he needs to do that because otherwise Ethan can discard the Scrap Heap Scrounger. And keep in mind that the players' life totals are really low here.
Yep. They've been trading pretty hard back and forth here.
Ethan is thinking about just playing the Scrap Heap Scrounger to crew the copter and attack for 5 and force a chump block. But he's going to go with... Okay, he's playing around removal.
There's
But
the removal.
This is like almost just as bad.
So...
Oh, okay, he crewed.
Yep.
I thought he was attacking.
Yeah, Smuggler's Copter is going to get Stasis Snared here.
I agree with that play from Ethan.
And Scrounger's going to come back after the Reflector Mage turn.
He could have tried to get Gavin to Stasis Snare the Haunted Dead, but like it's just as bad.
I think
Another
Gavin
Stasis
just
Snare?
drew. I think Gavin just drew another Stasis Snare.
Jeez.
So Stasis Snare,
Stasis
Spellcaller.
Snare and Spellcaller. I think Gavin has this game.
Yep. Ethan's down to 6 after the attack, and we'll see what happens after. Looks like he's attempting to attack with Scrap Heap Scrounger here.
Yeah, Chump is pretty reasonable here.
Yeah. And then save the Scrap Heap for something else. Or not the Scrap Heap, the spells.
Snare.
Yeah.
You have to be kind of worried about, like... I guess Voldaren Pride is still only a 3/3. Yeah, and Ethan has 2 lands.
Stasis Snare is now going to hit the...
So Ethan no longer has any blockers.
That's correct.
Period.
Ethan's going to go down to 3 here. He has 2 lands in hand.
And Gavin has a Spellcaller ready for the next.
That's correct.
So really, there needs to be like a Voldaren Pariah here. Yeah, Ethan's forced to play this Crypt Breaker.
And then it's just going to be Spell Queller, and that should be game 1.
Yeah, I would expect it to get quellered.
Yep. Gavin's okay with going to 2.
Unfortunately, Gavin doesn't know that Ethan has nothing else, and this is a 1-mana spell, so he actually has to think about whether or not to quell this.
Again, we have the perfect information here.
I think he's still going to go for it, though.
I would agree with that line.
Because he's dead. Oh, so, okay, the card he's worried about is, Unlicensed Disintegration. So that's why he's not spell quelling, because he just loses the game to Unlicensed Disintegration.
Yeah, now he forces the block here.
And it's
to live.
It's gonna give Ethan one more draw step, but it's
but
probably
it's
gonna
probably
work
more
out for Gavin.
optimal result for Gavin.
It's probably gonna work out for Gavin anyway because he's just gonna spell queller to block lethal here, and that's gonna be good enough.
There's a spell queller.
Yeah. So and Ethan missed on the draw step, so
Yep.
it's gonna work out. Yep. Block.
Block swing for 3. That should be game 1.
Yeah, because unfortunately Ethan drew like the only creature in his deck that doesn't block here.
Yep.
Oh wait.
Another Scrounger.
No, yeah, nothing works here. Because he can like reanimate a Scrounger, but then the
And
prized
a
amalgams come back
Reflector Mage
tap.
off the top anyway.
Yeah. He could have like put another Scrounger into play on his turn, but the amalgams come in tapped.
Yep. All right.
Wow.
Gavin Wen will win game 1 here over Ethan Whipple in the finals of this PPTQ. Esper Flash over Black Red Zombies.
Of course, I could have missed plenty of things, but I thought Gavin played that game very well.
Yeah. Very tight. Pretty tight from Ethan as well.
It's really difficult to keep them like that off of their recursive threats.
Mm-hmm. So Gavin getting the job done on the play there as we expected.
Hey,
Now
to
you
be
move to
fair, he also
sideboarding.
drew like multiple stasis snares, which helped the plan a lot.
That's fair.
Like if Gavin didn't have this stasis snare for that Smuggler's Copter and the Scrap Heap Scrounger hit the bin, Ethan would have put like 12 power into play that
Yeah.
turn.
So both players are sideboarding right now, and we've seen both of these decks. So any thoughts on what must come in or must come out for both players?
So the Exile removal is going to come in for Gavin.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I think he's the player that didn't have it in the board,
Which one?
if I remember correctly. Gavin.
Which which removal?
Exile removal. So
Sure.
like a lot of the blue-white flash
Yep.
decks have additional removal spells in the board that exile, but this particular one doesn't.
He does have Fumigate.
Yeah, so I don't think he's going to bring in Fumigate in this matchup because
Okay.
wrapping the board doesn't do anything against recursive threats.
Sure.
I do expect him to bring in Fragmentize because it hits Key to the City and
Smuggler's
Smuggler's
Copter.
Copter. It hits Scrap Heap Scrounger too, just incidentally,
Sure.
but that's like, not really what it's for.
I think we could see negates coming in here.
Yeah, like counterspells.
It's here
They're
or there.
really counterspells are really loose in this matchup just because they can get away with doing so much without ever actually casting a spell.
Sure.
And the question is if Gavin knows anything about Ethan's sideboard,
Okay.
because Ethan's sideboard has a lot of interesting stuff in it. He can board into a more controlling deck. He has Transgresses, Liliana's, Kalidas', Mind Rack Demons, Distinted Mindbender, Collective Brutality. These are all like really like powerful, expensive spells.
Mm-hmm.
Kalidas is usually, I think I actually talked about this before. Kalidas is bad against blue-white flash, but it's great against like the more aggressive low-to-the-ground vehicle decks.
Yeah.
But Gavin's deck is a mix of both.
So
I don't know
what's
if-
the trade-off in
yeah.
bringing it in.
Like I don't know if Ethan's going to decide to play the control role.
Yep. Both
Um,
players currently pile shuffling for game number 2, trying to hope the randomization gets to be a little better here.
And like even Liliana, typically, like Liliana's really hit and miss because
Mhm.
it just kills Toolcraft Exemplars. Like it also kills Selfless Spirits.
Yeah.
But Ethan might not know that Gavin doesn't have Selfless Spirits.
It's just a matter of how much he's seen of that matchup.
Yeah.
today.
So I don't know if this Esper deck is like I don't know exactly how new it is,
Mhm.
but there's certainly like a lot of question marks where Ethan might not know exactly what he's playing against.
Sure.
Because this black-red zombie deck has kind of been like a staple of the meta for a while, whereas the Esper deck seems to be like pretty new. I haven't seen
It seems
this
to be
build.
just a variation on Blue-White Flash,
Yeah.
which
But,
has worked out very well for Gavin.
like it's
today.
it's a variation of blue-white flash, but the differences are really like there's only it's like a maybe 10 to 12 card difference,
Mhm.
which is actually like
Not
sounds like a lot.
insignificant.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty significant amount, and it changes the way the deck plays in boards.
Mhm. Which changes the way players have to approach it who might be more familiar with the blue-white matchup.
Yeah. So to just recap, there's Toolcraft Exemplars and Scrap Heap Scroungers in the main deck.
Yep.
And they're replacing like Selfless Spirits and Avacens.
Yep.
And I'm sure there's like other cards Flash plays that I can't quite remember, but there's also no counter magic in the main deck. Whereas the Flash decks usually play like a little bit,
Yeah, you had mentioned
like Rebuff
Revolutionary
and
Rebuff.
Shrivel and all that good stuff.
So, back over to the match here. Looks like Ethan is taking a mulligan to 6 here on the play. Gavin seems satisfied with his 7. And for the just over 60 people watching the final right now, Just want to say thanks for taking part of your day to watch the finals of the PPTQ. We know there's a lot of magic going on today between this, the SCG Players Championship, mainly the SCG Players Championship, where it's Caleb Scheer versus Joe Lissette in the final. So, interesting matchup on that side. I definitely recommend you guys check that out whenever we're done here.
I think Joe Lissette's playing Pummeler.
Yeah, he is.
He's playing against Aetherwork Marvel, so
Yep.
that might not be that interesting of a matchup.
I didn't say it would be interesting. I'm just saying check it out if you get
The
done.
Pummeler deck is like super favored there.
Yep. All right, so both players are good, and we are underway. Neither player has a turn 1 play here. Ethan will have a turn 2 Scrap Heap Scrounger, though.
So Ethan doesn't have a discard outlet yet.
Yep. So both players have Scrap Heap Scroungers. It is to note, Gavin does have an Archangel Avis in his hand, and it looks like 2 Stasis Snares.
Okay, so he did board in the Avicens. They are pretty good in this matchup.
Yep. But I didn't see a third land out of Gavin's hand.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, all of the discard outlets in Ethan's deck cost 2 mana or less.
Mhm.
Okay, so he does. He has like he actually has 2. He has the Neonate, which I guess he probably drew. I don't know. He may have drawn his lands in a weird order, but he has a Neonate and a Fiery.
Yep.
A Lightning Axe.
Both players trading
No-
3 life here
No
off the
Fiery Temper,
Scroungers.
but he has the Lightning Axe.
And he did have the third land. I must have just missed it. Reflector Mage is going to bounce back the Scrap Heap Scrounger.
It's a pretty good start.
Yep, not bad.
But yeah. Okay, so now Ethan kind of like has his engine. He has Haunted Dead and Scrap Heap Scrounger to bring back prized amalgams, and he has 2 ways to discard them.
Sure.
So he has a lot of options here.
He does only have 3 lands, though.
Yeah, but that's all you need.
Yeah, sure.
Like,
Thought you needed a
cast-
double black at one point.
You need triple black for Pariah,
Okay.
which is really it's actually like significant. But right now with 3 lands, Ethan can do anything he wants. Like he can Lightning Axe something, and then on the same turn bring back the stuff he discarded.
Mm-hmm. So both players locked up at 17 here. Ethan
He does kind of
is
have
next to act.
He does kind of have to like spew all of his cards to do it though.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons why Crypt Breaker is really good in the deck. It's a discard outlet and then it recoups your card advantage.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're discarding 2 cards to Haunted Dead, you can just get them back.
Yep.
Yeah, so Haunted Dead in the graveyard. At the end of the turn, we're going to see Haunted Dead come back with Prized Amalgam. And Ethan is probably keeping... He's almost certainly keeping the Disintegration in hand. I'd be shocked to see him discard that Disintegration. It's one of the best cards in the matchup.
Alright, so it looks like Neonate's going to the bin here. And a Thraben Inspector is coming into play. So I'll get Gavin a clue.
Okay, yeah, oh, that's fine.
Yeah. So we're going to bring back Scrounger off the Neonate.
This isn't like the max power play Ethan could have made, but
It's a good
fine.
play.
It's fine because it's the cards he actually drew are solid. Like by having more mana up, he can now Madness the Fiery Temper.
Yeah.
So if he hit like a Prized Amalgam instead of the Fiery Temper, he would have just done it all. But
Okay.
this is fun.
Yep, so Ethan takes Gavin down to 14 here off the Scrap Heap Scrounger. Looks like Gavin's going to trade back with an attack of his own. Might have something to say about that, though. Looks like I see an Unlicensed Disintegration and a Prized Amalgam.
Yeah. So he by not doing it last turn, he was able to spend 1 more mana on this Fiery Temper,
Mm-hmm.
and he's really trying to preserve his life total here.
Fiery Temper, I think, is going to be hitting the Scrap Heap Scrounger here. Yep. Prized Amalgam gets put in a bin, but with Haunted Dead coming back, Prized Amalgam will be back on the battlefield in just a second.
Mm-hmm.
With a Spirit and Play to boot. So that was a good sequence of play there for Ethan, and he'll only go down to 16 as a result.
Of course, the Scrappy Scrounger from on Gavin's side's also coming back,
Fair.
but Ethan's hoping to take take these really aggressive lines to make the value plays not matter so much.
Mm-hmm. So
See
Ethan
how
getting
much-
aggressive here. Swing with everything. You have to
Stasis
see-
Snares are gonna be pretty good.
Yeah, I think that's going to hit the
This one could go either way.
yeah, this
It's hitting the Amalgam or the Haunted Dead.
I think the Amalgam's the better play here.
With this Scrap Heap Scrounger. So the thing is if you take the Haunted Dead or the Scrounger,
Mm-hmm.
then whichever one you leave can still get back amalgams. So
Yeah.
you just take out the amalgam.
So after the stasis snare, Gavin's going to fall to 8. Ethan's in a pretty good spot here.
So it's a defensive copter and a scrounger that can't block.
Yep.
It's kind of interesting, like
He
casting.
can't
the
block,
Scrounger-
but he can be used to crew.
Yeah, he could have. He could have just brought the scrounger back from his graveyard
Mhm.
if he wanted to, and represented something. But all right, so there's
Oof.
that unlicensed disintegration that I
Oof.
knew was going to be
It's a
insane. This
nice
game.
play.
Yeah.
So disintegrates the copter after being crewed, and that's going to wrap up game number 2. Ethan Whipple going to win game 2. We're going to force a game 3 here against Gavin Wen's Esper Flash.
Yeah, it's like a searing blaze that can kill Avacyn's too. It's really good in this matchup.
That was really good. Good line of play there from Ethan. All right, so Gavin's going to be back in the driver's seat for game 3 on the play, and Ethan won that a card down.
Yeah, Ethan used his mana and his recursive threats efficiently that game.
For sure. So we get a game 3 in the finals. Get all the magic we want to see. Do you
Seemed
want
like
to...
almost exclusively 3-game rounds, I think.
I think we saw one that went 2 games in the entire day.
Yeah.
Just shows the back and forth nature and how important it is to be on the play in these matchups.
Yep. So Gavin's back on the play, which is a huge deal.
Yep.
I've also noticed that in like almost all of these aggro matchups, the 2-3 nature of it has just been going to the players that are going first.
Yep.
Just kind of like what you'd expect.
As long as they curve out reasonably
Yeah.
well.
Breaking a serve is a huge deal.
Correct.
Like Gavin also played an aggressive mirror in the quarterfinals on the play.
Yep.
I think he won 2 of them.
He did.
Yeah.
We didn't see that, but he won 12.
He played against green-white.
Yep, green, white humans. All right, so we're about to go into the last game of the day here. I want to thank everybody who is turning in live or who tuned in live. I know English. For everybody who watched on Twitch today or is watching right now, thank you so much. We have about just under 70 of you right now. Checking out the finals here of our PPTQ, the winner of which will go to the RPTQ for Nashville, Tennessee for Pro Tour sometime 2017.
It's the one after Aether Revolt, right?
Yeah, I think it's Amonkhet.
Yeah.
Yeah, should be Amonkhet.
It's when we're going to get 10 mana Nico Bolas to cast off of our Aetherwork Marvels.
Is that all?
I hope there's more.
Wins.
All right, both players are shuffling up here to start game number 3. Looks like neither player's doing the pile shuffle. Okay, I thought Gavin was about the pile shuffle and make me swallow my words.
Amonkhet's like Egyptian theme, right?
Yes.
Alright, so they might print gods, which could be like really big.
Yeah.
You could print like a 15 mana god that blows up all your opponent's stuff when it attacks.
Isn't that just Emrakul?
Yeah.
The other one?
That'd be fun. They should do that for sure.
That'd be fun. See how quick you can cheat that out.
Nico Bolas can like ride on it.
That'd be a... See, now I can't get that image out of my head. Thanks for that. All right,
I feel like we can do better than Emrakul on turn 4.
that's one of the best things you can do, though. Looks like both players are good to go with their 7. Friendly handshake, and we're ready to go. Gavin's going to open up with a Toolcraft Exemplar.
I'm gonna shake your opponent's hand and then play a Toolcraft Exemplar on turn 1. Oh, disrespect.
Such BM.
Oh, it's only 1 damage.
Ooh.
That's great for Ethan.
All right, Ethan will go down to 19 here. He didn't have a turn 1 play of his own, but it looks like he could have an Insolent Neonate or a Fiery Temper here as a follow-up.
There's no like 3-mana artifact in the deck, right?
As far as I know.
In Gavin's.
Yeah.
So he's got to have like a solid 3-mana play.
His biggest 3-mana play is probably Spell Snare or Spell Queller. Or Stasis Snare and Spell Snare.
He probably has like multiples of them.
Yep.
I think he...
Was that a Transgress? No.
Okay, we have to see the whole hand. Okay, yeah, he has multiple 3s. Like what we figured.
Looks like we have Archangel Avacyn, Stasis Snare, Thalia Heretic, Cathar, and 2 lands.
That
And the
collective
third land,
brutality
right? The
missed.
Concealed Courtyard was very nice draw.
The brutality missed, and it was still really good.
Yeah.
For reference, collective brutality, the modes that Ethan picked were give a creature -2/-2, and then take an instant or sorcery from your opponent's hand. Gavin had none though. Deck actually like doesn't play that many instants and sorceries. It's like got Deckstone and then a couple counter spells. I wonder. The information's probably worth it, and the card to discard is basically free. So It's still correct.
Bringing up collective brutality for you all right here. Looks like Ethan's inching himself ahead here. Reflector Mage, however, is going to take care of the prized amalgam, put it back in his hand.
Now it's a 3-3.
Yep.
It's kind of funny. Gavin can't really block
He can't block efficiently,
the haunted
that's for
deck.
sure.
He also can't attack into it. Because Ethan can just bring that prized amalgam right back. Ooh, Crypt Breaker's a good draw too.
Yep, for sure.
So, if you're sitting in Gavin's seat right now, what you have to be thinking about is setting up a big Avacyn flip.
Yep.
It's kind of like the only direction Gavin's hand can bring the game.
He did just draw another Reflector Mage, though, but I think he wants to hold up. He has Stasis Snare, Archangel Avacyn, and I think Reflector Mage, if I saw the draw correctly.
Ethan has a Lightning X too. Ethan's hand is great.
Yeah, really good set of
He
draws
has
here.
multiple ways to discard and multiple recursive threats in his hand. And
Yep.
removal for the Avacyn.
And the prized amalgam being in his hand helps. Because he can pitch that to any of the removal.
And if you're Gavin here, you have to be really worried about Disintegration and Lightning X,
For
which
sure.
is why he's not flashing it in. He's going to wait for a window to probably play at end of turn.
Yeah, so Gavin falls to 17 here.
Alright, so
Or
end of
18,
turn,
rather.
Since Ethan didn't do anything, he's
Gonna
going to
Stasis
Stasis
Snare.
now. And Ethan has the opportunity to Lightning Axe his own Haunted Dead to make sure it goes to the graveyard. But he has a Scrap Heap Scrounger, so it's not critical for him to do it.
Sure.
Yeah, so he's going to let it go.
Okay.
That's definitely what he was thinking about, though.
Mm-hmm.
Spellcaller was a nice pickup.
Was that the draw off the top there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's actually... Maybe not. With the Crypt Breaker in play, Ethan doesn't actually have to cast any spells. He's probably just going to start binning the recursive threats.
Important to note, he still has the Archangel Avacyn available.
Mm-hmm.
So depending on when the Lightning Axe decides at the table, that could be important.
He's trying to discard... He's trying to decide what to discard and how.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he's in combat, but I'd feel pretty comfortable taking 2 damage here.
Yeah, Reflector Mage is
just-
definitely attacked.
Like, seeing if Gavin's trying to deploy Gideon this turn.
Yep.
Yeah, so Ethan decided to take the damage.
As you expected. So
End of
Crypt
turn,
Breaker's going to come in
he's gonna
here,
make a
end of
zombie.
turn. Correct.
Discard the amalgam that Gavin knows about, which is good.
Not giving away any information there. Scrounger looks like the draw. No,
That's
it's
the one he has.
Yeah,
He drew some black card.
maybe Pariah.
Just
A
also,
little hard to see from here.
Looks like he has a land too.
Yeah.
In
Alright.
for 3.
Yep. Gavin's going to fall to 15 here. He's alright taking that.
Yep, another pass. This is just not going to cast spells.
I mean, at some point, you either have to just bring in Avacyn or bring in Spell Queller. I think Queller's the better choice here. Gavin pretty much knows he's not going to get as much value as he would hope out of this Spell Queller
He's
with the
trying
graveyard
to
interaction.
bait out the removal spell here, and Ethan's not falling for it.
Yeah, which is good. Good on Ethan's part.
Yeah, it's nice that Gavin can actually attack now.
Yeah. So he does have aerial threats. Ethan's eyeing up that Lightning Axe now.
And now Gavin's leading back the Reflector Mage to block these zombies.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so Ethan's going to take another 2 here. Both players are going to be at 15. Ethan very much respecting the 5 mana being up for Archangel Avacyn here.
And now Ethan is going to have the option to pass without even attacking with the
Mhm.
zombies and just draw a card. Though he's shown an unwillingness to draw cards when his life total was under pressure before,
Sure.
so he might not do it this time either. I want to know what the second card in the back of his hand is, because I thought it was a
I
land.
couldn't really see it. I don't think it's a land.
It could be. Like, you can actually just hold lands in this deck and discard them, but he has a Pariah, so it seems unlikely.
So there's the Lightning Axe. After combat, where he swung with the Spirit and 2 of the zombies. Lightning Axe is going to pitch Crypt Breaker here. Now, if you're Gavin, you have to think of, is this the time to bring out Archangel Avacyn?
Wait, he didn't... Did Gavin not block with Reflector Mage?
I don't know if blocks have happened at this point.
Oh, he, like, attacked and then... Wait. I'm very confused. I gotta be missing something again here.
There's blocks.
It doesn't make any sense to me for
To hold
Gavin to have
priority.
attacked and then after he attacked to try to remove a blocker, because
Mhm.
it just literally runs you right into Avacyn.
which is exactly what happened there.
Yeah, like if you went for the axe, saw the Avacyn, he just doesn't attack and draws a card instead.
Mm-hmm.
That might be devastating.
Yeah, that was if that's actually what happened. That seems like a pretty pivotal misstep there from Ethan's part.
So Ethan is gonna be able to. Oh, he's jumping.
He's going to chump block the Reflector Mage here and go down to 13
He's gonna
or 9 rather. I missed an
take
attack
4, 5, 6.
Yep.
He's just taking
because of the Vigilant.
Yeah. So he's gonna bring back the Scrounger and the Amalgam, which is only 6 power,
Mm-hmm.
and the Scrounger can't block anyway, and it can't attack into Avacyn.
Correct. So I think Gavin's in the driver's seat now.
Yeah. So what Ethan needs to do now is get this. Okay, there's a Haunted Dead. He needs to get.
He has a
Oh, he has
Disintegration.
a Disintegration too. That's great. I didn't
That might have been
know-
the card that we didn't see.
That oh man, that makes that Lightning Axe so weird. He's gonna just go for it right now,
It's going to Disintegrate the Avacyn,
and he's gonna pray that there's not a Spell Queller.
and it looks like there's a Spell Queller. Stasis Snare in response.
Yeah, so he's gonna take Ethan off of having an artifact to save 3 damage.
Yep. Avacyn's going to hit the dust. 3 damage is going to get saved, though. Gavin's going to stay at 14.
Yeah, and an attack with Amalgam here isn't like a winning proposition.
Correct.
So Ethan's gonna have to leave it back to block.
And not having the 4th land, Ethan's now tapped out.
Yeah.
So he has to gauge his plays very
So there's an
carefully
attack
here.
for 1 with the Spirit.
Yep. Gavin will go to 13 here to Ethan's 9. Sorry, 13.
And I think Ethan no longer has a discard outlet because he used the
Correct.
Lightning Axe.
And the Stasis Snares are hitting the Scrounger and the Haunted Dead. Draw a Smuggler's Copter, and looks like another Smuggler's Copter along with the Haunted Dead in his
Yeah,
hand.
so he has the discard outlet, but not the 3rd red source.
Sure.
Or sorry, black source.
Yep. So Copter is the play. You're going to pass the turn back to Gavin here. Toolcraft Exemplar came on board last turn for Gavin as well. We missed that.
Yeah, it's just like
Gavin just passing the turn back.
kind of like a crummy threat on this board anyway.
Gavin feels
Oh,
good.
there's the oh my gosh.
There's the 3rd
That's
black
a swamp.
source.
That's huge.
That is the 3rd black source. That's pretty good for Ethan.
So Ethan still has to respect removal from Gavin, but he can
It's so tempting to play the Pariah out now.
yeah, so he can put the Pariah into play and then just wait.
Yeah. So it looks like he is attempting
like-
to crew with the Spirit and swing in for 3.
It's unfortunate for Ethan that his Madness outlet isn't actually instant speed. Like
Correct.
there's only one time he can do it.
Yep.
But once he puts the Pariah into play, he can just pass and not pull the trigger on it.
Yep. So there's a Pariah with his 3rd black source now in play. Ethan looks like he's going down to 10 as a result.
Oh man.
This is close.
Gavin has all lands, I think.
Yeah. He's enjoying a lot of lands. So if you're just tuning in, we have about 83 people watching. We are at the tail end of this PPTQ. Ethan Whipple looks like he's in a pretty good position here against Gavin Wen in game number 3. Ethan on black-red zombies, black-red discard, whatever you want to call it, against Gavin Wen's Esper Flash.
Gavin
Is that a key to the city?
Gavin needs a removal spell immediately.
Yeah.
Because like if Ethan doesn't know it yet, but he can just go for it, wipe Gavin's whole
Mhm.
board, and then bring back all of his threats. He's going for it. Or
Looks like he's just going to crew.
yeah, well he has to crew to go for it.
Yep.
I just obviously like this can also just represent an attack.
Yep.
I got
So
excited.
Copter and Pariah are going to attack here. Loot's going to happen. Looks like a red card got picked up.
Yeah, this Haunted Dead is gone for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a discard outlet.
That represents 2 creatures, so you
Yep.
can just discard or you can just sack Haunted Dead, Amalgam, Spirit, or
Gavin goes to 4. Ethan is at 7.
no removal.
No removal from Gavin being represented here. Gavin just going to pass back.
He can also just go for the Haunted Dead with no
Looks like he's
no
going to.
drawback. Like there's nothing that can punish him here.
Yep. Spirit's going to come into play off the Haunted Dead. Gavin's in a real tight spot here. This could be the first serve being broken.
I don't know if Ethan will see the line, but this should be game. Actually,
Not quite.
it should be.
Is that a neonate in his hand?
Ethan can certainly wrath Gavin's board.
So there's the insolent neonate.
It's a pretty aggressive line, but you can try to flip the pariah. If Gavin replies with a removal spell, you just do it again.
Mm-hmm. So there's the attack with
just
everything.
Like an alpha strike wins the game by itself. So that's all.
It looks like unlicensed disintegrations in hand.
Any hit a disintegration for more damage. Yeah. So that's
I think this is over either way. We'll see what Gavin does, if anything.
Because even 3 blocks here, he just takes lethal.
Yep.
And a removal spell no longer does it, which I'm pretty sure Gavin doesn't have anyway. He has 2 lands.
Toolcraft is going to activate to bring in.
You can draw into it, but not if it gets disintegrated beforehand.
There's disintegration.
And that's going to begin.
That'll do it. Ethan Whipple, coming back from being on the draw in game number 1, will give Gavin Wen his first loss in the finals, which is where it really matters. Ethan Whipple earning his invite to the Regional Pro Tour qualifier and is on his way to the next step to getting to Pro Tour Nashville.
Yep. With a pretty cool deck that's been around in the format for a while. So.
Yeah, so congratulations to Ethan. To Gavin, a very good performance throughout the day. Esper Flash, definitely an interesting deck to see on stream, but is going to fall in the finals to Ethan. So that's going to about wrap things up over here. Any parting words?
No, I thought that the Esper Flash deck was pretty interesting. We saw a lot of Aetherwork Marvel today, which was expected, but there were a lot of aggressive decks to answer them. Like I'm sure Gavin played against Aetherworks a whole bunch today.
Yeah, there's a lot of Aetherworks in the room today.
Just crush it.
Yep.
Gavin's deck especially is probably insane against Marvel because you have an even more aggressive curve than the Flash deck, and then you still have the Spell Callers to gobble up the Aetherwork Marvels and all of the like cheap interaction.
Yep.
Like,
there's a lot of aggression and there's a lot of Aetherworks today, and in the end, it was a discard deck that won it all.
Yeah, very little control today too.
Yep. So Ethan making the great decision with the black-red discard deck, and he's gonna earn himself a spot in the RPTQ. So congratulations to Ethan. I'm Tom Davis. This is Ryan Dunn. We're going to wrap it up here from Western New York Gaming. We want to thank everybody for watching today. We have just over 100 people at the end. So if you're just tuning in, sorry you missed most of it. But Ethan Whipple, Black Red Zombies, is your winner today. And we'll wish him luck moving forward.
Yep. And the VODs of all these rounds will be up on the Western New York Gaming Facebook page.
Yep.
And YouTube page at some point.
Yep. So look out for those in the next couple days. And until next time, I'm Tom. That's Ryan. We'll catch you later. Have a good night.